Galera,
Prévia, janela.
Play button. Pause button. Video progress bar to skip ahead 10 seconds. Pause, but like this video along with 1.8 thousand other people. Video.
ok, agora assim, galera, estamos aqui na final da Liga Manor. Hoje, dia 4. Estamos aqui para trazer este campeonato. Finalizar mais um campeonato, né? E amanhã, dia 5, temos a volta da Liga Major. Então, aqui, não sei quanto vai ser o que vão ganhar o primeiro e segundo lugar. E o quarto. Lembrando, os dois perdedores de ontem, que foram Los Angeles. Perdão, Los Angeles venceu também, né? Los Angeles, Vegas, Los Angeles, Texas e Paris, gentlemen. Os quatro vão se enfrentar. Como vai ser isso aqui? Primeiro, Los Angeles vai enfrentar Los Angeles e Texas vai enfrentar Paris, gentlemen. Depois, não sei como vai ser, porque teremos ida e volta. Eu lembro disso na outra liga. Tivemos enfrentamento entre os quatro. Então, vamos ver quem leva a Manor. Galera. E amanhã a Major começa a segunda etapa da Liga Major. Galera, estamos rumo. Estou gravando isso aqui no mesmo dia que gravei o anterior, porque estou gravando no domingo. Então, no sábado, dia do partido de futebol brasileiro, da seleção brasileira. E lembrando, esse vídeo já está indo às oitavas, ou 16 melhores, né? Alguma coisa assim. Ele está saindo entre os 16 melhores ou as oitavas já. Vai ser esse vídeo aqui. E vamos ver no que dá, né? Porque temos muito o que falar aqui. Ó, estamos em julho 4. Temos a Pax East até agosto 20. Ok? Alternando entre o COD e o Mortal Kombat. A Pax East é uma das que teremos. Mortal Kombat League, a etapa 11, 12, até chegar a etapa 20, que é dezembro. Também. Então, se preparem. E outros eventos da Latam também. O problema vai ser quando chegar a West em setembro e a Gamescom em agosto. Importante que chegue. E eu possa ter para vocês mais conteúdos para gravar. Não me preocupar pela Evo e nem pelo Evo da Warner. Por quê? A Evo da Warner é que eu vou dar prioridade. Por quê? São 4 dias. A outra Evo, eu vou dar todos os jogos, Mortal Kombat, Street Fighter, eu vou dar capa em todas as empresas cobrindo? Não, porque eu vou estar ocupando muito espaço de gravação. Então, da Warner, pelo menos eu vou trazer da Warner. A Pax East, isso que vamos trazer no canal depois de terminar a semana. Nós vamos terminar a gravar na Major 4, semana 2. Ok? Que começamos a sair amanhã, dia 5. Então, gravando 3 dias, 5, 6 e 7. Também temos começar a adiantar isso aí. Logo depois temos, ainda por uma semana, a Steam, o evento da Steam que vai durar mais ou menos 15 dias, mais ou menos 10 a 15 dias. Então vai ser foda o canal, mas eu vou tentar fazer os menores primeiro, os menores, porque os que duram 3 horas eu vou passar esta noite, os que duram 1 hora às 4 da tarde. E porque o código vou gravar todo sábado e domingo. E vou gravar junto, claro, não posso esquecer, a Evo da One. Então teremos muito caminho no mês de julho, mas claro, o da Evo do Mortal Kombat será a última. Eu vou gravar de todos os eventos e vou mais além. Se não der para fazer a Evo, não faço. Mas meu plano é trazer também a Evo também da Warner. Já vou ter trago no canal, mas é como eu tô focando no Call of Duty primeiro. Então é complicado. Então estou gravando com 3 semanas na frente esse torneio aqui, porque eu preciso de tempo para poder ir para viagem para minha maneta da Gavilota. Então eu antes do Steam vender Steam com uma semana, hein? Ainda temos o evento da GN, também temos 2 dias da GN também. Não esqueci, mas vou trazer vocês no evento da GN também aqui. Depois dessa semana de Mana. Grava da GN primeiro. Os 2 dias da GN, domingo. E aí deixo pronto. Vou estar também com vocês. Minha intenção é trazer todos os eventos possíveis. Black Boys em Brain Games saiu no dia de hoje. Vamos gravar esse vídeo. E lembre, galera, de comentar. Ó, depois da PAX West e a Gamescom na Alemanha, temos Tokyo Game Show. E da Tokyo Game Show teremos nominados ao The Game Awards e ainda também mais informações sobre Latin America Game Showcase. Latin America Game Showcase que vai ser focado na Latin America Live.
Allez, le 3, faut qu'il aille vite. Allez, le 3,
Ok.
le 3, trace.
Mas em dezembro, segundo que eles falaram lá no canal deles lá. E também lembrando vocês também teremos outras surpresas aqui no canal em breve. Qual será? Não sei.
Hello, Call of Duty League, and welcome back to Miner 2, and welcome to your Championship Sunday. Boy, oh boy, am I excited for today. We're going to be crowning a champion. We'll have to see how some of our incredible teams do today, but they have some battles amongst them. Nameless Ali, day 3, Sunday. It's looking good, but is it looking good for all of our teams, do you think? How will we see all of our teams step up to the plate today, do you think?
Some stiffer competition today for sure. Yesterday we thought we were going to have some closer games. It took all the way until the final match where nobody predicted that it would go to a game 5. It happened though, so maybe that invigorated the rest of our teams and we'll get some game 5 bangers today.
Hopefully. We're having a look at the bracket right now. I've got to ask you, Ali, what do you think is going to be the better of the matches today? Because we couldn't have predicted yesterday, so.
I feel like just with the information that I have right now, I have to go FaZe and Thieves just because the way that Thieves have been looking, they've been playing unbelievable. And on the side of FaZe Vegas, they went to a game 5 versus Vancouver Surge. So I can only imagine that they are going to bring some fire today.
I say they because
you can take it.
but I do also.
Wait, it might be easy. I know that's an LA Thieves team, obviously. I mean, we just have.
It's not.
It's not an LA Thieves team?
No.
Oh, then go Ant.
That's Dan Ghosty top right.
Actually?
Yeah.
One career minor.
Oh, that was a good
I
pull.
like you know
I thought that had to be LA. Okay,
You wanna
we
do
got
the
3
next
more.
one?
to
Wait,
work.
hold on. Fastest win this minor. Bottom left.
I'll let Ali do
You
this
got
next
one,
one.
Ali?
0 career minor wins. 1.37. Fastest win this minor.
You got this.
Fastest win.
Fastest win. A 3-0.
3. I mean,
That could have been
it had to-
Optic.
wait, was it?
That could have
was it
been.
Gentlemates.
Which one are you guys doing? This bottom
The
left
fastest one might
This
be
is
Optic.
Dashy.
Was it?
Yeah,
oh,
it has to be
Optic?
Optic.
Zero.
Yeah.
Bottom left
He's
Dashy.
killing this. Okay.
I was trying to let you guys go.
Damn it. I suck at this, honestly.
All right, here we go. Let's do bottom right one.
Okay.
1.2 minor 2 KD, number 1 minor Slayer rating.
Bottom right might be
Career-
Scrap.
Yes.
Bottom
I
right
think it's
Scrap. Top
Uh,
left. 2
ay,
clutches
ay,
this
ay.
minor. That means it's got to be a phase.
Nice.
Yes, it was Scrap.
Wait,
Oh my
2
god. I
1v1
got it
clutches.
right. Okay, top left's got to be.
Wait, is it Mamba? No.
Somebody on phase. Somebody on
He's
phase.
had
Top
some
left.
1v1 clutches, Mamba, hasn't he?
He has.
It's
But it has to be phase because it's one of the.
Yeah.
It's
Legal,
over.
sir.
Is it 04? It has to be. Is it?
Dun, dun, dun,
When?
dun. It's
Oh,
Zach.
close.
Big
Close, we were
Booze.
close.
Lottie would have gotten that. I feel like if we gave you a little bit, she would have said Big Booze.
I might have.
Big booze.
To be honest, I'm too locked in.
We
on
did
our
pretty
show
good.
Right now. This was like, I'm gonna let you guys deal with this. I'm gonna deal with the other business.
I'm just so happy I got one. No, Lottie, you don't understand. I am the worst at this game. That was a big win for me.
No, I'll take trivia on the weirdest things ever, and I'll be good on that. But this, no, I'm good. Under pressure, no, thank you very much. But we have a lot of pressure to talk about because there's pressure on the shoulders of a lot of our teams, but one in particular, of course, is going to be Optic as well.
Yeah.
Optic Gaming, they have been so close, but yet so far, honestly, at times. I mean, they have been the top team online for so long, dominating every single series they go through. But Nameless, they trip up at the end of the day. I will say, though, in this minor, the way that they showed out yesterday,
Yeah.
it was a different level.
Yeah, they were unbelievable versus Riyadh. Like, we thought that would be a close
O jogo
game.
de
given
hoje
how
da
Riyadh was
final vai
playing.
ser
I thought,
espetacular,
Ali,
hein?
you said it really well in the post-show yesterday. We're like, this doesn't even turn me off Riyadh. I think Optic just hit that
Yeah.
next gear that they have. Exactly what we saw. And, the game plan going in, it looked like they were trying to square up on
Também teremos,
Riyadh's better
então,
maps. Well, I just wanted a couple AR maps and Dash
Higiene Fantasy e passado amanhã também. 5 e 6, hein?
If the ARs play like
7,
that, then I
8,
believe
9,
they will
10.
close out our grand final. So, yeah, this is a huge match, and they just want to see one go through the hoop. You win this minor, it opens up that world of
E
possibilities.
também
Like, hey, we can win a grand
11,
final.
12, 13, 14, 15, por aí vai.
He takes the win. We've got S&D for Ghosty.
Dia 11, 14, do dia 11, 14 quero botar evento específico.
Yeah, you see.
Do dia 15 ao dia 22 que eu vou botar Steam.
A more effective Slayer than Ghosty, although it is close. Ghosty
Yeah.
prioritizing the objective, can
Então,
get it done. But
vamos
yeah,
ver
that's
quanto
definitely a
eles
matchup
fazem.
to watch going forward.
It certainly is, and another one to look
24
out for. And you could help
diante,
this yesterday.
eu quero
Paris
botar
Gentlemates, they have been packing a punch indeed.
Latin American
And
Game
of course,
Showcase.
having Joe Deceives on the roster is
Perdão,
being something
Latin
of
American não,
dreams.
é
Having to
Games com
rebuild very, very
Latam
quickly, but they
ou
managed to do so. They looked
PAX
electric
East.
yesterday. And another note here as well, Anne, is it's got to be for me, Estriel and Joe. The fact that they are together, unbelievable.
Ok, então
as
se
a team.
preparem,
I mean,
quero
Estriel
ver
in his own
que eu vou
right is
organizar aqui.
performing unbelievably so.
Yeah, I mean, you're packing a punch in terms of where both those guys are in this current part of the season, Ali. Like, Joe has been insane, especially in Respawn, and then Ezreal has thrusted himself into star conversation over the last month and a half. You know, we were looking at the numbers. Ezreal's been ridiculous, on par with all the better SMGs in the world.
He's been one of the best for the past 2 months, and you put him alongside Joe, and it's so funny. I'm glad we got to talk to him after their match yesterday and be like, I've played with Ezreal for a while, actually, and now against him, with him, since I was on my come-up. So, like, we were worried about, like, is Joe going to be plug and play for this roster, who now technically has changed half the team within the past month? And I think we really got our answer versus Koi yesterday.
Yeah, I think we did indeed. Looking really, really good. The dynamic is there, and I'm excited to see who is coming out on top later today. So, we have a schedule for you folks at home. Let's take a look. Kicking things off today, FaZe Vegas take on LA Thieves.
Eu falei que Los Angeles ou Vegas. Falei Los Angeles leva primeiro.
Gentlemates as well.
I felt yesterday.
Gentlemen versus Texas, leva Texas.
We talk about a little bit about mentality, and that's something been, you know, Optic's kind of nemesis when it comes to grand finals. So mentality-wise, if you want to hit a new level of gameplay, you do it on a Sunday.
Yeah, and also, you know, it's one of those matchups where they made this change to beat teams like you, right? So let's just shut this team down right away. 3-0 them, make sure they know that they can't step to us. And yeah, so Optic, they got to be out for blood today. But also this first matchup, can't look past it. FaZe versus Thieves, went to game 5 last weekend. You got to think Sim's going to perform better today. I think that might go to the distance.
You said it, and out for blood, and I hope you folks aren't squeamish because a lot of bloodshed today on the screens. We're heading to a quick break. When we come back,
is Navy and the special operators.
Caramba, soltou começou antes do tempo. A live de ontem teve uns problemas técnicos lá na gravação deles. Ela travava a imagem. Para que hoje não esteja esse problema de travamento. Tem que corrigir. Voltando atrás do vídeo.
Is this the end of the newly formed LA Thieves?
Knocked down, never got back up.
A mismatched super team. Then we picked it up.
The LA Thieves are your minor one champions.
A easy answer.
Olha, Los Angeles pegando a Miner.
Verdicts in. LA Thieves never left.
E a Major 3 levou Los Angeles. Então, olha só. Paris Gentleman ganhou primeiro. A Major 1. Major 2 levou Las Vegas. A Miner levou Los Angeles. E Texas levou a Major 3. Agora falei bem, né? Vamos ver agora, né?
Hello folks, and welcome back to Minor 2 Championship Sunday. And as you can see, we have a few fun things in the studio right now because it's the start of summer. Although myself and Ali are dressed for a funeral.
Vegas, Los Angeles, Texas.
What we lost yesterday, which was Ant's potential go-to.
And it almost got away from them. It really requires huge individual efforts. Some of them right now, particularly in the game 5 out of 04. You know, the end of the hard point on the comeback, they were down, I think it was 215 to 170. And yeah, you can see I was so happy to keep mine here. But shout out to 4. The individual efforts got them through it today. Individual efforts will not be enough versus LA Thieves. Has to be a team.
It has to be teamwork. Team efficiency is
Los
so
Angeles
important
leva.
because when you think of efficiency right now and you think of overall dominance, you think of LA Thieves. And we had actually a conversation yesterday about
Los Angeles estão muito forte.
Optic being the favorites. No, it could be LA Thieves here, Ali. They are looking unbelievable across almost every single category that you could ask for out of the team here.
I mean, they're playing fantastic this weekend. I mean, we don't talk about player KDs that much because it kind of does feel like right now at this point in the league, a lot of players are just pulling their weight. But this weekend alone on LA Thieves, Neum is giving you a 1.5 in S&D right now, and they are the best S&D team technically left statistically in this weekend, and that's going to give them a huge edge
Las Vegas
specifically
caiu
the
muito
Vegas
depois de ganhar
that's where they have been finding some struggles, and I do really want to set up kind of the storylines here. You know, the Monster Energy pregame is, you know, they won 9 of their last 10 series, and their last loss
E Paris Gentleman tinha caído bastante, mas ontem mostrou
really
A
close.
mudança
There's not really a game mode that either dominates
no
the other one,
time
which is what you would traditionally
foi
see
positiva.
with two top teams like this. The only difference has been in game
times. It's actually 4-3 in FaZe's favor. And when you look back, after, you talked about the search and stuff, when you look back at that last match they had, they lost both the S&Ds to the LA Thieves. A lot of those rounds, though, came down to like 1v1s, Neum getting the better of Sim.
A Busa tá pensando ali em uma coisa, hein?
That, FaZe had their eyes on, but just lost them for a second.
Ó,
Right?
tem
So those
três
are
ali no
quick
time.
adjustments.
1, 2,
And when you look at the
1, 2,
last two
3,
S&Ds we
falta
just
1.
saw at FaZe,
Onde
they
ele tá?
addressed some of their mid-round
Último.
issues, and 04 was streaking. So I think if you bring that same type of mentality into today, obviously watching the VOD from the series you had last week, this is a true pick-em for me, a straight-up 50-50. I think we go the distance.
And a really big angle I want to take here in those two S&Ds that we are playing, Hacienda and Sake, both of those maps need to be added to both of these teams' map
Então, esse
pools.
aqui
So this is also
leva
going
Los
to be
Angeles.
huge just in the top
Certeza
team
absoluta.
conversation in general if they're able to come into Paris with some comfortability on either the map 2 or 5.
All right,
Either
well, you
side.
know what time
The
it is, guys.
Texas
The home are also
versus,
joining in on those two. But it's over to our
Paris
two
Gentlemen.
casters now.
Leva
And for the
Texas.
first time this weekend. What's up, boys?
What
It's
up?
so good to see
What's
you
up,
guys.
sis? What's up,
Study,
LVP?
Shift, how have you been? And also enjoy the first match of Sunday.
Oh, we're ready. We're so ready. 3 maps that FaZe have yet to play competitively. But Jay, I was just kind of looking back to this. This head-to-head tied in overall map count, 15 maps to 15 maps. It's only gone, or it hasn't gone more than 4 once. It's been 1-3-0 between these two teams. So I've got a feeling that Ant is absolutely right, that we're going to see something that probably extends at least to 4, if not 5.
Oh, yeah, I would expect that, man, because when you got superstars from left to right on that main stage, you best believe they're going to put on one hell of a show. They've been doing it all season long, like you said, my friend. You start off the year with 3-0s back and forth, but then FaZe dominate the mid.
Ó, eles falaram que vai estar no mapa 5, hein?
Is when you get to the
Vamos
major
ver.
point, because that's when the meta change happens. That's when LA Thieves are now
Mas vai ser de
that
tudo.
all-star team that we were
No
expecting
quinto
from
mapa.
the beginning of the season. They have been making those runs, especially towards the later half of the season, to make up the numbers versus this squad.
It's been an unbelievable affair between both these two teams, and how fitting that we just...
E lembrando amanhã,
Take so much space away in such a short time.
Yeah, it's been interesting. We saw this a lot in Challengers this last week as well. Just a lot of teams
Higiene
figuring out
Fan
that some of
Fest.
these high ground positions are not as
No
treacherous
canal,
as
hein?
little players spawning close. Get a little 4v3 for
do
this
Summer
break
Game
for
Fest.
Thieves.
Yeah, this is a tight
É,
set.
parte do Summer Game Fest.
They are
É.
reading it to perfection because they know Thieves have the backside. So how do we fight this to the best of our ability? Set up these crossfires. Abusa is able to line
Logo em
up.
seguida,
You go 2
temos
for 2 if you are scrap, but now the spawns flip, FaZe
a Liga
shut down that
Major
first push, and now this is looking like a
3,
70-2.
Brasil Major 4, semana 2. Seguido por nada mais nada menos
Smart route from 04 there.
que o grande torneio
The driveway moves the spawns around, and Thieves, who looked like they were going to be set up, or at least to get the
Especial
spawns first to P2, are still only on 2
da Steam.
seconds worth of time.
Pessoal da Steam.
Opportunity to try to finesse the
Steam
back,
Fan
but
Fest.
04's on 4 in a row. Looking for more, actually wants to push up towards Neum's direction. Stun will hold him
E
in place.
muito mais, então essa semana inteira vai ter muita festa.
Pressure towards rotation to new. It's just that Thieves are finally starting to heat things up and locking things down.
Já vem, galera.
They wanna
Vou
just at least put some pressure on
fazer minha
potentially
barba.
spawning behind enemy lines. But thankfully, as soon as you spawn a few more Hydra, that new hell pops. So this is the response that Thieves desperately need to find in this game, but they're not finding kills off the rotation. 2 in favor of FaZe already. Simp is not having that kind of performance he did yesterday. They are running away with this Hacienda very early.
Yeah, it's a really good break coming through for FaZe. Get on rotation, being able to at least block spawns around through office. If not, get a couple of key wins to get some spawns of your own. And still, it's just one of those maps that you feel like FaZe just have had firm control of from start to finish. Even when things don't look great, they're making the right reads, making the right plays. Now the next hit, maybe the final hit here for Thieves. Trying to make its way over through well, but once again, 04, perfect timing on this cutoff. It's going to get a couple of freebies, but may not even be needed. Only needs to grab 1. Nobody for FaZe will fall, and we've got 105-7 going over to P4.
Yeah, and I promise you, the score is only going to get worse if they have themselves a hellstorm. So if you are FaZe who can currently do no wrong, Gunny's hot, the communication got to be even hotter.
Yeah, I'm fucking. I'll team open. Yeah, could be closed, alright? I'll play open. I'll play left. Open. Dark. One shot, block me. Run back. Dark.
Scraps gonna be open late. Scraps gonna be open late.
Okay. I'm on the flash too. Dark.
I'll play dark.
Jump on time.
Hey, dark.
I'll play time. Play fire. One shot time.
Nice.
Go.
Well, I mean, obviously, great first rotation for FaZe, but you got to give some credit here to Thieves. Good time finishing off that rock hard point and doing a really nice job controlling the tempo over the middle of the map here, even though you do have to consider that Simp does have a Hellstorm to play with.
Yeah, that's something that you're not going to be thinking about, at least for now, because you know it's not going to be impactful for P1, and especially not the P2. Realistically, you don't want to use that until you get back over to that rocket if you are Simp, but you still have a comfortable lead to contest this all the way to the very end. You know Thieves are desperately trying to have the P2 go their way instead of the opposite this go around. So Neum trying to value his life towards the back, but he's getting pushed out. FaZe has him surrounded, and he's playing it so beautifully until Drazah wins that one. FaZe win the rotation anew.
Yeah, Andraza gets a second. That will limit this rotation pressure-wise. Around the back for Thieves, going to instead hit the mid cutoff, largely knowing that someone's going to be anchoring in the back, so why not just isolate the player in the hill? But you can't. 0-4, huge double around the back. Neum's able to at least put some pressure on the spawns, but the pickup and the trade is there. FaZe once again coming away absolutely crispy, looking solid here through P2. 40 seconds to fight, and Thieves are known that they are spawning over through driveway side.
Yeah, these have the back spawns now. Can we get in towards the time? Every single time they initiate the gunfights, they're losing that first wave. And this is allowing FaZe to just continuously trade on after. So in the final 25, it's the young gun and rookie. And Neum locating 3. Back spawn, and that was the second rotation of P2. Every other HP, they're not allowing them any breathing room. They are always finding that first kill. And that's just allowing them to consistently keep the numbers their way. Still a 70-point difference if you are Thieves. This has been a great hold to sort of get yourself back into it, but this is why Simp had to start the way that he did. Hellstorm for that P4 is the safety net.
Absolutely the case. Simp just trying to dance in and out of the hard point. He's got teammates spawning nearby, so no reason not to try to bully out Scrap. And now the Hellstorm, as you call, will be used to try to open up this rotation towards Rock. Trying to hold it off will be Neum on one side, aBeZy on another. Hydra's just going to try to play the timing to stay alive. Drazah finds the first through P2. Hydra will fall by the Hellstorm. Now it's just down to Neum, the last one standing, but he's good for the opener, and he's got a pretty solid read on where FaZe are coming from. He's going to have some help here, too. Can he keep his life? No, not quite. From the backside over through Checkers. It's up to Hydra, but nothing there either. But aBeZy, he goes unchecked. Spawns will move around. aBeZy gets 3, and Thieves will still survive the rotation.
Yeah, and aBeZy, he's had 2 different pop-off moments at the same exact hard point, giving his team a lifeline. Now only a 60-point difference. You no longer need to worry about the Hellstorm, and you have all the angles being covered. The teamwork starting to be on display here for LA as they're starting this comeback.
Still down 50. FaZe running out a little bit of breathing room, but that double from Simp changes things just a touch. But aBeZy, over towards Spiral. Thought he had Drazah dead to rights, but a lot of that, it really was soaked up by the banister. So FaZe will have rotation to 1 to start. And they're going to get closer and closer to that 200-point threshold, really putting the, I would say, the pressure point onto Thieves here. They need to find the wins.
Yeah, and as soon as Scrap finds that first kill, Neum's getting the indication it's time for me to go. Calls a distraction on the opposite side, but FaZe ready and waiting for that play to the shots from Neum.
aBeZy's nade will land, and he follows up with the M15 for one more. Hydra will drop 230 to 171. I don't know if you get that last tick. They'll be close for FaZe, but Thieves are going to have to put the pressure on and try to get the contest.
Yeah, I think if you are the Thieves, you 100% are playing like they get this final tick, and thankfully you got an aBeZy who's not going to allow them to win condition here at the P2 anymore. So if you are LA, don't die off the roto. You have 3 players, make it all 4, going to be set up around that mid-map area. Be prepared for the first fruit from FaZe, because they can work with the leader's advantage on so many deep routes.
Yeah, we've seen Thieves win rotation a couple of different times this map, but they have yet to put together, I would say, 40 plus on any particular hard point. So you have to hold something you have not done to this point. It's a good start here. 185, 243, all 4 will drop. 0-4 with the rest of FaZe spawning towards well, or thinking about trying to play from the front, but Simp's going to take a route up towards mid.
Just trying to find the opening. Frag's able to connect, and 0-4's able to find a trade onto Scrap, but still the pressure is here, and Thieves are ready and waiting. Hydra with the crossfires through mid connector is keeping them away, and for right now, Thieves are starting to strike. Only 20 points remaining at this P3, but it's going to be off the rotation. Once you can no longer lose here, start thinking about new.
Problem is, you've got FaZe spawning close. They could make the decision to try to win it here if they want to, but a couple of nice kills from Neum come out. aBeZy up and over. You need to try to trade him out. aBeZy from the back will find it, no problem. And there's that rotation you called for. 3 players for FaZe going to get there first, but the Thieves are not far behind. You got to get these openers. Scrap able to find them first. Contest is immediately going to come through. Drazah in the corner, caught with the nade out. 3 down for Thieves. Drazah gets 1 from the grave, but aBeZy has to wait.
And there's no Hellstorm for FaZe, so now you got to work on these routes. You're trying to find the opening kill, but we have to locate where these SMG players are. aBeZy lines up a double, only a 20-point difference. Thieves shut down the first wave.
Water route from 04, read by Neum. 231, 244. Split spawn starting to come through, but Scrap gets the round to aBeZy. Now your focus can start to be at the front. Can you get these wins? Scrap is trying to chase out a kill, but it's not going to happen. Keep your eye on Hydra on the backside of the play. Trying to be a nuisance. We've got a tie game. Pistol out. Hydra's able to find 1 and 2. 04 will drop. What a comeback for Thieves in map number 1. They'll strike first.
It ain't over until it's over. And the team who has been winning everything in the last 30 days understand what we need to do to close out the game. There wasn't a Hellstorm in sight that even assisted them to give them a better chance there. It was strictly all Gunny and teamwork from LA. Multiple times, aBeZy bailed them out though. Two different team points. He finds 3 kills after 3 kills. Then off the rotation, that's the guy followed up by Scrap with the pressure through mid-cut to just keep on pushing them back. But that is why you make the addition of a player like aBeZy. You understand, like, FaZe last year loved playing Hacienda. aBeZy was on that team too. And when he started to get loose, when he started to get into that flow state, you just cannot keep track of him for such a long time. FaZe breakdown and map number 1 in LA. Gotta be feeling so good for the first time that they play Hacienda this season.
Absolutely, brother. And I think you could really go back to when this rotation to Rock starts, because FaZe are there first, but the problem was they had no one playing through the middle of the map. All 3 players rotate from this outer boathouse position to get into the hard point. They never get a look. And if anyone from Thieves are cutting across through art or top windows through the open hallway, and then that natural 2-2 pinch starts to come through after the first blood from Scrap gets connected on. And obviously after that, it's just kind of, you know, mixy chaos, aBeZy creating space. He gets a couple of kills, and all of a sudden, you know, FaZe are going to spawn behind you. Scrap gets that individual pick. It's just the spawn manipulation after that point was beautiful from Thieves, but you kind of look at both sides of the rotation from Thieves was very well designed, but FaZe trying to read it, we're really never in a spot to get eyes on where exactly the teams are rotating from. Unreal stuff. So now the Sake Search and Destroy comes up next. Thieves round 11 win versus G2 Minnesota most recently for FaZe. Another one of those maps in this series that they have yet to touch. And yeah, I think we've really started to learn a lot about this map. I think kind of initially seeing it from the Falcons' point of view, how they were able to kind of manipulate the map defensively. Really, really beautiful. The problem has been trying to get some through the hoop that much higher above Super, but you got to keep in mind, Super's doing a lot of that with a sniper rifle. So yeah. For Scrap, it's one of those things that AR hits different. Not too far down, though, is aBeZy, who's doing the same thing at 60, but nearly 1% of his own right.
Yeah, but just like the difference from 77 kills to 108. Keep in mind, this guy used to snipe for the team, but no, he gave it to the rookie now. So he's doing it strictly with the M15. The super aggressive as the island player and never gonna shy away from a chow. And he's been, without a doubt, a big difference to their search and destroy, because you would expect, you know, players like Hydra, players like aBeZy to be the kings of the first blood. But if your AR setting the tone, oh, SMGs, you can run around for free. I got you.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, fist bumps are out. So we've got the frame up here. Offensively, this map has been difficult for a lot of teams to figure out. FaZe have yet to play it. For the other side, LA, like we talk about, round 11 affair versus G2 very recently. That was their only attempt on the map to this point. But we also saw kind of the guess who in the opening pre-segment. Lots of questions about Neum and what he's been able to put together. And so far in Search and Destroy, he has been unbelievable. 1.5, 60% opening duel win percentage just in this stage alone. So talk about rookie of the year potential. Yeah, just based on how the team has been playing lately and how he's been able to assist in that. Feels like he's at the top of the conversation point. We'll see if he will continue to be that as we jump into the Sake opening offense for Thieves.
See how they set this one up, because a lot of those opening rounds yesterday was slow and steady wins the race, but we're just gonna set the pressure early into this round. All out smoke right through the middle of the map. Hydra gets the first blood. 04 is gonna be spotted, but wins the gunfight out to Scrap, but still the numbers in favor of LA.
Yeah, that's so good. You smoke the main entryway, you double focus window, and then you rotate back over to where your nades were either landing or not landing over towards A. But aBeZy putting the pressure on the opposite side of the map, has Thieves reeling just a touch. aBeZy looking for the pick, not going to find a proper opportunity to do that. And now it's just down to, can he actually join Hydra, who is way through on the other side of the map?
Yeah, BZ has info on the both players, though, so he's not going to put himself in position to ego chow. He's just going to give the comp to Hydra, get that bomb planted. They're both on the opposite side. So now 40 seconds to work with Abuza v Simp versus Hydra and Abizi.
Oh, this could just come down to timing. Hydra kind of has to watch two things at once. Abizi is more playing off of the rotation, which he will not know at the moment, is already gone. It's a P2 setup right now for FaZe on this retake. Hydra's going to catch information on one shot coming through. Abizi throwing his shoulder. Good damage comes out, but you have to keep your eye on the bomb in particular. So now the rewrap. Nade comes out. Abuza is going to hop on to start the defuse. Oh, the defensive nade not quite effective. Abuza was able to step on it. Not quick enough. Abizi pushes out, finds the trade and the second for the 1v2.
Yeah, and that's just FaZe throwing them off guard off of every rep that they have seen so far on the weekend for Sake. Just being the aggressors. Not going to allow your sniper to have any impact. Not going to allow you to even think about what we've thrown at you to make a counter. You instantly push through the smoke grenade, get the first blood, and then just so well played out of Abizi once it turns into a 2v2 because he has all the info onto both players. Tells your teammate in Hydra, get the bomb planted, and the beta switch is good enough because you know when Abuza's that far pushed up, going for that chow, they most likely have to be sticking that defuse. So you read it to perfection if you're Tyler. 1-0 for LA.
Quick battle over through kegs. 0-4 bounced out. Abizi right there to meet him. And Thieves looking clean here. Going to find the first 3 kills before we even hit like the 15-second mark of this round. Abuza in trouble. Not much space to work with. He will drop by bridge and Thieves are running away with this opening. And Sake.
Yeah, I feel like LA have just been getting the better of FaZe a lot recently in Search and Destroy because they understand what they like to do. FaZe have always been one of those teams who have a slow start to a Search and Destroy and rely heavily on those mid-round adjustments. But if you aren't giving them any time to even think about their early round setups for a map that they have yet to play, yeah, FaZe without a doubt are in an uncomfortable position. And if these continue to play like this, I don't know if we're ever going to see FaZe play Sake again.
Yeah. I mean, this has been about as good as it gets. Still early, but only tallying 3 kills so far for FaZe does not feel great. Stun check down towards steps, not going to connect. Thieves changing up their approach. Good defensive stun working its way through bottom pit. That will connect. So now all of a sudden FaZe have a bit of an advantage stacking their defense on this position, and follow-up nades will connect onto Scrap, but there is a trade, and EM able to find 0-4 getting aggressive 3v3.
Yeah, a little too fast right there is 0-4. Because you get that first blood, you're thinking, all right, all the attention has to be on that side. But he works the pitch and instantly falls. So still a 3v3. Abuza is going to miss the shot, but information gathered on the side of LA. Going to rotate it through rocks.
Snipe out. Ooh, Abuza, uncharacteristic miss. Has to go to the pistol, being pressured on both sides of this big rock. And he's got no one there to help him. Timing though for Simp around the back, able to find some damage with Draza. Abizi looking for another 1v2. Shoulder comes out off the reach, and Abizi! Oh my goodness! He just keeps on giving it to him. Unbelievable.
But you need to have the teamwork. That's cool and all, but there's also an ME in the word team, and that's what Abizi is just doing, taking over by himself. 6-0 start, another 1v2 clutch, phenomenal shoulders, phenomenal movement. He gets that round done for his squad. That is 2 offenses secured on a map like Sake, where we have barely seen a lot of offenses be won. Ballet are just on a different level.
Unreal. 3-0 the count. And BZ looking for one more potential for the Hellstorm. Lots of damage in. Cannot confirm the kill. Hydra maybe trying to tally up an assist for him, but I'm sure everyone's back to full HP here. So opening skirmish keeps everyone alive, but Thieves have a couple of the key positions on the map.
Just they keep on pushing them back. If you're FaZe, you want to get past that 50-yard line as fast as you possibly can, but you keep instantly getting shut down in the first 5 seconds. You have to relocate, and that's what set it up the other SMGs. First blood still traded, but Abizi gets caught in numbers in favor of FaZe.
Oh, and there's a follow-up there to the Zaza duo isolate onto Scrap. And it'll be left to Hydra for a 1v3. Bomb going to be planted here at A. Abuza watching the back. Simp setting up his post plant that same direction. And Draza will be the one trusted to watch from the front. And with an NPC, this will be a very difficult retake opportunity for Hydra.
Especially on this A site. So many different angles you watch it in towards the warehouse, but he's able to find the first kill clean. Smoke grenade still in the back pocket to cause a little bit of a distraction. And fall to both players, 1v1.
20 seconds on the clock. He's going to have to go quickly. And Hydra's going to reroute back to the backside of P2 stairs, able to find the information. Shots are through. Oh my God, Hydra for a 1v3. Unbelievable. It just doesn't stop. 2 1v2s from aBeZy. And now the icing on the cake, Hydra deals with all of it himself.
Yeah, FaZe are just getting checked out at this point now. A breakdown in map 1. A 1v3 on a bomb site where it seems to be unbreakable when you have the numbers. But you give him one-on-one gunfight after one-on-one gunfight. And this is just uncharacteristic out of FaZe. Reacts to try to scrap. Yeah, he understands Hydra, you just did them dirty. Give him the ace. Thieves up 4-0.
Unreal. Now Hydra's looking for the heat check. aBeZy right there with him. And it'll be a 3-for-1 exchange. Last one left. Simp down low. Shots from aBeZy are unbelievable, but Simp cannot get away. And yeah, Jay, I think you're right. This is like checkout city after the breakdown of map number 1. This has been perfection from Thieves.
Yeah, this is tough, man. I heard aBeZy say it in his interview yesterday. It doesn't matter what situation they find themselves in. They always believe they can fight back into this series, but just the way that this one has so far been going down. You're giving up a lot of clutches to the best S&D team in the game, but you're just looking out of sync, man. Teamwork is what made the dream work for FaZe, especially when they hosted that Major 2 trophy. But just not doing things together is allowing Thieves to be at game point very quickly.
Absolutely. 5-0. How do you even try to make a move from here? Scripe have some opening shots towards top bar. FaZe kind of trying to feel things out at the moment, but are now going to look for a little bit of an earlier stack over towards A. The Vidraza and 04 that are trying to open up the space, but there's just no space to be found. That's going to be probably GG 4v2, and you got Thieves already pushing up the map.
And it's just the teamwork. Scrap knocked down to 21 HP. No need to commit. Hydra's going to be able to clean that one up, and it's a 1v4 left up to aBeZy.
Good second shot to the Hydra, but doesn't make a difference. Thieves absolutely run it down. Sorry, run it up is the motto. But unbelievable regardless. I mean, initially you get into this and yeah, okay, Thieves are up 2-0. It's a 1v2 from aBeZy, but one player is in the midst of playing off the objective. Like, it really is just a 1v1 win and then a follow-up, no big deal. The second one, obviously a little bit more impressive. And then a 1v3, it's just like, as soon as you start to get into that grinder, it just feels like there's no getting back. And you lose control of the map, you lose control of the tempo, you're getting clutched on. You see the first blood battle, also an unbelievable tally. I mean, we talked about Scrap being kind of the first blood percentage that leads Thieves, but the SMGs here just absolute domination.
Yeah, they just didn't allow FaZe to think at all. They spawned into the map for the very first time. Obviously, if you are FaZe, you're never going to spawn into a search and destroy unprepared, but Thieves didn't give you an opportunity to do anything that you probably worked on in practice with their aggression. They came off the rip of that game with no trophy systems, a smoke grenade right at the B site, SMGs just fly on through. You're instantly putting FaZe in an uncomfortable position, and this is where it has been the difference between these two teams in the last couple of months, has been the search and destroy. FaZe have without a doubt been one of the best S&D teams, have some of the best S&D players to ever walk the planet, but Thieves in this NPC meta are not to be messed with, and they keep on running them over in that game mode.
Absolutely the case, and to possibly make matters worse, as Scar Overload comes up next, and Thieves are sitting there just like, all right, thank you so much, we appreciate that. 10-3 on the map mode combo. Can they 3-0 this semifinal in less than 30 minutes? Very well, maybe. We're close to that. We'll see how things unfold when we come back after the break.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World Cup this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
No, he's mid desk, laying down mid desk. The long desk, snaking the long desk.
Nice play. Good
Let's go, Clay. Let's go, Clay.
Ran at him, bro.
Yeah, you should have with the Vaz for sure.
All good.
Can't win it on the point. Scrap and the boys get it done.
Back on the f***ing desk, Clay. Back on the f***ing desk.
You're f***ing dog shit, kid. How did
Lock in. Oh my God, it's a f***ing bang out. And that's the round.
Nice joke.
Cracked.
Bro, that a completely whiff in the first.
Again.
Well,
I had
he gets
to.
2.
And that's the beauty.
And I had 3 people one shot, so like
that's good
Joe,
right there.
Eves
Someone making hero play.
far.
One break. No.
You gotta get these over. Scrap able to find the first contestant. Is immediately gonna come through.
No.
Draws it.
No.
No. 3 down for Thieves. Draws against one.
Oh my God, Abeezy's going crazy. Abeezy's going crazy. Water out.
Shut down the first wave.
He's looking at it. He's looking at it.
What? 231.
Look at this. Finessing bottom. Oh my God. Oh my God.
Oh my God.
That's a series right there. That was a breakdown.
The Methods just said that's the series right there?
Yeah. Yeah.
That's a
You
calm
lose like
right
that. You lose like that, you're most likely gonna lose the series.
Sheesh. That's that simple, apparently. As simple as less than what we just saw right there. But it's still 2-0 to Thieves right now after the major comeback back number 1. It's just clean BTA search action on map number 2, 6-0. Now the Scar Overload comes up next. And to be fair, for both of these two squads playing up against each other, they have played across every single map. And it's been very close overall, but it's also not just close in overall win record, Jay. It's also close in how these teams have been scoring in terms of average goals per game over the last month.
Yeah, these guys are putting it in the goalie. They're getting their tallies up. They're giving themselves the best chances of winning. But even if you're gonna get all these scores, sometimes we got to get some kills to go with it, man. LA recently in their overload. I don't know if you watched it yesterday, Al, but I've never seen a more perfect gameplay than yesterday. They scored 3 captures in 40 seconds. Not a single player dies in 40 seconds. And then even when they're in the heavy position to get the capture, they're not rushing it. They're making you wrap back to take care of them so they can still take that map control to relay another capture. The teamwork on full display from LA in this mode without a doubt, man. Because they got the best overload player in the game and a rookie. Like, Negan is unbelievable in this mode.
No, it's so true. And it's also just one of those things, too, we kind of talk about when you look at the head-to-head matchup, and it's hard, I think, just to pick one particular map over another in overload between both of these two teams, but it just feels like Thieves have a little bit of a natural advantage taking away the exposure, and then you're saying, okay, do you want to play us on Ardennes where we're solid? We played, obviously, like you said, yesterday, unbelievable, or do you want to play us here on Scar? And apparently we will get the Scar, which you look at the last 5 results and kind of the same stories tell themselves here too, Jay. I mean, in particular, you're just looking across a variety of the map pool and it's over 4 scores in every single win that they put together. So they're doing the dirty work in all the right ways.
Yeah, and this is all after the NPC meta change, allowing Abeezy and Hydra, sometimes even Neum, to whip out that shotgun when they put themselves in positions towards blue or green, and just cause you problems when you're coming off of the respawn. LA have way too much firepower, and what we saw in the first 2 maps, also a lot of aggression to go with it. So FaZe, you need to quickly kill their momentum early on and get that first score to push them back.
Well, already some space for Neum to work with as he's found the opening nade. Scrap. Damage out over towards the back Jeep, but can't find the kill, and Hydra will drop. So opening push through looked like it was going to work out for Thieves, but instead it's FaZe who do control the majority of the map at the moment.
Now just looking for that next layer so they can retrieve the EMP and start to push it on forward, but it's Scrap and Hydra already finding 2 kills, make it 3. So you have all out pressure through White Wall. This is what I was saying with those NPCs getting in this kind of position. You're coming off spawn if you are FaZe. You're saying, which direction do I need to look? And hopefully I choose correctly.
Yep. Well, so far, both SMGs will drop. Scrap had a little bit of difficulty dealing with one player at mid and Market. So even though he's got the EMP in hand, he is all by himself at the moment. FaZe is trying to congest the map in every single form. 04 already working on a route around the back. he will be shut down. EMP still in hand for Scrap for a small moment, but all of a sudden FaZe pushing forward. It just comes down to, can they create a route from Simp here through mid-map? May not get a chance to, because Abuza is going to get pressured through. Neum finds 2, and Thieves will stabilize their defense.
And it's always the most important kill in that 4v4 engagement when the first player that falls is the EMP carrier, because everyone else is just trying to lead block, trying to create an opening lane so you can run and potentially get that score. But it was Neum who located that one-on-one gunfight and now slows down FaZe, but they can still potentially get one in.
Yeah.
Just you don't win any fights after that. So the stop comes in for LA, and now all the map control also.
Yeah, it's one of those moments that you kind of feel obligated to give it a try because of how far forward you are. Plus, you have a couple of staggered spawns, but the defense collects itself nicely. Lapizi still keeping the pressure out over towards the FaZe spawns. Hydra working with him, but no one has a chance to grab the EMP. So once again, FaZe come off spawn. Could get a little bit more presence on this defensive setup around the main portion of this EMP, but Neum finds a couple of kills. EMP resets back to mid, but you've got Scrap still holding down fences. Neum still spawning over towards the top, and that's going to be enough for Hydra to grab, try to go. He gets the pistol win, but the crossing angle from Draza stops it once more. Not done yet. Nice nade behind it. That might be enough as 0-4 and the rest of FaZe are back into position to collect the spike.
That is such a beautiful goal line stop there from FaZe. It took everyone to provide their 25 cents. Stuns and nades, everything over the top, but still, when you're fighting on the bad side and you get that goal line stop, you're still gonna be trapped into your spawn. Close spawns for the SMGs on the opposite side instantly allowed them to put on that pressure for the first score out of LA. And now with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to work with, you are gonna be taking a deep breath trying to work out of your base.
Well, Simp gives you 2. Hydra, great finesse in that last life, collecting the EMP and still finding a way to manipulate and show force on one side of the FaZe spawn and then score on the other. Scrap EMP in hand, still holding on towards the field side. 0-4 right in position to try to hold through P1. Draza gets the opener. Scrap doesn't love the look of that, but he's got nowhere else to go. So it's just down to what Abizi and Neum could find to try to hold off the FaZe approach, and they will find a couple of kills to stall things out in a minute 45 on the clock.
Yeah, they're just keeping the EMP right in front of them. You know, even if it resets, it's going to spawn over towards plane, but now we have the indication that all the FaZe is going to be stacking through the middle of the map, so you might as well get a run for it. Does get shut down though, and now Neum, I don't know if he has any bullets left in his M15. Was required to use the Jaeger, gets taken down, and now only a minute 30 left to work with. If you are FaZe, even though you're down 0-1, you are on bad side. They've been able to manage a lot of this because it could be a totally different score.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's been 2 absolutely crucial defensive stands for FaZe at this point. Still plenty of round to play with here for both teams. And you've got Simp, top green. That's a problem. He's going to find a couple of kills. Scrap just trying to guard the EMP. He does an unbelievable job to get 2. Teammates spawning through Motel, have to try to watch the cross. Shots from Abizi are good. He'll find 0-4, and now it's just down to, do we even want to bother with Simp, or do we want to try to put the pressure over towards the FaZe spawns?
Yeah, they're just forgetting about him, at least for now. Simp is just needing his teammates to find a couple kills so he can play for the spawners, but he wastes so much time, eventually he has to try to make a play. 40 seconds still remaining on the half. LA starting to approach through mid Delhi. You already have Hydra getting by. So you got to wait for him to sneak up on this flank before you make the execution.
But Abizi just doesn't even bother. He just starts to hit. He's got all the space in front of him. Hydra didn't even need to find a kill. All he needed to do is move the spawns around. 24 seconds. EMP will spawn over towards Motel side. 0-4, the first one forward for FaZe. A couple of the kills will come through. Opportunity here as Draws will be the one to try to grab this, but as 0-4 drops, you need a couple of lead blockers, and I would say maybe fortunately, Simp and Abuza were playing at the spawn off mid, but one will drop. Kills for Thieves looking good, and now it's down to, can you chase the EMP to potentially get the overtime into your hands? Hydra was thinking about it, but never got an opportunity, and FaZe will instead get the extra 30.
Yeah, they're gonna try to execute a final push in to potentially get their first score, but just the opening kills aren't going their way. You're still trapped in towards blue. It's already 10 seconds down. Draza trying to choose the right angle to attack, and you do win the gunfight over through Motel, but still all out pressure from the opposite side out of LA. So start off the half on good side. LA do go up 2-0, but like I said, FaZe, you're not going to be too mad about it because you had a lot of fantastic goal line stops, and there was also a bunch of situations where all you realistically needed to do was find 1 kill. Could have been a difference maker or potentially some scores, but LA going to the half up 2.
Yeah, I don't think either team is going to look at that first half and be like, that's too bad. Like, I feel like Thieves are probably looking at their scoring chances and saying that we converted where we probably should have. FaZe, couple of nice goal line stands, happy to not be down more than they are, but still, nonetheless, pressure is on to still execute on this second half now for FaZe. So this break off, extremely important. See how quickly you can get this deficit down to 1 and kind of keep yourself out of that position of, uh-oh, we're in trouble. We got to fight the clock now against the score. And the opening battle, at least mostly through middle, will be exchanged evenly. 04 continues to keep it that way. But FaZe working for that mid-map control. Let's jump over and see how FaZe are coming in this moment.
Under green on left, going left. Just showing left. I'm pretty defense. Half. Ball's pretty far. It's fine. They're gonna be left. on you. They're gonna be left on you. He's up mid. So deep right. From the dead end. Okay. Alright. How we left? I'm not playing. Portal waiting. One is speed. I don't see anything. Nothing. Our wood. I'm out. One shot. Deep. That's a big kill. Hey, try grab. Top blue first guy to the left. I'm one shot. P1 up. P1 fast. Left side P1. Take it. I'll take it right. Take it now, Paco. Take it. We should go. Train. I left it. Top crane. He's gonna camp. That's fine. Yeah, thank you. I'm up in your mid tackle. Deep on me. Yeah, he's deep back left tank. Deep left. Take it. He's bow out there. See him. Give me back left corner. You're gonna be good then. I'm gonna watch your mid. Don't take it. Take it. Back up. They're ready. I'm up it. Let's take it. One B5 and left. B5 charge. Every time playing. One shot. After that, nice. Go together. Can we close ready? Top guys, okay? Take it up. I'm ready on you. I don't see him. He ran him. Take it, Paco. Top move really weak. In the window. We need a B plus. Yeah, I'm playing out. I'll give it late. I need time.
Yeah, I mean, realistically, this is like the visual energy of like World War I trench warfare. You're getting inches here and there, but it's costing you so much. If you're FaZe, they just can never keep more than 2 players alive to generate a scoring chance.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because the leader's advantage that Thieves have them allowing themselves to play a certain way, and it's just not going to lead to very comfortable plays out of FaZe. Every single time they try to push on up, there's a player camping a corner, just not taking calculated risks. And even their score before we jumped to the listening was unbelievable out of Hydra. He didn't even have to strike for many kills that lead to that score. Just valuing his life in the very crucial spot gives you an extra score. Okay. Now with only 2 minutes left, FaZe finally have their first opportunity to get a tally.
Should be able to off of this, but no, aBeZy off spawns able to find one. Drazah can't get back to the EMP. What a finesse from Neum, and what a pop-up moment from aBeZy again. Huge double. FaZe stuffed at the goal line once more. 04 try to create some space here over through Satellite, but the EMP is already running forward at 1:40 on the clock. Getting 3 scores feels like a near impossibility considering how this map has gone to this point.
Yeah, because these aren't giving up the map control for free. Now, 1:30, you need to start being perfect if you are FaZe. Potentially to start this reverse sweep, but every single time you get a kill, Thieves have one in response. It's always going to be Neum as he locates another one with the NPC. 4 in a row, and now you got to retrack over towards plane.
And this just feels so claustrophobic right now. If you're FaZe, you've got no mid-map control. Simp is trying to work on that. You're not getting any success shutting down the player up top at window. Force is trying to force something and will be able to get one through the threshold. So we're not done yet. 60 seconds on the clock. FaZe are trying to recover back over towards Sat side. Scrap able to deal with 04, and he's still alive and kicking. Eventually traded out, but here come Thieves off the respawn. aBeZy got to get back in bounds, not quite able to, but the pistol shutdown is there. Hydra not able to find the follow-up, but there's a spawn for Scrap, and that will stop the second score and give the EMP to Thieves.
And now with only 40 seconds left, you have to have your foot on the gas if you are FaZe. You cannot allow them to dictate how long they're going to have this EMP in their possession. You got to send it. You got to win some gunfights, and you just simply cannot trade Neum. 35 and 22. He keeps on going above and beyond in this game mode. And yeah, there's no doubt, no question, Rookie of the Year. He's on your screen right here.
Unreal, dude. Unbelievable story. aBeZy will be shut down. EMP, maybe a chance to score here, but Scrap is in your way. Shutdown is in play, and there will be an opportunity to score, but The time allotted to try to get this EMP back up will be very, very close. You're on top of it if your draw's up, but no, not going to be able to get it. I was going to say, I didn't know if it was in before the 10-second mark or not. Not the case. 3-0 Thieves. Mercy.
What'd you say before this series started out? Usually doesn't end in 3.
Nope.
They manage to every single time go 4, but when Thieves are looking this good in every single mode, yeah, there's no doubt. This is the reason why they just hosted the trophy not too long ago. Outstanding in the hard point. Didn't rely on any Hellstorms to complete that comeback there on Hacienda. But then on the Sake Search and Destroy, for the second time that you have played it, versus a team in FaZe who you know are going to be well prepared, even on maps that they have yet to play, you punch them right in the face, and then you go into your bread and butter Overload, where your SMGs can just get loose, and your Rookie of the Year continues to just dominate in this mode. Thieves are just on a different level right now, man. Yeah. They moved to the grand finals.
Very cleanly, outside of the fact that they had to make like a 100-point comeback on the Hacienda hardpoint. But you got to keep in mind, it was 104-7 after the first 3 hills had already come through on Hacienda. So a dramatic comeback followed up by just absolute clean the floor on the Sake Search, and then the 3-0 tally to start. Too much to overcome for FaZe, and very quickly we're through our first semifinal. And that, honestly, I don't want to take too much away from FaZe, because they still played really solid the back half of that Overload. They obviously started off real hot in the Hacienda, but those are 3 maps you throw into the pool, Jay, that you've never competitively played before. What's your kind of take on that for FaZe looking beyond this minor?
Well, the Haciendas, without a doubt, I expect them to be really good at that map. But throw away in map number 1, all right, we're going to live on that. We'll learn from it. We'll be better the next time. The Search and Destroy might be one that they desperately need to add into their pool, man, because every single search that they have played against LA, it don't matter what the map is, they lose. The only one that they can win is Raid Search and Destroy, but LA keep on auto-vetoing that, so you can't beat them on any other one. So FaZe have a lot of practice that they need to put on the back end to prepare themselves to potentially host that trophy or win the trophy at the next major.
Insane stuff, but FaZe fall. Thieves move to the grand finals. So we head back to LVP in the desk.
Hello, boys. Thank you so much. Wow, quick one. I'm sorry. You guys, I was hoping that they would have a great cast here for the first start of the Sunday. Now, I feel a bit silly about, what I said in terms of yesterday and, FaZe kind of showing us what they're made of. It felt like they were trying to, right at the beginning of the series, and LA Thieves, they just are so powerful and so difficult to overcome. Tell me your initial thoughts looking at the series and honestly the cadence of how it was going. It was speedy.
Yeah, this series it was decided in one moment, and it was on map number 1 where FaZe had a Hellstorm and they didn't capitalize fully off of that Hellstorm. They needed to close that map out, point blank period. You saw that momentum bleed right into that map number 2 where they got 6-0'd, which we will talk about because the approach that Thieves had on that map, just excellent. But as we're watching the highlights here, this Overload just desperately trying to get map control the first side. It should have honestly been a lot to a little. FaZe just had some great defense. Get over to the second side, it's just GG's.
I mean, when you look at the Overloads in general, at least for this stage, LA Thieves is #1 in getting goals per game right now. I mean, they're top 3 in almost every category. So obviously with the top teams, Overload is a must to have in your bag as you head closer and closer into Paris. Yes. LA Thieves being one of those teams, Optic Texas Overload has been unbelievable. And so for FaZe, this might be a focus moving forward because this is now 3 or 4 Overloads in a row that they have lost. So definitely need to focus on that game mode side of LA Thieves. I think Ant touched on it perfectly. That map 1 was a must win on the side of FaZe Vegas. They were set up to close that out. But unfortunately, you get to that final pool hill. And I mean, you just have Abe having the time of his life in your bottom. Push up in your spawn. He gets 2 huge 3 pieces, and then you finally trade him out. You have one more opportunity at that push, and then you got Hydra that replaces the exact same spot. You don't have any bodies there. You get shot in the back, and you get a result like this.
Yeah, I've got to say, it was just looking unbelievable. I think that's exactly what you want to see out of LA Thieves coming into today and on Sunday. I mean, they made quick work of FaZe, who have some crazy, crazy teammates on their roster as well. But we do have our Monster Winners Spotlight, and we have exactly who you were talking about, getting some crazy pieces in the last one, aBeZy on our screens. First of all, congratulations. What a series to kick off your Sunday. You guys handled FaZe so quickly, so efficiently. Talk to me a little bit about the cadence of your gameplay currently, because it seems like teamwork is a massive focus. Everything's very efficient. You guys know you have superstars, but you seem to be patient in certain moments and taking routes and being able to play off one another. So how is that dynamic kind of going and setting the tone here?
Yeah, we've been really trying to hammer down on our teamwork in scrims, and I think obviously first map definitely wasn't a good showing of that, but we had the resilience to come back and win, which was big, and then, I mean, the rest of the series was just clean.
Abizi, you got that spark back, dude. And I asked Hydra yesterday about the Search and Destroy and how everybody's fear is coming to life now where you guys are taking over. And he said he had to take like a step back. But I noticed in Search today, you two went off, both double digits. So there is a world where you can both just pop off and take over games. How have you guys gotten to this point from your perspective?
I think we're all just, as the years went on, got a lot more confident and I guess comfortable in the mode, I guess over time with the reps we've gotten. And I think we all just feel like our S&D is just insane right now. I feel like our teamwork, our strats, our everything are just like insane. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah, they were on that.
Yeah, and with you guys looking as insane as you do, I mean, y'all are reaching to the point where I can pretty confidently compare it's just you and Optic and kind of everybody else. And regardless of who joins you in that final, I think it will be a banger. And I want to ask from your opinion on that side of things, is it feel like there is starting to be a very large separation between you guys and the rest of the competition on the back end? Like the way scrims are going, the way you guys are going, does it just feel like that gap keeps widening at this point?
I mean, I feel like the gap isn't that big, I guess, but I just think that when it comes, you know, match time, I just think we're insane right now. I think we're, like I said, our S&D and our overload is just above everyone else, I feel like. And obviously our hard point is just something we're working on, but I think it'll get there by the time Champs comes around.
I want to follow on that just a little bit. When you say that when matches time comes, you guys feel like you just lock in, is that something you can point to? Like, is there something you could tell us that is that difference, or is it just you guys have just been able to do it?
I mean, I think we've just been able to do it. I feel like we're all players that have been very successful. So I think when it comes match time or even tournaments, I just think we have that ice whenever we need it.
A lot of teams are struggling with that right now, man. Good for you guys.
Love to hear it. Well, Abizi, you hold some crazy record, like the most series wins ever in CDL history. You're on rosters that win, and this seems to be like it's going to be the same for LA Thieves here, hopefully in this very minor. Thank you so much. Congratulations and best of luck later.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, wow, there we go. I think it's really interesting actually getting kind of an idea of how they're all feeling about the gameplay itself, and he just feels calm and confident, collected, and that's kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, and then we talks about like the strats in S&D. Like a lot of people are gonna go back, watch that Sake and their goal, what they were doing. I mean, unbelievable. Just taking Street away and forcing them into an area. And Abizi would be one place, and they would force them into where Hydra was, or vice versa.
Rotation.
That's exactly what you want to see if you're a fan of LA Thieves, not if you're the rest of the league.
Well, I'm going to force us all over to a break because we have our next game getting ready to go in the wings. Coming up next, we have Optic versus Gentlemates. A big bloodbath battle here. Gentlemates trying to prove everything against the powerhouse of the Green Wall. Can they prevail? Will Optic push through?
O ganhador vai enfrentar Los Angeles, hein? É, galera, terceiro jogo. O vencedor desse aqui vai enfrentar Los Angeles, hein? Se preparem.
Dominate the competition on main stage with the CDL Major Hunter Tracer Pack. Collect your chip by scanning the QR code or heading to the in-game store now. Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all Call of Duty League teams.
Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Mas agora Paris Gentlemen precisa vencer para conseguir uma graninha para poder se manterem. Mas esse troféu vai dar um pouco mais de criabilidade, né, ao time, né? Que desde a Major Week 1 que eles não ganham um torneio. Então, se preparem. Então, o vencedor aqui desse time entre Vegas, Paris Gentlemen e o LA Thieves de Texas, Op Texas e Paris Gentleman. Esses dois, um vencedor vai enfrentar Los Angeles. Me atrapalhei todo, hein?
Weak. One shot low. Rug was weak. He was weak. I'm just holding the iron.
Oh, Texas. Up to Texas.
He's one off a street, Teach. He's working bomb quick. He's playing confident.
You saw him. You can't get on till late.
Vai ter.
Oh, frag. Wait, what?
Paris Gentleman.
We gotta regain.
Então, os dois times vão.
Come on, Teach. Let's go.
Desses dois vai ter que enfrentar Los Angeles. Desses dois.
All good.
E os 3 melhores times, hein? Vendo agora quem passa para os dois vai enfrentar Los Angeles, hein? O meu palpite foi que vencia Los Angeles no primeiro jogo. Depois, aqui, Paris Gentleman perderia para Texas. E Texas iria enfrentar Los Angeles.
I think that's a bit of an over challenge. Envoy, he goes to the defensive side.
Foi bem assim.
Check the bomb. Crim ready for it. Nice shots. Or Crim and Illy now going to find all 4 kills.
Vamos da live, da live de ontem. Se o Paris Gentleman ganhar, é porque mereceu, né, também. Eu previ, né, que ia ganhar os times na hora que eu falei. Na live anterior.
So Chauncey. Good play. I planning too. Nice, Danny. Got this.
Agora tem que ver, galera, quem vai levar o torneio, hein, dos 3.
So nervous.
And you may remember that one. That is the first major where Gentlemates picked up the win against Optic Gaming. And of course, we will be talking about the Green Wall. But do you know what? I'm switching up this narrative right now because I don't want to talk about how many times they've come second. I want to talk about the bounce back. I want to talk about the fact that they're going to switch this up. They're going to turn things around where it matters most. Let's talk about some of the matters we discussed actually with Hook yesterday when it comes to Optic Gaming here. And Anne, I kind of want to go to you. This is a specific one. We asked what they're working on.
Yeah.
Hook said currently Overload, which is a really good thing, I think, to hear, considering the past 3 series they've had. They've won Overload, 2 on Exposure, 1 on Den, and they're looking pretty good at it right now, but they obviously want to tweak a few things. What are you noticing about maybe their gameplay that they are trying to clean up on here?
Yeah, nothing too jarringly different in their Overload. I will say, though, like the process in which we get to maps in the vetoes has changed, where now, you know, in a tournament, they get to pick if they're A or B. They're A, and A gets to pick the Overload, and they just basically get to guarantee if it's Den or Exposure in every series, right? So I think, obviously, if we're talking map-specific, on a map like Exposure, the ARs can be more effective, which we saw in the last match where Mercules and Dashy popped off. But yeah, I think that change, accompanied with them focusing on the game mode in specific, has allowed them to win in these last few series. So I wouldn't be concerned if you're Optic in Overload going forward. It's just about the mentality when we get to the finals.
And I think a big storyline for this one specifically is Optic Texas up against Gentlemates do have the winning record. They've played 4 times. This is 3-1. Obviously, that 1 loss was in that final. But when you look at the overarching of it, you know, Optic Texas absolutely dominate Respawn, specifically Overload in this specific matchup as well. So for them, this is almost kind of like, I want to say teach tape for themselves, but you're getting an opportunity to go up against a team that you know gives you a hard time regardless of what this roster is made up of. And so it's an opportunity for Optic Texas to figure out where they might be having short steps and where they can fix it.
Now, on the flip side of things, let's talk about Gentlemates, because unlike Optic, they're not perfecting their craft currently. They're rebuilding. And yes, it's looked pretty good so far, and obviously it would when you're bringing on an SMG like Joe Deceives. You've also got Estro performing out of his mind. You got Sib doing everything he needs to do, and of course Ghosty setting records on Overload yesterday himself. It's looking great. However, is it good enough to go up against a perfected roster like Optic?
I mean, yet to be known. I will say this, though. This is why you make this team. This is why you break up a championship squad. This is why you leave a team that got top 3 back-to-back that you couldn't beat, is to beat a team like Optic Texas. So you're hoping to at least go the distance here. You see the Monster Energy pregame. They did win 3-0 versus Koi. Was it extremely clean? Map-wise, they were very close when you look at the games 2 and 3. So, I mean, that could have easily went further. So I think, you know, the jury's still out in this Gentlemate squad and whether or not that they can contend with the likes of an Optic Texas.
A lot of things, you know, still to be worked on the flip side for Paris Gentlemate, right? Where like Optic's just cleaning up and fine-tuning a couple of things. Paris Gentlemate do actually have some glaring things to focus on. One of those being search and destroy. It has been much better in the last 5, but a focus point is still their attack, still their post plant. The funny thing I'm thinking about going into this series is Optic Texas is actually like top 2 in post plant in the league right now. Gentlemates, some teach tape maybe in those map 2s and 5s, seeing what they're doing once they get that bomb down, because Gentlemates is still bottom of the league when it comes to attack.
Let's take a look right now at the maps and modes, and a stat I kind of do also want to push over to this sofa is the fact that right now, since May, Optic are 17-2 in S&D.
Yeah, it's ridiculous.
Strong. So they are really perfecting their craft across the board here. But you know, when you are focusing on certain things, you know, in your map pool, map depth, etc., trying to get better, does it take a hit on some of the others that maybe you're not keeping up with?
Yeah, it definitely can, for sure, in terms of like watching VOD and stuff. And where that particularly will happen is the new maps that get added. And right now, you know, we have a lot of maps, 664, right? So Optic will, you know, generally have an advantage just because they've been together since the start of the season. But in this map set, the one thing that I would look at is the Sake hardpoint for the side of Optic, 2-2 on it. Haven't played it too much, and they would love to add that.
And on the flip side, I'm also looking at that map and that Hossie just on the side of Gentlemates, because they need to add these new maps to their map pool. I think that's going to be a big thing setting apart the teams like LA and Optic and the rest of the top 4, because Gentlemates, their problem right now is their good maps are all the top team good maps as well. So you're either asking to square with teams that only have a lot more reps and team chemistry at this point in time, but are also comfortable on the new map. So it's giving them a lot of veto control. So Gentlemates need to expand that map pool.
Well, some of them might be comfortable, but I'm about to make you guys uncomfortable, unfortunately. Yeah, it's Scuff Pick'em's time, and again, it's a little bit of a difficult one. Nameless, kick us off. Who are you taking?
This ain't difficult. I got Optic Texas. They win this one. I got them winning in a 3-1.
I'll tell you why it's difficult. It's because of this lady right here.
Yeah, it's because of me. I'm literally fighting demons, trying to pick who's going to win this. But you know what? I believe in the honeymoon period and OED and Estriel. I'm going to go with Gentlemates. A proper upset today.
It's definitely not that Paris is right around the corner, folks.
Yeah, it's not that.
I truly believe in kind of form and consistency. Optic Texas all the way, 100%.
A outra que eu não disse o nome dela.
Not to say them.
Vai ganhar
We're going to head on
Texas.
over to our casters now for this absolute banger of a matchup. And again, have we got sunscreen? No sunscreen today.
Diga, rapazes.
Business, all business as usual. Chance, Miles, lovely to see you guys.
Chance,
Happy
you are
Sunday.
handsome.
Very
you look
handsome.
so good, bro.
So handsome.
Like,
so
truly.
Handsome. So handsome. And a handsome matchup.
And have a good cast.
Take it away.
Like, you're just going to kill it.
Yeah, thanks, guys. That was great. Yeah, anyway. Yeah, we're casting, I suppose. Yeah, Chance?
Yes, we are. This is the best cast I've ever received on broadcast. So I'm going to have the cast in my life right now, Miles. I hope you can keep up.
Yeah, I guess I will. Paris Gentlemates Optic Texas for a spot in our grand
Mas
final
no partido,
of Minor
já
2.
vem a
Ladies
vez.
and germs, it's time to rock and roll what should be a very fun one. But again, we've got a little bit of a
Quem vai levar
period.
vai enfrentar Los Angeles, hein? Lembrando, o vencedor vai enfrentar Los Angeles.
So rip roaring and ready to maybe get second place at the next major. Oh, too soon. I don't care. Let's get into the first map.
If Paris Gentlemates are in a honeymoon period, can you make the argument that Optic are as well? And it's just been like
Fosse no Mundial normal como a Copa do Mundo,
At some point you do go, wow, that's such a
diria
happy marriage. These guys are doing great. You're out of the honeymoon period. You're like, this is just
o perdedor desse aqui e do outro,
day-to-day thrive.
terceiro e quarto lugar, mas
As they
não tem
certainly
isso.
are. But either way, folks, into our first map, into the Hacienda. The old 3-1 split. We are back. So far, it's not a bad amount of kills either side. No, I take it back. It's all Paris Gentlemates. I wasn't paying attention. Good golly, that's their time.
A perfect opening break and to read the pinch as well. You're missing Shotzi for a little bit too long. Got to be behind you. Civ takes care of business. And I'm very excited to see Hossie as well, because this is like a very pure, you got your 2 ARs that need to lock it down. You got your 2 SMGs that need to be there for the routes. As soon as Paris Gentlemates hit that first punch, Optic strike right back.
Yeah, nice. The counter. You take it on the chin, you bounce right back. A little bit of a dance through the top halls here. angles to work with. Hook eliminates 3. Wow, what a fast multi-kill. All 4, though, go down for the Genomates. That's going to be 7 seconds of scrap to Optic Texas and a perfect rotation over to 2 as well. Expect that score to run up.
A great route from Merc off time as well, just to clear so much space on the right side of the map. So Shotzzy knows, coming his direction. Good for 2 and damage on the 3rd as well. As Gentlemates, well, it'll be a long time before they orchestrate their next attack.
Yeah, well, good luck, boys. A bit of time now to work your way through the driveway. That's where Hook's hanging. Dangerous man. Super dangerous. Gets damage in 1. Eats Joe Deceives alive. And now, Estrel, you're up next. Hook's barely regened. And the rest of the boys now trying to get pressure on. But no, the pressure is all from the Gentlemates. They're on time. Dashy can't deal with it all. That's a great break.
And that's also a moment where I think Hook did not need the help, but received a little bit too much, and an opportunity for Civ to rip 2 heads off for the pinch. So, well, Paris apply the pressure. Now for Optic, decision-making time. Hook playing for the rotation. Shotzzy playing for the scrap time. And he's going to get it. Final 10 seconds his way, so Optic will have a 20-point lead going towards New.
Yeah, you know exactly where Shotzzy's going to be, where their spawns should be right now. That's driveway for Paris Gentlemates. A little bit of work to do to get over defenses. It's on Dashy to contain these players. Don't let them get too close. Hook's trying to find new time. On ball with Big Brucey still. We call it patio. Most folks call it fences. Brucey had to get a kill, but that's not necessarily a problem with Optic's scoreline looking so good. He gets on the board, an instant break from the Gentlemates, and surely a bit of a contest here for both squads.
Only 2 players here for Paris, though, trying to hold this line in. Optic, well, that is a green wall that is pouncing. He's able to connect there with the first one, so Joe Deceives having to lie in wait. A good adjustment for him, but either way, Optic still have been relatively comfortable in time in the reading the pinch spot as well. So Optic right now a stranglehold on this time. Joe Deceives was offered nothing, nowhere to go.
Let's face it, Optic have been on this map a few times. Last year alone, brilliant stuff. Couple in the feed. Final seconds of scrap going to go the way of Optic. They're not giving anything away for free. I love that. Of a change here in the attitude towards the final seconds of a hard point. They're going for all of it. Rock, though, entirely covered in Gentlemates. Joe with the coverage. Oh, onto Shotzzy, but the trades are on, and it is not working out so far for Paris.
Well, at least they read the water route this time. Taking care of business. Estriel there, good for 2. This is an interesting sequence as well. Dashy very much struggling in this game, but his team still has a 50-point lead. If he kicks it up even a little bit, you got to imagine Optic gonna be feeling good. And also, that is a heavy trophy investment, so who's gonna slide in, kill 2? Think about the Hellstorm and all those trophies you just used on this hill, not really doing too much for you.
Nothing. You can't stop the nuke. Unable to intercept, need something a little bit bigger to take care of this man. Fighting on towards time. Shotzzy and Dashy in the feed. And Hook has done more than enough to break this hard point, to hold on. The 6th spree, the fully streaked out, over 100-point climb in Optic Texas. Yeah, please.
Is he a speed demon? Is he patient? Does he play for rotations? Does he have the best comms in the game? There's quite literally nothing this man cannot do.
No, Omni Hook does it all. Look at these corners. Oh, no. Oh, Ghosty, good shots. I was getting ready to line that one up. Well, back over to P1 we go. Optic Texas, a commanding lead and a firm and dominant hand right across the backside of the Gentlemates in the first set.
Thoughtfully speaking, no lead is safe against a team of this quality, but right now they're in final form. I mean, that's 3 kills in the feed. Last guy up, well, doesn't last very long. Optic going to be holding Masters of Hacienda. By the looks of it, all the new tech, the wall jumps, it's only going to benefit them. Just extra stuff for Shotzzy to play with.
Yeah, it's really cool being able to use this, all the tech in this map. Being able to jump so many different angles. Entry places that, you know, that were dominated by ladders now. You're able to just jump through windows. So much more fun, so much more interesting. But hey, we're not going to get too used to it. We're going to keep watching Hook absolutely roll his way through the Gentlemates. 17-6 overall, 14-9 there for Shotzzy. And Big Bruce, that 8 and 9 with over a minute of time. He's looking fine as well. Fantastic effort all around from Optic so far.
And Estriel dies so fast that the water route is just so easy for Mercules to pick up. So another discoordinated push coming through for Paris. Attempting to reposition, and well, they're doing good damage. Kills being exchanged. You're trying to 3-flood this through the front. It is not a fun situation.
No, not at all. There's nothing fun about this in any way. There's Dashy still holding, doing it solo. Coverage now from Shotzzy from behind, and Big Bruce just has to hold the Lambo. Shots were ideal. A 4 spree, and he's about to get a Hellstorm of his own. That is going to be 2 heavy missiles now in the Optic back pocket.
Which you already know they're going to use to great effect. Now the teammates, going to be a classic, again, Civ and Ghosty, maybe the 2 most impactful players of nading their friends. It's going to be punishing. You're down by 130. Got to deal with 2 Hellstorms, and well, the moment Dashy kicks up, the lead just explodes. Devastation here on Hacienda, who playing hide and seek.
Yeah, hide and seek, just Sib hanging out in the back line there. Dealt with. Enough eyes in enough places, doesn't allow anything to go unseen. Wonderful stuff. Once again, Optic 2-man on time. Great break. Ghosty trying to get something going, but man, Hacienda's not treating them well in the slightest. 8 and 14 for Dan. 10 and 19 there for Joe. The young superstar trying to save this Parisian roster, not necessarily getting it going yet. Sib, very slick with it. Smooth moves on the outside of Tin. Trying to hold on as best we can. It is a nice scoreline for now. The Genomates slow and steady on the climb.
A little bit of work, extra NPCs as well coming through to help them out. Both Ghosty and Sid rocking it. Good so far for the cleanup time, and well, you gotta clean up everybody, even when things are going good. The ever-present force that is Optic Texas on this map, not gonna slow down at all. 5-3 for Shotzzy, and honestly, he might be able to get the Hellstorm on scrap time. Not that you need it, because, well, Hook has 1-2.
Yeah, sure does. Mercules at range. That NPC. Here comes another Hellstorm. Shotzzy putting in the work as well. Optic, I mean, this is a serious beatdown. This is a serious handling of a squad who many thought would have the goods today. 225 and climbing. Paris Genomates might be staying firmly in the 100-point club in this one.
Sunday, bloody Sunday. Trying to keep track of how much Optic just outslayed Paris by double digits and then some. You're only using the Hellstorms out of boredom. It's not like they're the most impactful, but you got to make sure the other team knows you have them. It is the gun skill in the route setting them apart. That is evisceration on map 1. Paris, welcome to the 100-point club.
100-point club, welcome boys. Here comes Hellstorm number 2. You may as well call in the 3rd. Just to put a button on it. Map 1, no sweat off the brows of Optic so far.
Enjoy the end of that honeymoon. Honeymoon? Didn't last very long for Paris. That is a very difficult map 1 indeed. And Hacienda, a looming threat, I imagine, for the league. Again, towards the tail end of Black Ops 6, Optic have achieved near mastery of it. Looked fantastic. Slightly new dynamics. Again, the lobby wall hop, especially for S&D, it's going to get switched up just a little bit, but if that map 1 is anything, that is a statement.
Caramba, já tá 1-0. Caramba. 250 pontos com 78.
Yeah, 9 and 20 down.
Texas está amassando Paris.
Was a fast one. 7 minutes 55 seconds. B2A absolute.
É, meu.
Ding, map 1. 250 to 78.
Mapa ruim ainda, hein?
Yeah, you've already missed it.
Ele é em execução.
And this is going to absolutely be with the green team.
The things you could say successful for Paris, they had a good opening break.
Melhor de 5 também.
10 seconds, and even on this P2, I mean, Sid pops.
Aí lembrando, talvez Predadores tem sprint, hein? Vamos no Mundial normal, aí nos 4 finais, hein? Com 4, terceiro lugar para frente, 4 lugares, terceiro lugar. E esses dois aqui, o Ventura vai enfrentar Los Angeles para ver quem é o campeão. É, meu. Toma, eu não sei como funciona bem o campeonato ainda, né? Deu 4 temporadas cobrindo e eu não conheço bem ainda, não.
Probably the smoothest and most comfortable game he's had to play. His teammates absolutely picked them apart.
Yeah, this was very, very tasty. Like butter, right across the bread of the Genomates. Chomped them. It was a small snack. It was an easy entree to what could be a short series. I mean, the first one, a 3-0 again. For the Thieves, kudos to them, sitting in the grand finals, now going to watch Optic, thinking about, that's right, it's going to be these guys in the finals yet again. 2 teams who we have touted as the best in the game, and with damn good reason. A map like that, a showing like that, that's why we do it. Look at the game flow. Not going to be a pretty one indeed. You might as well just keep the foliage in the way, folks. For the Genomates fans, there's no need for them to see it. That's a big one. That's a big one. That's not a fun place to be. 78, all they could muster against the might of Optic there on Hacienda. Doing tricks on it, folks. But look at that scoreline. It was gross.
It'll also be very interesting to see 4 Thieves in the finals, potentially, if they play Optic, of whether or not they want to square up on the Hacienda, just to see if that's going to be the expectation and the tone Optic always bring, or if you're able to contend. Really good opportunity to get some information going into the major Of course, though, I think it's $20,000 on the line, so you want to win this one too. So maybe the pick and bans need to be as serious as you can possibly take it. Either way, for the series you just saw, the maps that we have, a lot of fresh maps that are going to be in the mix. Very low reps for both of these teams, so plenty to be learned, plenty to be discovered. I just know right now, Optic very much in the driver's seat.
Very much so. They've got their hands firmly on the wheel on what, 9-2, give or take. They're keeping it real safe. Belts are on. They're going all the way home this time round. Exciting stuff, though, and very, very clean gameplay. If you've just joined us, map 2. Here we go into the Search and Destroy. Good news, Optic fans. You're amazing at the mode right now. Truly the best in the league.
Who the hell has a better KD than 1.16? Because that's absurd. I mean, 16-3 record, on point for the round win percentage. Perfect in the map 5s as well. I mean, I'm not super surprised other teams might beat them in the opening to win percentage, but 1.16 as a team, clinically absurd in this game mode. Very fresh on the stats front, and well, if any man needs to soul search, maybe hoping and prayer, choose the right gods for this one. Bounce back for the map.
I think he might. Please, Captain Price.
I think he's actually
please,
praying.
Ghost. Was it? Please, Mason. The numbers.
Who do you think he prays to? Casper?
Ooh, Slimer. Many famous ghosts throughout. Was it not Patrick Swayze? Was he the ghost? There's a lot of very famous ghosts. Swayze. Yeah, it was Swayze. Could be him. Could be Casper. Could be Slimer from the Ghostbusters.
Could be the
trilogy,
Holy Ghost.
I suppose. Could be the Holy Ghost. Could be that.
Classic.
Yeah. What other ghosts we got? Any other good ones? I'm all out. I'm all out.
Ghost of Christmas Past, I think. I'll end on that.
Oh, yeah. Well, the ghost of COD seasons past. Can you take me back to Major 1 Ghost, he's saying right now. Either that, he could be bringing Captain Price. Excited about MW4. Is he a bad guy? I don't know. The trailers are just loose enough. Could be Ghost. What? He's not praying to Soap. Soap's dead. RIP. Here we go. Back to the bracket, ladies and gents. Optic now, top side of your screen, looking to play Thieves in that grand finals. The Paris Gentlemates have resorted to Faith to try to get them through this one. And Faith, a very important thing, but not necessarily a deciding factor when it comes to success against Optic Texas in a game of Search and Destroy chance.
And keep in mind the Heretics being out of the tournament as well, maybe a benefit for the religiosity coming through in this series. And also for Optic, I mean, 3-0s have been their theme this year. Over half of their series, they have just taken care of in the quickest fashion imaginable. Absolute menaces. No complaints for this team. Obviously, the long-term story is they just want to get over the hump, actually win one of these tournaments, but absolutely have faith in their mental. Great team down the line, great camp around them as well for the supporting cast. Optic, absolutely a machine, I'd say, this year. Past few years, really.
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, thinking about our famous ghosts. The ghost from Pac-Man staying on board with the game theme. That's about as good as I got. That's as good as I got. You're going to need a hell of a lot more, gentlemates. This could be a fast one. If you need the bathroom, hit it now. By the time you come back, we could be 3 rounds in. That's the way it feels. Come on, gentlemates. Dig deep. Show us the goods.
Gridlock, good news for gentlemates. You got the alliterative flow going through them as well, and also a very different sort of stylized map. You can absolutely slow the pace down compared to Hacienda if you want to. If you're a fan of the bangouts, you can get this done as well. Paris, a team working and operating on short notice to develop these strats as well. Tall task ahead.
Not the stretcher, for God's. Josh, we see you. Between that and Big Thirsty, Gridlock's treating you right. Nice opener for there from Dashi. And Civ gets involved with an A there. So no big boom for now. Shotzzy. Oh, Joe, though, leaves the room arse first. So he's got his eyes at the ready. A 3v2 now, thanks to Hook's kill. Joe still mobile with the bomb towards the A-bomb site.
Brutal for Paris as well. They met Dashi in the middle of the map. They saw Shotzzy on the A side. Then you get Hook to deal with on the B side. So they're attacking Shotzzy, but Merc is here for the support.
Yeah, they're backed up. This is eyes on. Shotzzy just takes a touch of damage, less than a minute. Here come Optic. All 3 remaining members are going now through street. They're going to hit that side. None caught it. What just happened? It's 2v2. Yep. B-bomb site wide open. That's all yours, Joe Planet.
You didn't see that exploding car right next to him? I did.
The nade. Oh, Estriel. Good shots. What a round. Shout out the exploding car. Shots. I love this. No way. Somebody's going to check this, right? Come on, bruv. Nice round out of the gentlemates. A little bit of magic.
I have absolutely no idea how Hoop Team killed there. Quite literally not a clue. I don't know if that was a nade from earlier or what happened. Did he pick it up from an enemy? I have no idea.
It could have been a pickup from the enemy, but I've got no idea what it could have bounced off of at that part of the map. A piece of signage? Oh, that yellow car. I'm getting told there's a yellow car.
Cheeky one, yeah.
Oh, a little bit of unfortunate geometry. That's a tough one. Hey, and that that gives you the round. So, hey, lock in. It's fine. Genomate's up. Back over to A we go.
Square up and bang out as well. Good luck.
Slower here from the Genomates. Chaucy right through the window. What an opening. And now he's on the back line. Tags are there. Is it enough to get the boys forward and get those kills? For now, yes. 3v2. And Sib and Joseph back up they go. Merc takes space. Glint of the sniper taken care of. Now all down to Joe Deceives. And Optic will play this patiently and get that bomb down as well.
Approaching this retake. Good luck with this one. He gets spotted as well, so no time to pinches. Yeah, just has to sprint into a crossfire. Or if you call out one shot, do Optic hunt him down, or do they show respect? They show respect. Keep the L trigger. Not making any mistakes today.
Yeah, he'll eventually show face. Optic have got all the win conditions here covered. That is incredibly patient and very confident gameplay. A nice round and they're back on it.
Dashy in round one established that early dominance middle of the map with the sniper. Almost said it, Miles. We're getting better. We're learning.
You're doing fantastic.
Hook had the B side of the map. Shotsy responsible for A, and Mercules gets to be that floating style player as well. Damn it! It's there, Miles. It's always there. It's never going to go away. Sib looking to respond with the sniper.
He's doing great. Sib. Oh, he shows just too much flesh. Dashy. First blood. That really helps the mid-map play. Honson getting very busy. Look at Hook go. Look at him go. 3 in a row. He's just so happy in a situation like that. The boys give him clearance to move. Bruce intel the next man. Here comes kill number 4 for Hook. If he can get it, he's still got the time, and his teammates got the other player taken care of. All bases are covered right now for Optic. Paris Gentlemates, you're in 1v2s, 1v1s that you don't want to be in right now. Can they get together? Oh, Estriel. They've got guns on the door. Don't do it, my friend. Back it up. Try to wait for Ghosty. All the tricks are coming out now. The smokes. And Optic maintaining position above the bomb site. Here comes Hook. Number 4. Here comes Hook. And that's the round for Optic.
Hook is elite. We can keep saying it. It's never going to get old. The Omni movement wizard that this player is. Heads up, high IQ. He's in a 1v1 with Ghosty. If he gets that kill that's bombed down to the back of the map, it guarantees the round win. Does he take the 1v1? No, he does not. There is absolutely no reason to. Estriel had a 20-second span where he's effectively in a 1v3. Optic are making sure that they are playing flawlessly. 0 mistakes, not taking any risks unless they absolutely need to. Great adjustments as well. Sib tried to respond with the sniper towards the middle of the map. Dashy just slips from the inside. Chows him with the AR towards the middle of the map and just playing mind games with him.
Different look here with a snipe. We're thinking B. We're thinking B with that bomb. You've checked nearly everything, but the man up close. Oh, Estriel gives it up, and a second goes the way of Shotzzy. 3v2. Shout out Sib. Shotzy's on for 1 here. He has Ghosty in his sights, and we will see. There it is. That will be the round. Yep, Ghosty, you're coming with me.
He doesn't even crack a smile. He's just confident. He's just, yeah, there's the smile. Calling him out on the other side of the map. Shotzzy, when you get those situations, it is all but a guarantee. And you just have to sit there and take it. That's hell.
Can we get a Dan cam? Can we get a Ghosty cam? It's
no, don't do it to him. He'd pray for that.
He didn't pray for that. No. Yep. Sorry, Dan.
It's so annoying.
It's so annoying. When we saw that feature introduced, I knew for a fact of all players, we're going to see him get the most by far. And I do declare that those are the ways it goes. That's tough. That's 3-1.
Everybody's here.
Also, bro, wait. 4 spree, Hook. Dashy on a 4, Shotzzy on a 4. Lordy, it's going. It's gone! Oh! No way! No way! Was that the ace? Was that the Anthony Cuevas Castro 4-piece special bucket deluxe? It might have just been. Oh, come on. He took them all out. That is disgusting finger licking good.
Fastest ace of the year. Maybe the second fastest ace of all time. Shout out Stamino. Man, that is always going to hold that record back into IW, but at least at this level, Shotzzy, back-to-back rounds, he just gets to giggle. He is asserting dominance in this matchup.
Way too fast. I was so fast I couldn't even hear production tell us how fast it was. Good Lord, it was incredible. What a round. Well, 4-1. The reason why the man has nearly got a 2 KD in Search and Destroy. Moments like that. 6 spree. And what are we doing here, boys? We're just doing whatever we want. Gentlemates are suffering here in the Search.
Mind games. They've perfectly baited out the rotation. Paris Gentlemates have now spread their defensive setup a little bit thin. No information for either team. I don't believe Merc is spotted out on the cross. Now there's noise on the B side of the map. That is the go button for the SMGs.
Yeah, here we go. Check your corners. Joe. Eyes on. Estrel now trying to get the dance going. You're going toe-to-toe with maximum confidence, Shotzzy. Luke takes care of the tree now. He has a forward position to play with. Dashy on the outside. We close now around the Gentlemates. Is it knives at the door? Oh, it's a gun from Estrel that takes care of business. Dashy now moving forward. Damage sensational across the board.
Ó, se manter assim, vai ser Gentlemen versus Vegas e Texas versus Los Angeles, hein? Assim vai ser, hein?
No real need to push, but I think once
Os
that
dois
first
últimos
one
jogos,
goes
hein?
through, everyone else feels the obligation and try to make the play. Dashy absolutely delivers on the play through the middle of the map, evens up the odds, gets out of dodge, but while that was happening, Shotzzy just gets caught. Joe Deceives very much ready for that fight. Defensive round, Paris Gentlemates very much needed. Still down 4-2, but I think they were able to shut down some of the Hellstorm potential as well. It's a small W.
Small W as well. And we will keep a count on those sprees. That was a ridiculous run there from the Optic players. It does come to a close. And with that close, is at the beginning, is the opening now of a new chapter for the Paris Gentlemates. Offensive round for them looks to be the B-bomb site. Sib has not had a huge amount of success at this part of the map. No sniper for the Gentlemates, and it might not be an issue. Dashy, can he be just that? Stun, connection. He has the numbers here to help out through mid as well.
Standing tall, he's challenged.
Oh, gives it up for a second. No big deal though. Mercules has the middle of the map covered, so no pinches to be developed here. Dashy knows guns forward. Even under the smoke, simply for the retreat. Or is it? We'll see. Gentlemates are holding.
Fearful of the pinch rolling through. Nice catch, though. Pinch was actually coming from the bottom side of the map, so there's another mistake from Optic. A little too over-aggressive. Pairs, 40 seconds to work with.
Yeah, they're trying to play the maximum intelligence. They're definitely not getting any of it here. Yeah, they've tried to cover the map, see where the Gentlemates could be, but it was an easy fold all down that street. Bruce, what an angle that is. Good golly. The timing's just been somewhat off for him. And yet it still remains a difficult round with Snipe. Connects with at least one. Worried about his players all over the place. My word, the second, a thing of beauty. And dare I say it, Estriel checks right. The COD gods answer. No clip for Big Bruce.
By God, though, he is close to it. Still gets the clip, just not the finish. Estriel, man, terrifying to be the new man on this team.
Oh my God, he just sees the inside of Dashy across his screen.
Heads up gameplay, though, just to make sure you're playing it distant, not going for the chow. You see, Joe Deceives had different ideas. Estriel knew the snipe was coming. He just leaves, disappears. Joe Deceives wanted to take a swing. So did Ghosty, next man in line. But Estriel got brought on the roster for the reason. For situations like that, that is a 5 spree he is currently on, dragging his team back.
4-3, we're back in it. Tons of information passed over here. Watching out for the mid-map here. That's going to be Sib. He's got a lot to deal with in the middle of the map as well. Problem 1 dealt with. Problem 2. about? Sib, lovely work in the middle of the map. Bomb recovered now from Optic. They're going to make their way back over towards A, potentially. Have to worry about Joe and Ghosty now.
Making moves right into the pinch. They're now just in between both of these Optic players. And, well, guess who does not miss very often? That'd be Dashy up top. Gentlemates getting baited.
That, I mean, I don't think he missed a bullet. We'll see it in slow motion. That's about as good as it can possibly get from Dashy there. 11-3 overall. What a fantastic map he is having. Gives up his post for a fraction of a second. Does not let the COD timing go against him. Big Bruce, one of the finest to do it.
Ooh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy. You know, he raised that right eyebrow as well. His moment he saw them. Eyes like saucers, and now Optic have their sights on going up 2-0, just a round away. Paris back to Old Faithful, 4 men straight towards A. Only Mercules here to slow him down. Mercules, though, has survived.
That's going to be a bomb plant, 4v4. Optic on the big spread, all bases covered here. A clean up there in the middle of the map. Hoog now opens the door. We've made it to inside of the onset, but it is an ugly place to be right now. Hoog causing damage, right flank taken care of by Ghosty. Trades on point, what a kill from Big Bruce. That is outrageous. It is all down to Joe. 20 seconds still to play. Time for Optic to regroup.
Bomb is planning for Joe here.
Outside. Joe can't get it done. 13 on the clock. Hoog good for the defuse, good for the map. 2-0. Optic Texas. What a gridlock that was.
Tip the cap to Big Bruce as well. Another one to the pile of a masterclass map he was able to have. No luck there for the 1v3, but all skill every other round. He opens things up with a snipe towards middle of the map, establishes that dominance early on, able to play with that idea in the later rounds. Good for the 2-kill bailout there, ready for the second guy in line, reading the rotations of the players pushing through. We've given Hoog a ton of gas, deservedly so,
always.
You know, at least in my opinion, being like a fully evolved player. Dashy, especially since like Cold War-ish, really been working on his game, his out-of-game mental as well. And we have absolutely, over the past few years, watched him develop tremendously as a player. He might be Final Four, Miles. He might be a fully evolved player. 13-4 there. Vetty stuff. He might have the best shot in the world to back it up.
He's had those candies. He's leveled up. And now he's evolved. 250, 78, 6-3. Den Overload on the other side of the break, ladies and germs. How are we feeling about this one? I think we're feeling pretty damn good. If we are an Optic Texas fan, they are looking very clean indeed. LA Thieves waiting for them in the grand finals. We'll find out what happens after the break. Gentlemates, it is now or never. Your Miner 2 tournament life on the line.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
How are we feeling, brother? How you doing?
I'm doing all right,
Let's just get into the big elephant in the room here. 3 straight second place finishes. Round 10, map 7 versus Paris. No respawn wins versus FaZe. And you guys go 1-4 in the Neslo maps versus LAT.
Not ideal just because we know just how capable we are. And yeah, we're kind of losing in every way. At least it's not the same thing back-to-back finals. You know what I mean? So
This is true.
Just got to clean up. We got to make sure we're just clicking and believe the next one's ours.
The general sentiment around you as a player is that you've been one of the most mechanically gifted ARs to ever touch COD. What do you feel you bring to the table that just sets you apart from the other really good ARs that are out there?
Obviously really good at the game and I have a really good shot, so that definitely helps. I think I adapt better than at least majority of the ARs. Just understand the meta, understand how I have to play. Having really good teammates helps, you know what I'm saying?
So outside of COD, like what's your like biggest decompression tactic? How do you reset your mind?
If I'm just trying to get away from the game, I'll just go to just another game, just a classic gamer answer like a CS, a Val.
Okay, so you're good on the sticks as well as with mouse and keys, what you're saying.
Oh yeah, I mean I got some, I put in some shifts for sure.
If you were to go back and talk to younger Dashy, say, hey, you're about to be the legacy of what Optic is, what does that mean to you like in this day and age?
It's definitely crazy to just even hear that, but there's no other org I'd rather represent. It's the best org to play for. It's not even close. Everyone I've played with, everyone that works here, it's a fun job. I can't lie. Go hard every day. Don't take it for granted. Just still try to get some more wins.
Let's hit a little team superlative. Teammate most likely to. Who's most likely to roast someone after a bad play?
It might actually be me or Mason, but Mason is
who he had there. And what an incredible player he has become over the years, Chance. No doubt about it. One of the most mechanically gifted we have seen in a long time. Not bad for an old man here in the league.
27, old, not cool.
Crazy.
Dashy with the power to make 5,000 people stand to their feet just with a single snipe. Powerful man in and out of game. Of course, well, so far this year, outside of the grand finals, they've had Paris Gentlemaids numbered. Good in the game 5s, a pair of 3-0s back-to-back. Well, we're shaping up for another one. Some of these new maps that have been in the mix, probably much more difficult for Paris Gentlemaids to figure out the team vibes, the chemistry. Everybody's learning at the same time. Den has been around the entire year. This is the map where Paris Gentlemaids have to show they are able to fight back. Of course, though, in this game mode, in this matchup, especially for the ARs, very comfortable, very familiar. Optic have had their number.
They've had their number, and the Paris who beat them in a grand finals at Major 1, unrecognizable. Outside of the team change.
1v1 for the bread there between him and Sin.
Paris all over it. Chaucy yet again, another delightful corner here on Den. The cleanup crew have arrived, and now Optic Texas, the pain train, we are on it.
Back with device control as well. Clean up Estriel inside at 10. Well, you lose the bodies. A 50-50 setup, and right now Paris trying to work the pinch. Spread out mini-map. Paris maybe with an opportunity.
Maybe an opportunity indeed. 3 minutes on the clock. Let's go for it. Listen in.
We get to a Dashy 10.
Absolutely 10. He slipped.
Nice, I need the ball. I need the ball.
I got needed. I'm saying
I need over heady weak.
We're not stunning it.
One 10.
Found it. Just shot. We should just shot. I'm watching Oh, I'm naded. One second.
Hey, pitch.
Back left.
I mean, Dashy deep heady. Nice. Deep on heady.
2 on ball, 1 patio. 2 on ball, 1 patio.
Patio weak.
He's back to Dragon Pillar. And reset.
Let's play right.
Holding small. I'm just holding small.
Hold back door then. I'm
back. Holding small.
Outer right. Merc.
He's already outer. Yep.
Outer weak.
On the block.
They're back.
Inner dead.
We got it. Trying for B2.
Tell me one.
Nice. 3. Left guy.
Really weak Brandon going out of B2.
He's outer.
One shot.
Still outer.
Here's 3. There's 3 in here, bro.
I actually threw that.
We're inner. Jump in already.
One can be middle late.
Inner. One shot.
Nice shot.
Last one. Give me inner again.
Grab the ball. Hard fun.
Nice. Last one. Top 3.
I help.
Maybe wrap the ball. Couch colored. One more back right here. Come on. Mid's open. One shot. Bruce in P2.
I'm
going couch. One's big short. One short.
Too short.
Put a fill left. I'm filling it.
One might be blitzing you couch.
I've got
filling.
Yeah, wait, double me middle. One's running up right side statue door red, and then one's deep middle. Shot close.
I'm gonna get
top 3 done.
Nice.
Under me cut, and then front broken.
Nice.
Under me cut, front broken. Broken, that's it, one shot.
Mason, one shot.
Oh,
sorry, I got it.
Still there.
Mason dead.
Nice.
You're dashing color. I'm getting out.
Deep low dashy, weak.
I'm going through mid. Make sure I get out, please. Yeah, I got you.
I'm playing middle.
You're good.
Once we reach
back off.
We can check couches, Callie. Join short.
Back up, Brandon.
We can check couches.
Short. I can't have him.
And it's another attempt falling to pieces there, thanks to the save of Hook. Another in the bag for him at 2-0 with final 50 seconds on the map here.
The feeling as well, is that Paris Gentleman's just feeling the pressure that Optic been bringing, expecting them to be in the right position at all times. They've had opportunities to be aggressive, gotten shut down every time. The rap game and the communication for Optic have to be on point as well. Over towards B they go.
Yeah, and it sure is. 6 to spree for Hook. He's absolutely disgusting right now, folks. A few of these kills have been while he's holding the EMP. He's about to give himself another Hellstorm. Shotzzy's going to cut through the middle of the map, cause some issues. Here comes the potential capture. No good. Mercury still trying to stay alive here. That's going to be the snatch and grab right now from the Gentlemates. Oh no, it's going to go nowhere. It's going to be 3-0 at the whistle blown.
Brutal. Real massive lead for Optic. And if anyone's going to rally cap, might just be them. Should be able to collect the device. Hook has it in hand.
Got it.
All of his teammates are dead, but they're spawning up towards B, and that's where he's wanted to go anyway.
Oh, you got to back it up, though. That could be a kill, and that's half-time. Well, definite attempt. We're going to force that half-time in the extra time. But a very, very decisive look here from Optic on Den. No problem whatsoever for them. 2 massive saves through the highlights here. And going into the second half, Gentlemates, it has got to be a little tighter.
Shreds them. And how fast they turn that 3-piece into a capture. And maybe 15 seconds go by, and all of a sudden you're down by a point. You take one bad round if your Paris are a little bit too slow, instantly punished. Another bad sequence where they get 4-man wiped, and just Shotzzy already in position, forcing the spawn out. Paris doing what they can, making decent reads on the map. I think there's just the slightest bit of hesitation rolling through, because Optic just applying that pressure.
You're not wrong, that hesitation is palpable. They're trying to do everything, well, they're trying not to do anything wrong, and in doing that, they don't allow themselves to get the right thing done. That's so tough for them. It's a half a step for the Gentlemates. It is 2 massive strides for Optic Texas right now as they march yet again over towards that left-hand side. That B goal has got their name all over it. Shotzzy's trying to get a little bit more done here, and he does get an extra. Mid-map, still swarming green.
With the pressure, you're just so far forced back. Hook has been sprinting at them. Not a moment of comfortability for this Paris Genttlemates team. Looking for that moment of maybe a clean forward down. Joe Seeds gives you one in the feed, trying to set it up. You need to get these trades, and you get them. Nearly everybody dead in there. Yo, Shotzzy, last man in line. Paris can finally take a breath.
Yeah, finally, take a breath now. Use that breath to fuel the legs. Dashy cuts you down in mid. Estro not taking too much space just yet. He's still worrying about Dashy. Where could he be? He could be anywhere. And it's nervy. It's nervous. They can't do a whole lot. I mean, Bruce is just holding the dojo. It's nothing fancy. It's nothing exceptional. But it has just completely silenced the Gentlemates in their play.
Absolutely asserting that they are the better team. Trying to dig yourself out of a hole. Another 2 in the feed. So maybe an opportunity for Paris. Shotzzy, if you haven't seen him in a while, it's behind you. Well, the curse of the AR nades from Paris strike again. Sib, another team kill. Any moment Paris have where things are starting to go well, it is a collapse 10 seconds later.
10 seconds they're going to really need soon. Optic all over mid. Looking for a pickup here. Looking for a couple of kills, and that could be another goal. Looking towards A. Shotzzy. Oh, he gets in a spawn, causing some problems. Here goes Mercules. The slide, no good. What a stop there from the Gentlemates. Don't let it get out of hand. And now on the run forward, they've got players in position. This could be a capture. Estriel deals the damage. Ghosty now from lobby. Are we able to get this one over the line? This would be incredibly helpful for the Gentlemates in their campaign back into this matchup. Joe goes big. Cross over to A. Optic are all over him.
Most diabolical route of all time. All that work just to drag it back to neutral territory. If anything, a place where Optic wanted. Estriel, though, good for some spawn kills, and that's 3 in the feed. So Paris, this is a situation you need this score.
We're trying still. Is this going to be the one? 1 left. 2 now in lobby. Through to the dojo we go. Ghosty over the top. Not good enough. Dashy saves it. Goal line stop. 2:15 on the clock, and we're on the run.
And we're knifing our teammates off spawn. Maybe 3 or 4 team kills in this series for Paris. Each one of them more awkward than the last. Optic now the opportunity to drive the dagger through their hearts with his final capture. Merc that frontline man, good finesse, good shots, amazing finesse as well. Timing should be good to force it through, and there you go. Dashy trying to call game.
Brandon Hotel gets his second aim. Brandon Hotel gets his second of the map on a 3 spree as well. Now the quick cut of the map on a 3 spree as well. Now the quick cut over to the bottom side. And that is going to be Gentlemate territory to the bottom side. And that is going to be Gentlemate territory for now. Hook, Ian Merck find the first. Mid-map still crawling, looking for the pinch. This could be a capture. Shotzzy though from Dojo. The Shinobi strikes for 2. A minute 30, and we could be looking at a 5th goal. No. A minute 30, and we could be looking at a 5th goal.
No need to touch the device either. You are just playing keep away. And they're doing the right thing. Merc straight past it, 3 in the feed. Well, now if you score, it's fantastic. You go spawn kill their brains out. Maybe set up and do what FaZe did, or LAT rather. And they're not, don't care. Yeah, 5-0, doesn't matter. Go get some kills.
Yeah, second goal there for Mercules. Just over a minute to play. Shotzzy leaves me breathless. Another shot in the back, 6 in a row. Keeping the spawn well and truly alive. Possibility for the rally is here, but he's got to hold these players back. His spawn is now safe. Mid-map on the Big Bruce. The victory lap continues right now for Optic Texas. They're going to be going into that grand finals hot. As the Gentlemates, their run here at Minor 2 falls short of a grand final. Disgusting work out of Optic. Can we get the hat trick now for Merc? Wind up hit, good stun, and we are causing problems.
Just so annoying. Get the knife out, get the double kills, finish this off however they want. Paris, well, there's your hat trick you were looking for Mercules. If you're Paris in the short term, I mean, you devastated a couple rosters through the roster mania. All this hubbub to make the switch, and all that just to be target practice for Optic Texas. A dominant 3-0.
Yeah, hardened bots for Optic right now. Active indeed. GG's. 3-0 Optic going to the grand finals of Minor 2. I'll be playing the LA Thieves after this, and that was a beatdown.
I just want to see a hacienda between LAT and Optic. I think that'll sort of set the tone. Not a fun sequence there for Paris Gentlemates. Brand new team, a good amount of COD left to be played in the year, but we are absolutely in crunch time. The name of the game so far in Black Ops 7, if you can beat Optic, you can win a tournament. At 3-0 did not show any signs of life.
Not at all, man. Not even close. 34-22 from Shotzzy, doing what he does on Den. One of the best to do it. 34-19 Big Bruce. He had a wonderful series altogether. That Search and Destroy, very memorable on Gridlock. The whole squad really bringing it. Not a lot of life there from the Gentlemates. Outclassed here in Minor 2. An incredibly deft 3-0. That did not look pretty. It was a lot of fun to watch, though, I will say. But 3-0. Gentlemates, thank you for your time. Thank you for your energy. And thanks for getting to Sunday. But that is all for them now. Minor 2 is over for that squad. Grand finals, though, ahead of us. Chance, very, very excited. LA Thieves taking on Optic Texas. Desk, how are we feeling? Ali, respectfully. Tough.
It's actually really hard to keep this professional when I say this, but they got their cooked.
Their ass beat.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Yeah.
It's beat.
Yeah.
I'll say it.
Yeah. Go on, say it.
Vou
Because
ter
that was,
that
was just, go on, say it. Because that was, that was just an absolute obliteration. This is the fastest championship Sunday I think I've ever been a part of in my career. I genuinely look down and things are over. I'm like, what is happening right now?
mas rápido agora, né?
Different level to everybody other than maybe LA Thieves, which is obviously very exciting for us coming up next. But Nameless, overall, they just have everything down. It's perfection, truly.
Yeah, I don't know. That has to be that's as dominant of a series as you can have without them literally going scoreless.
Dominadores.
Olha, convincingly 6-3 in the S&D. Dashy was literally having his way, and then this overload looked like a ranked play.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to be too harsh on him because it is a fresh roster move, but when you make a change like this, it's supposed to be a shift in the balance where, like, this team is better than the Gentlemates and better than Toronto, and I just don't see it. Like, you would show at least a little bit more life in a matchup like this. So I think, unfortunately, Ali, I think for a lot of the Gentlemates fans, when people support this organization, that was like
que lindo isso aí, né? Ganhar, né, galera? É sempre bom.
It's gotta be close. Like one of them. One of the things you were struggling on, and we just saw nothing.
Ali, I think the biggest takeaway for me as well,
A gente não viu nada, ele falou.
Annihilation, there's a lot to talk about there. But it's every single time we ask Optic what
Paris,
they're
gentlemen.
they say it's either
Levou
S&D,
uma
which is what Merc said last
fudida
time,
bem dada, hein?
Now currently Finally, since May, 17-2, looking really good. Now it's been Overload they're working on. Look at that masterclass. I mean, dude, they are delivering every single time.
Bela sacudida para o gentleman
And
Levone.
is providing every single series.
Well, I kind of said it earlier. It's like they're in a weird spot that not
Mesmo
really we see any team get to, where they're so good at
chegando
everything that they're literally
no
going in
turno,
and
né?
hyper-focusing
Jogando
on
tudo que
the
ele chegou.
tiniest mistakes they could possibly be making in these series to fix. And I think this was a great example of how good Optic is right now. Of course, I still think Gentlemates definitely, like Ant said, should have played closer, definitely did not live up to expectations. But Optic is just in a spot right now, dude, where I think they are just playing a different level of COD. They've been doing this to everybody.
to Riyadh.
And they're going to continue to do it. I just think they're on a different plane.
I mean, if you want to see a different plane, we have that coming right up with our Scuff play of the game, and it could have been multiple different
Gotta be
plays.
Shotzzy.
It's actually not. It's the 100-point club in map 1. I mean, listen, like I said, it could have been multiple. You could have had Dashi, you could have had Shotzzy. We can actually talk about that Shotzzy play after, but a 100-point club here for Optic Texas. This hard point, this was a tone setter. I mean, you talk about, you know, they can't get better other than scores. To me, honestly,
Dia
this
deve ter
hard
mais
point truly was
PlayStation
scored
State of Play.
I mean, 70-something points, that's not enough to even contend against a team on a map. I mean, Nameless, why was
Agora
this
começo
so
de agosto
perfect?
deve ter State of
Yeah,
Play.
so I mean, you could really
Porque
show your
tivemos
teamwork off on Hacienda. As opposed to some of the other maps that we have, you can push up extremely
fevereiro.
far on rotation and really punish teams. Like if you die when there's 10,
Março
12
e
left,
abril
you're gonna be
não
hard pressed to
tivemos.
find an actual good break going into that next hill.
E maio
This is something I
tivemos.
have a lot of reps on. Obviously played
Então-
this map last year, super comfortable, and now adding that to their pool. And what's wild is Sake was in this series too. And
Yeah.
if it looks anything like their Hacienda does, seemingly they've been
Então,
putting in work.
junho,
Their map
julho,
pool is back
não
to
tivemos,
demonic
não vamos ter.
across the board.
I mean, I just want to talk about quickly before we move on. That shot
Então, começo de agosto a final de agosto.
back plays though was insane.
Oh, yeah.
It's just Shotzzy doing Shotzzy
Dude,
things.
that
He was on his BS.
honestly just
Entre o dia
crazy to me.
10
The ace, but also the fact that
e
he took Ghosty hostage.
26
I mean, talk about like
Entre a
mental
Gamescom
drop for the other side. That is just
e
demoralizing.
o Pax
After
West.
beating a 100-point club,
Marcar o
Like they are feeling it
Stay
right
off
now.
playing.
That's what's really scary. I feel like honestly, Optic
So are
hit a
Thieves.
flow state. Thieves definitely are too, and I think the
Entre o
slight
dia 10 e o
difference
dia
is they
26,
were working a little bit harder, I think, to get their kind of series squared away.
De
But
agosto.
Optic right now just look like they are breezing on through. They look so comfy, and that is scary.
this isn't. I know
Well,
you-
Não tivemos State of Play.
This isn't unusual though.
Quando
right?
Wolverine-
This is how it's been for Optic throughout this
Vai
year.
ser
I trust
péssimo
you guys.
para ela, hein?
Final. This
I've
will be
seen
everything.
it. I've seen it. You're like, guys, we've been disappointed before. It's okay. Let's take a look at the bracket right now, see the updates coming forward. But as you can imagine, hey, blink and miss it, because truly both series so far today have been fast-paced. Optic 3-0, Gentlemates just now, and FaZe earlier on, they fell very, very flat, very, very short to LA Thieves, and Thieves looking dominant also. So this grand final is prepped to be incredible. Listen,
There's a line in the sand, Lottie. These are the two best teams
they
in the
really
game.
are. But I think, you know, the storyline has truly been who is the better team? You know, we honestly had an argument at one point that Thieves were looking dominant, obviously back-to-back minor champions. They just took the last major as well, another major around the corner. Optic failing to get it done where it matters. But right now, I think between the two, who's cleaner in your opinion?
Oh, cleaner in game. I mean, Optic looks ridiculous.
Yeah.
Well, I'd say on par. I think to give the title best team in the game, you got to go with the team that won the last two tournaments that we had. Point blank period.
You have to
They
give an
won-
answer, yes.
They won the major. I mean, you look at these guys. They won the last minor. They beat Optic. They also beat them in the last minor as well. So yeah, I would go with LA Thieves for sure. But hey, Optic can get themselves back in that #1 combo with a win right here.
I mean, it's kind of just comparing the consistency versus like hitting your stride. And you know, on one side you have hitting your stride.
Los
on the
Angeles
Lakers, on the other
tem
side you have the
realmente mortal.
consistency of Optic Texas and how good their game has been. So it's kind of finally can
Tem
Optic
que
Texas
ser Los
get that
Angeles,
gear,
porque
that
é
last one that's
difícil.
going to get them through that line in finals and stop LA Thieves, or is LA going to keep
Tem que
riding
ganhar
this?
Texas,
And
porque
the
Texas
consistency in
ganhou
Optic is a great thing,
o
obviously,
penúltimo
but you need to have that extra oomph to close
Major
these
League.
things out. Those guys want to get a win.
Então,
You teed us up perfectly, Ali. We're
e
heading
Los
to a
Angeles
break,
ganhou
but when we come back,
a
we
Major
have all the
anterior.
answers for you on your screens. Our grand finals has been set here at -2, and it's going to be Optic Gaming versus LA Thieves. Who is coming out on top? Who is producing the goods to be the best team in the league right now? We'll find out right after this.
Vamos descobrir, galera.
COD Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL. Monster Energy, the official energy drink of the CDL.
Brought to you by America's Navy and the special operators who work in the shadows.
Jerry from the Telluride Bush Gaming. Jerry, my man, thanks for taking the time. How are you?
I'm doing great, man. Thanks for having me. Looking forward to it.
I think a lot of people still kind of see you as Barstool employee, kind of making both things happen. But who is Jerry?
Man, just a regular dude. Was never really meant to be in content. Kind of happened by accident. I was working construction underground in the union, and Dave found out about me a little bit, offered me a job. I denied him a job actually the first time, and then I went back around and was like, yo, can I get that job?
What's your relationship look like with gaming? Have you kind of always been like a COD after hours type guy?
You know, always been a COD guy. I remember me and my buddy Nicky Numbers, you know, rushing home after school on the bus stop. You know, can't wait to hop on and play, you know, until our moms would take away the controllers for the night. We were playing too much, stepped away from COD, you know, after like 17, 18 years old. And, you know, now we're back.
I mean, it feels like any gaming space could potentially be open for the Barstool market. What about COD is appealing to Barstool?
I think it's just pretty simple. Like, I think anybody started teams, so that's kind of the route, you know, we took as far as Bush goes and Lil Sass.
Let's get into our little rapid fire segment. I'm calling it Bush or Barstool, kind of taking the COD versus Barstool atmospheres. What's more chaotic, Barstool or COD Twitter?
Barstool.
Harder to understand, Challengers rules or Barstool office politics?
Oh, Challengers rules by far. We still don't understand what's going on half the time.
More stressful, Game 5, Round 11, or direct text from Dave?
Oh, I've been on Dave's good side recently, so I'm going to go Game 5.
One more little lemon I need to squeeze, though, a little bit, because this is what everyone's wondering. Be honest here. What are the chances that we're going to see Bush bidding for a CDL spot?
If the price is right and the timing is right, I think Dave and Austin would think about that a lot deeper. Call us, you know?
Jerry, thanks so much, my man. Thanks for sitting down with me and taking this quick interview. Appreciate it. Best of luck the rest of the season. We'll see you, I'm sure, at Champs, if not, also at EWC.
We'll be there. Thank you so much, brother.
16 de abril de 2028.
Going to be play over towards tunnel.
Don't mind this. This is a good play.
Making the play. Phaser all focused on the play. Long range shots are good for Zip.
FaZe is going to lose. FaZe has lost.
Brother, that was catastrophic, brother.
Assassin's Creed Unidade, linha 4, alerta, você precisa responder essa pergunta. Principal marco. Yes, Call of Duty League Norden 2. Call of Duty League Norden 2. Call of Duty League Norden. Adicione título que descreva seu vídeo. Espaço. Sim, é feito para crianças. Recursos como anúncios personalizados e notificações não estarão disponíveis em vídeos feitos para crianças. Vídeos, receba sugestões. Não. Sim, é arquivo de upload. Detalhes do vídeo. Call of Duty League Norden 2. Adicione título que descreva seu vídeo. Digite @ para mencionar canal. 2. 32/100.
Honestly, I don't know. This one seems like insane. Look at this one too. Like this is crazy.
The diamond nut, excuse me.
You know what I'm saying? How could I not be like? How could I not feel like I'm not gonna lose? You know what I'm saying? Like.
Clicável visibilidade pendente editar status de clicável clique para expandir botão. Visibilidade selecione. Será criada uma pasta de A 23.
I promise you it's 8-0. I promise you it's 8-0. It's a world record overload.
3. Visibilidade. Selecione privacidade de vídeo diálogo. Formulário marco. Edição 12 horas AM.
Is this the end of the newly formed LA Thieves?
Knocked down, never got back up.
A mismatched super team. Then we picked it up.
The LA Thieves are your Minor 1 champions.
Neon fit. A easy answer. Hydra stayed Hydra. Scrap kept scrapping. Verdicts in. LA Thieves never left.
One behind us, Mitch. Watch out. Where's the bedroom?
Diálogo, lista, visibilidade. Salvar ou publicar. Programa. Será criada uma página pública de vigilância. Vai mostrar uma clicável feito com https clicável salvar botão. Carregamento. Atualizar. Pesquisar. Voltar. Pressione para voltar. Alt mais seta. Voltando. Atuais conteúdo do simulador. Deserto carmesim. Rumo à platina. Parte 29. 11-bit estudo, 11-bit lista de alerta e não, yes, it's made for add your video to your more playlists to organize botão,
to celebrate the launch of the Champs Pack phase are offering $20 off all single-day Champs tickets when you scan the QR code and enter Champs MTX. Make sure to check your inboxes. All members of the Champs email list will also be getting an invitation to redeem this limited time offer. Offer ends on June 21st, so make sure to take advantage of your single-day discount while you still can. FaZe are also giving away 30 Champs Packs on socials right now, so be sure to enter for your chance to win. And winning is exactly what is on my mind. Now, it might not be my pick'ems, mine were a little bit crazy at times this weekend. However, I don't know about this one. This really could be a 50-50. But something I do know is that we've had some incredible gameplay moments, but we've also had some kind of rough around the edge moments too. And that's obviously because we have some amazing teams here. So I'd like to just kick things off to celebrate with burgers and fries, folks. This is a really fun segment, so here's our first round.
It's kids, gotta be a fry, dude. Oh, it's not kids, I lied.
Yeah.
Oh, it is kids. It is kids.
This was him getting back for the stretch.
Wait, the assassination. Oh my God. Oh, definitely a prize for sure. Definitely. Wait, I don't have to. You know what? You can't. Here we go. Next one. All right.
He's been playing so good. Recently, there's no way this hand to fry. Oh, here we go.
Instagram
Bruce. I know we still have Bruce, but like, no, you're actually fat.
Agora sim.
All right, next one is Hydra.
Oh, he falls straight off the map. Yeah.
And then Sib as well. Oh no, it's both of them actually. Hydra and Sib, definitely a burger.
Oh, here we go.
We can't be doing that in a pod. Come on.
Hey man.
Oh,
it's the top teams and their players too. Like
the X teammates sometimes, you know, you're trying to make a play and you just mess up that left stick. It is what it is.
Yeah, sure.
Hold forward, brother.
Vamos, bloopers, vamos a hacer
Overload here. Let's see. It's gotta be a fry.
Yeah. That was actually a godlike play.
It was.
Running up with the knife because you're not getting enough bullets in time.
Yeah. That's actually really smart.
Sometimes Dan makes the heads up play.
The big brain
Lembrando, média 5, o GM tá fast.
Kills and overload and absolute fry. He took over here in OT.
He did. He had 40 plus as well. Honestly, incredible gameplay from him. Exceed is up next as well. The defuse that everybody was talking about.
Karma is immediate for this one though, low key, because like this was so genuinely intentional. Love Exceed. He's been like really fun to talk to, but this is hilarious.
He didn't know that it was actually Diego because nobody said anything in the chat.
It's been a lot of drama. That's what Gentlemates did with the scrim.
It caused a stir. It caused a stir. Next one is Encourage, and honestly, this rap was a little bit.
What is bro doing?
Yeah. The wrap was not good.
Listen, he was sitting there holding this flank, and Kurt was holding this flank for so long, and Clears just runs through and makes the play.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, man.
The guy ordered
he even knew.
He knew.
Dude, what the hell am I doing?
All right, Shotzi is up next, and we already know there is no burgers on our screen so far with Shotzi. It's definitely fries, without question, with extra salt on top of it to really hurt to the opposition in their wound. I mean,
got a couple of dips on the side. Yeah, this is a whole meal.
Everything. A large fries, for sure.
Playmaker first.
Actually, we didn't get to talk about this one when it happened. This was crazy.
Somebody tweeted me a rank play clip already using the spot, by the way.
Yeah, that was actually nasty.
I love when the pros whip out cool spots like that because everybody just goes to ranked and just.
I love when we interviewed Envoy afterwards, and he was like, well, now I know to check it. Like, yeah, what are you supposed to do in
learn
this
something
situation?
new here today, for sure. Let's take a look at our bracket, though, to get us back in the game, of course, with our grand finals right around the corner. And Optic and Thieves, they have definitely, without question, been the strongest competition, pushing through the entire weekend and this tournament. And really, right now, it is a battle of the best. And a lot of the times in grand finals, you might actually find an underdog. This time, it's truly not. It's two top dogs.
Yeah, and I mean, I kind of want to set it up in a certain way, because really, when you look at Optic's path, too, like, sometimes, you know, we look at brackets like this, and you can be like, yeah, but they've only played a couple of mid-team stuff. Optic low-key had the hardest route to get here. They had to go against Riyadh Falcons that have been looking incredible. They go against Gentlemates that just took out Koi, which that on itself was kind of an upset that we didn't even get a game 5 on Saturday. And now they have to face the gauntlet of LA Thieves. So, like, Optic's not even having to go against, like, the mid-tiers or anything.
I'll just frame it like this.
Go on.
I'll frame it like this. I think, you know, for all the Optic fans who talk about, you know, coming out of losers, having the momentum, well, Optic have all the momentum. Just had a huge victory. They're warmed up, and they are ready to go. So we'll see if they're able to close it out.
They had to try that hard for that victory. I mean, I'm kind of burning myself here.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if they really were sitting on the edge of their seats for that one. They might have to straighten up just a little bit for the grand final.
They might have to. I'll tell you what, one team that has been a massive talking point, of course, back-to-back in the minor, and of course the last major, LA Thieves. They are looking to solidify themselves yet again in another minor, and the minor is exactly what kicked off their success the first time around. Can they do it again? And I think, honestly, it's a battle of lineups for me. I think their teamwork has been really, really good. Who's got that star potential? Who's able to kind of carry certain situations to victory and allow games to get blown wide open?
It's funny that we talk about like these, that we're gonna have to talk about them kind of like the underdogs coming into this series when they are coming off of back-to-back wins. And I mean, when I just think about this specific matchup, I just need 2 things from LA Thieves I think is gonna decide if they're able to close this out or not. Is one, their slaying is doing really good right now, but the thing is they have to match what Optic is putting up right now. What they're putting up is 1.2s by just about everybody this weekend. LA is close. You're getting a lot of participation out of Niem. He's having an incredible weekend. So if their slaying stays on par, and then a lot of their maps that are in their map pool match up really well versus Optic. So it's really just handling the bang out, because I really do feel like this is just going to be 2 of them trying to go on their best.
Well, the scariest thing about these guys, and thank you, production, for back up here with the graphic, is their S&D and their overload. And that was the difference in the grand final, winning 2 of the 3 search and destroys, winning both of the overloads. And when you think about this Thieves team, it didn't matter that they went to game 5 with FaZe last week and losing both hard points because their search is so good. Didn't matter that they lost both the hard points versus Optic Texas in the grand final because their search is so good. So for them, you know, just the fact that they do have a deep map pool, as Ali mentioned, and they're locking up the 2-3-5s, they're going to
them forward. It's exactly what you just described. We saw it happen.
Yeah.
Can they continue that happening? I don't know. We'll have to find out going up against Optic, because that's the place to put it to the test. We have right now a head-to-head here, BZ versus Shotzi. 2 very, very scary guys when you're going head-to-head with them on a map. And honestly, I mean, I love it. Speedsters, you're right. Their POVs are crazy, crazy fast. Who right now for you is performing better, Ali, would you say?
Ooh, in this current, that's a really tough one. I think I want to go with Abe, but the only reason I go with Abe is because of where he started and where he's at right now and what he's doing. I mean, he went 10-2 in that S&D with Hydra. They combined for like a 20-8 in that map. So I think their search and destroy is just a little bit edged out as far as getting those first bloods. But the thing is Optic's been really icy this weekend. Yeah. So even though that they aren't getting first bloods, actually, their conversion hasn't been great. They've been icing up in these man-down situations, and that's where LA Thieves is going to have to keep their head on the swivel.
Well, let's talk about Optic Texas. This green wall, they've been building up strong, honestly solidifying it time and time again. Now, a little bit more of a generic question for you here, but I am genuinely curious about this. When you look at a path in a bracket, and how Optic perform all the time online, very consistently dominant, honestly really not allowing a lot of their competitors to breathe here. Is there an element for them when they're going up against a team like LA Thieves, the uncomfortableness that might occur? They look so comfortable against absolutely everybody else, but then putting themselves in an uncomfy situation where they're less confident, less playground heavy for them. Is that really where they're falling short here?
I could see why you would ask that. It is a very good question, but I don't think that matters for this team because they've been together for so long, and they've been phenomenal on LAN as well, right? Like even in these grand finals, they've went the distance, right? It's not like they've been getting blown out. So yeah, I don't think that plays too much of a factor.
But maybe a little bit above.
I also think, like, I'm excited to see what the map set ends up being for this because when you look at the grand final, they didn't play any new maps like at all. So looking at this one, you're going to see a bunch of different new maps. The Gridlock Hardpoint here, Hacienda S&D, Gridlock S&D. Yeah, like you look at that grand final and it was all maps from month 1 of the game. So yeah, this one, it's truly a pick'em. You can go either way. I'm just looking at this like Optic gotta have one go through the hoop. They just gotta.
Yeah. They do. Honestly, I'm really excited about that Den Overload, to be honest, because I think Optic really have put a lot of work in on their Overload. And they are looking good, exactly. So they knew that was a massive weakness for them, especially going up against LA Thieves. They put work in. I want to see that translate. Let's see a really good Overload for them against these because that's the true test.
And even just looking at those opening 3 maps, I mean, we're in for a treat. I mean, Optic, that map 1 technically does favor them a little bit more because they have way more reps on it, sitting at 13 and 5, absolutely dominant. But the next 2, we go into that Den. I mean, that's both these teams' favorite S&D and Control. So this is really going to be just a battle of the Titans.
All right, well, I'll tell you what, a battle of the Titans it's been between us 3 with our pick'em. So Scuff pick'em time. Nameless, who you taking for this grand final, best of 7?
One's got to go through the hoop. I got Optic Texas taking this one. I think they get this one done in a game 7. Dashy ices up. He's too good right now. Dashy's been the best player for me in this whole tournament.
That's really valid. I'm down 3. I'm trying to play catch up a little bit here. And also, I would hate if this is where Optic breaks the streak on an online minor. I'd rather them do it at a LAN, so I'm going to go with LA Thieves in this one to go for a 3P.
So I think I might actually take the other storyline to that one, Ali, and say that I kind of want to see them do what LA Thieves did and win a minor and go on to potentially win a major. I'm taking Optic Texas for me as well because who knows? It really is a coin flip up here. We have no idea, but you're going to find out very shortly. Here are your casters for your grand final of Minor 2. It's Study and Shift. Boys, this is going to be a banger because the first 2 were so quick. I need this one to go down to the wire.
I think we got you on this one, LVP, legitimately. I mean, it's a rematch. The story essentially writes itself. The fan bases know the narratives through and through, start to finish, chapter by chapter. And I think it doesn't make a difference if it's online or LAN. Optic, like Ant said, want to see one get through the hoop, but these have a chance to really set themselves up as a team who could actually be a dominant force, putting together multiple wins in a row.
Oh, yeah, like both of these teams, without a doubt, are the top 2 teams that we have in the game. And they both continue to show it every single time you watch them spawn in against whoever the hell they are playing against. So far today, they have made both of their opponents very uncomfortable. And I feel like with just the amount of teamwork that is going to be on display between both of these 2 organizations, it's going to be tippity top, Al. That's my biggest thing that I'm going to be focused on. You have already seen these guys on the main stage. You've already went the distance in the game 7, but whoever is going to have better teamwork from start to finish of this series will walk away victorious.
I love that call, my friend. I mean, the map set gives us a really fun battleground for what could be a best of 7. It's an opportunity for them to kind of stretch beyond the P2 bounds. But as LA find a couple of kills, they can respond with a little wrap of their own. Big gunfights coming through over the top of Motel. Shotzzy, one of the last ones standing. Hydra finds the kill. It'll be Thieves and the P2 time first.
And look at Niam already on your mini-map, just causing some issues for Optic to cross over towards Motel for free because he's still valuing his life so well that he's just keeping them to be slow and steady wins the race over on that red steps. This is going to allow Thieves to shut down that first wave. Still 40 seconds to go with. Optic's long rest getting shut down. This is ideal. Perfect start for LA.
Yeah, I mean, for a team who has not played this map much outside of their opening qualifier in Major 3 versus FaZe, they are looking really clean right now. Optic struggling to find any time, even to contest over the top of P2. A easy for one shut down. Finally, Optic get a little bit of time here, but Thieves not willing to give it up, at least not for free. Scrap trying to find a little bit of punish on the outside of the hard point. Neum right there with them. They're going to combine for a little bit of damage, but Mercules will have the final word, and now Optic are looking at rotation to 3.
Yeah, but just all that attention that Thieves continue to draw on that side of the map by contesting Old gives you the numbers off the road or to hit those cuts like the way Hydra just did through mid alley. So Thieves win the rotation over towards P3. Don't have to worry about any Hellstorms, and if you are Optic with control of the side of the map that you want, we need to hit some frags, some stuns to find that opening.
Wow. Yeah, this has been really, really solid from LA. Scrap trying to be the first one forward over towards White Wall, gets the opener, knows he's got Dashy somewhere nearby. He's got support behind him as well to make this a little bit more freeing to him. Yeah, make a play, try to find the timing. Not going to work out. Optic find at least one trade, but on the hard point, LA have not dropped a single second of time, and that's not changing. Hydra on 3, Abizi, a little bit of damage over through the side on mid cut, but he wins his 1v1, and now the focus purely goes back to the front of the hard point for Optic to try to do some damage to this lead here at P5. They're going to have the numbers here first. Hydra has been seen. Follow up over to the backside stairs is good, and now there's finally some breathing room, but again, that breathing room can get cut off so quickly by these Hellstorms depending on when LA want to use them.
Yeah, this is 100% one of those situations you are going to use it because you don't want to allow Optic to gain any momentum whatsoever off of so far a good 20-second hold on the P5. So you're going to invest the Hellstorm, keep them indoors, allow yourself to take some space over towards plane side, and just keep this one scrappy.
Oh my. Well, Scrap tried to take away the space by jumping up and mantling through top green window. Follow up from Optic, still spawning close, is not fully coordinated nor concentrated. So last two members for Optic are just trying to keep their lives, trying to hope that the rest of Optic will spawn here, but that's not the case. Hercules, Pook, both spawning over towards the middle of the map. Is there a possible natural pinch to be set up here? Maybe, as Abizi will drop and Optic will find their way back in for a little bit of time.
Yeah, but it's only 10 seconds, man. They need to get out of these green spawns. They need to find trades. And being down by 100, they also desperately need that communication to be on point for the comeback. So let's go to a listen in with Optic.
That was some. Your knee was right. Knee was right. Playing his life paint, probably. Watch it. I'm on top. He was up. Low P2. Low P2. He's low P2. Make a Johnny. He's going underbroken right now already. Nice shooter. Underbroken. Watch out. Dead. That's 2. One shot. Still playing one ball though. Still playing one ball. Yeah, there. Another one can be on me, blue. One shot going plane. Alright, blue. Bottom blue on me. You went back to white wall. Yeah, I have your beacon. White wall, top broken. There's a guy on me, blue. Top broken. We're good. Another one, white wall. Top broken. On time. We killed white wall now. Yeah, we're good. Let's kill time. I'm aping this. Nice. Baby shot. I have their entrance. Nice.
Now they're struggling to get over 100 points.
Yeah, I don't think it's a Hydra shot. I think it's a Scrap shot. I think this is the super team that you have been waiting to see for quite some time if you are LA. This ain't even close. The way they are executing the team pushes, the way they're executing their first attempts on their holds, because like Optic, they're trying to do the fundamental part correctly of just like working through mid-cut for P3 breaks. But every single time that one player does it, he loses the gunfight not once, but twice. So by the time he wins that gunfight, there's only 15 seconds remaining at these old hills. Thieves are just dominating in this map number 1, and now only need 19 seconds to close out map 1.
Yeah, and Optic can't get through P5.
Jesus Christ.
This choke point, they can't get through middle. There's nowhere for them to stand ground at. What an absolute statement from LA in map number 1. All it takes is Scrap likely to jump into the time, find the final 3 seconds, and we have a 250 to 104 tally on Scar Hardpoint. I don't think anyone had that on their bingo card.
Yeah, definitely LAT did it because they haven't played it in such a long time. It's just not one of their go-tos, but they were willing to allow Colossus to be that map number 1 just like it was in Atlanta. You give Optic something that they are going to be happy as hell to see, but now very devastated after that loss. I don't think I've seen Optic get 100-point clubbed many times in my lifetime, but LAT beat them to every single punch, won every important gunfight. And when you have such a leader's advantage the way that you do, Optic, when we jumped into the listen and start to try to, get some energy to rally this comeback, but you're up by 7 if you're LA, so you can work on these long runs. You can take your sweet time to set up those perfect break opportunities. And that's just a scoreboard that you want to quickly forget if you're anyone supporting the green wall.
Absolutely. Their worst loss before this, Jay, was a 133 to 250 on Den Hardpoint in Major 1 qualifiers.
So that's their worst on the season, brother.
Wow. By far. And you were kind of talking about it in the listening when we were just kind of sitting behind listening through it. It's just like LA haven't lost a rotation anywhere. And even when they're feeling pressure, you're able to get one player around the back to at least block spawns, if not find a couple of kills to make sure the setup is not comfortable. I mean, at no point did Optic really have the map in their control, it felt like. Unbelievable stuff from LA. Maybe the only time you could talk about like Optic being in a good position was the second time through P2, but because you're up 150 points, you've got Hydra going on a giga overextension around the back. You can never predict that. It's just so much of an advantage for Thieves, and they never really drop control of the map.
Yeah, it was good for about 20 seconds. And after that, it was a clean break, 40 seconds going the opposite way. If you are Optic, you quickly got to shake that one off because you had no answers for it, man. The break-off was flawless from LA. They get it clean for it dead. They don't flip the map once. And then earning early Hellstorms on a map like Scar goes such a long way because there's so many impactful positions that you need to find yourself in, and with them just pushing you back with the Hellstorms doesn't give you that chance. So Optic, gotta forget about that one. Going to this next map locked in because Thieves are on a different level right now in their hardpoint game.
Absolutely. And again, just talking about the strength of these opening maps, you've got really the ideal 3 starters for Optic. Scar, Hardpoint, one of your bread and butters. Den Search, by far your bread and butter. And then the Den Overload, also very good for you. Now, that being told, it's kind of the same story for LA. I mean, they're 11-3 on this Search and Destroy in particular, with what, 5 of their last 6 were dominant wins. The only drop was around 11 on this map. So they're feeling just as good. And that's why I kind of, framed up when we got into this is going to be a banger matchup, just because both teams are getting a lot of maps that they love to see. So it should be close, but based on map number 1, it may not be.
Yeah, that's the scary thing for me, because I thought from map 1 for Optic needed to be a must win, because what you saw at Atlanta is going to be potentially the same tale here. What Thieves dominate versus Optic is the Search and Destroys and the Overloads. They are 5-2 in the season in S&D, 3-2 in the opposite game mode. But just ever since the meta changed, they don't lose Search and Destroys, man. You have your SMGs who understand what play styles they need to bring versus the likes of Shotzzy and Hook on the opposite side. And they just have that pace changeup that throws teams off guard. It's very hard to keep track of what LA are going to throw at you, because you heard aBeZy talk about it. Their bag is just way too deep.
Yeah, it's absolutely the case. And you take a look at, again, just this head-to-head matchup between aBeZy and Shotzzy. Yeah, it's been one of those that aBeZy has been unlocked by the NPC. And I think just, going back to the beginning of this year, Dravik may not have felt as comfortable for him, but still showcased his ability to flex and run a third M15 and do very well with it, at least for the first part of the season. But this team with an NPC meta, yeah, it's just different. It's just completely different. And aBeZy looks like, I won't say like his old self, but it looks like his usual self, put it that way, as we take a look at how the last 5 Search and Destroys have gone for LA. Again, just outside of the round 11 on Sake yesterday, they have been dominating everybody everywhere, which is great for Thieves fans.
Yeah, they work so well together as a collective unit, and then even in situations when they found themselves outnumbered, they have tremendous clutch in their genes, and they've been showing it ever since Major 3. So a map that Optic desperately need to have a bounce back here. Can they be prepared for all the different play calls on the side of LA?
Absolutely. Again, you kind of saw it there in the graphic. These 2 teams played this map at the Major. 6-2 was the tally for LA. Hydra, a little poke out over through mid. He will get some good information. Doesn't want to be caught by all of these defensive nades for Optic, so you back out, and oh no. That was a combination of the offensive nades for Thieves combining onto Hook, trying to toss one of his own, so team kill technically comes through. Neum is going to be the actual first blood, and there's just no rotation here. There's nowhere to go. Absolutely congested. Mercules is still stuck around spawn, and Thieves run away with the first round.
And it's just like what they were doing versus FaZe in their previous series, man. Just starting off the game by being the extreme amount aggressors. You put yourself in position instantly in the first 15 seconds to already be in towards that A site. By the time Optic get a read that you're pushing that side of the map, you throw a shoulder and can't do anything else. You're banking on the stunts and the nades, knowing there's no trophy systems in play, but These playing it patient, prepared for the aggression, stop them with a team kill technically, and then setting up your island player and Neum to shut down anyone working along the outskirts. Clean round for Thieves to open up.
Yeah, to notice that Optic are there and did not even bother with the utility trade is just such a smart play from Thieves. So now it's up to Optic to try to respond. Dashy still holding the recon for now. Will not see anything over the top A. The defense is not here. Stuns will reveal that. And now it's just going to be a little bit of a forward play, put some pressure on, but Thieves, again, not interested in playing for an A defense. They want to take away the map.
Yeah, and Optic still don't have any info to work with. So just going to commit on the bomb plant. Neum holding strong to lock down his spawn push through. Stun is able to connect and looking for the frag, but it's Dashy with the first blood.
Yeah, that's big. Dashy watching through mid-cut. Mercules, ooh, NPC in hand. Has to finesse. Don't throw your shadow too far out inside of the inner portion of rooftops. Going to call for help. Dashy's here with the pistol, which is going to feel like an AR in his hands. Meanwhile, Neum on the pitch, shut down. Now it's down to Mercules taking away the space. Finds the first. Hydra responds, but nothing more. And Optic put together a very good attacking round.
Yeah, these just didn't quickly read what they were doing on the round, and then just a little bit too slow on their approach towards it. By the time they got over to the bomb site, it's about 30 seconds left, and the guy who actually finds the first blood is in a position he shouldn't be with that sniper. Dashy through bottom's servers is able to get that first kill to go their way, and then Shotzzy, knowing that Neum on the backside of Dragon had a sniper, he was just throwing so many shoulders at him, keeping him at bay and allowing his teammates to still have the 3v2 on the backside. So Optic showing their teamwork, tie the game.
Really good. Okay, so defensive idea for Thieves of giving away the A site doesn't really work out. We'll see if that forces a bit of an adaptation next time they're on the defense. Scrap is getting up and walking away, so
I hear the music.
Seems like we may have a tech pause here if I were to gamble and wager on that. So, yeah, man, let's just revisit the conversation surrounding, you know, the head-to-head between these two teams. On the season, it's been, you know, largely, you know, by win-loss record, controlled by Thieves, but the map count's been really tight. But you called it correctly. The Search and Destroy has been really good for Thieves against Optic on the season, and in particular, over the last couple of times that they've played.
Yeah, it's just, I'm telling you, ever since the NPC meta update, just allowing your superstars to be fully unlocked. Can you imagine like going into a boxing ring and Mike Tyson is all of a sudden a UFC fighter? Like, no, you're basically handicapping him. You were forcing him to be uncomfortable, but I don't know, they must have made the calls to the devs and said, how do we get my team to be better? And then just add a gun that can basically do it all and allow your SMGs to be the aggressors that they used to be. So Thieves, you know, feeling so good to end out this year on their high note.
Yeah, man. Well, here's a look back over the course of those matchups that we were talking about in this head-to-head. Started in the Major 1 quals, saw it again in Major 2 when, of course, that long round robin. And then it took a while for us to see it again. It wasn't until we eventually got to the minors, and then eventually, of course, the most recent affair, a map 7, that Optic only won one of the Neslo maps. Again, the searches and the overloads. They only took one search and destroy, and that was around 10 on Scar, which is no longer in the pool. So, like you talk about, Optic and Respawn has been really solid, but obviously it doesn't start off that way in this series, and that changes the dynamic of how we talk about a best of 7 between these two teams, now forcing Optic to have to win one of the, maybe two of the three between 2, 3, and 5.
Yeah, I just think like for two teams, especially some of the top teams that we have in the game, you without a doubt can split hard points on any given day, but the main focus for Optic is search and destroy. How do we get better versus this team? They understand what we like to do. They are prepared with so many different counterattacks to not allow our playmakers to playmake. And this is the conversations that are sometimes very difficult to have, because for a team that's basically flawless all the way up until you get your final series of every single tournament, it's not really a lot of homework you can do. It just comes down to the moment. Who's going to make the best play at the best time? And for Optic, even though you find yourself down 0-1, you still are Optic Texas for a reason. You can fight back.
Were you a little surprised in the post-game interview when you kind of were hearing from Optic in particular that they were mostly focused on what was going on in their overload? I mean, realistically, you look at how the overloads and the searches went in that grand finals versus LA. Both of them were relatively bad. I mean, yeah, a 2-6 loss, a 3-6 loss on search. You had a 3-8 loss on Den, which is going to be in this particular matchup. Like, were you surprised to hear that they were working more on their overload than on their search?
Yes, without a doubt. Because I've been thinking like their search and destroy could be top tip with anyone that goes up again in the league. But when you talk about their overload game, I feel like that's been the game mode that has truly held them back from unlocking their full form. Because you get to the last Grand Finals versus LA. The first map was like a 3-8 smoke show on the den. Then you get to the Scar, a couple mishaps happen, and it just seems like Optic, compared to the other 2 game modes, when the difference in Overload is like their teamwork isn't really all there. So I'm pretty sure I heard Mercules early into this qualifier saying this is our main focus because we want to actually play it as a collective unit. They have been obviously dominating in the mode ever since they've done that, but it depends on who they're going up against. Now you're playing against Thieves, who are probably the best Overload team in the game.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely feels that way. Like you talk about, you go back to like Major 3 quals just to kind of start off this frame. They are 14-7 in Overload, and that compares to the total season tally of 27-18. So just like to paint the picture, that means that they were essentially splitting the difference on Overload prior to this NPC meta. But again, Scrap is sitting down, so he's probably pretty close to loading back up. Let's take a look back over this best of 7 series, though. Again, the Den Search, really beneficial for both these 2 teams. The Den Overload is another rematch from that grand final. The Gridlock Hardpoint is one that I think kind of opens up our eyes just a touch, because Optic have looked really good on it, but we haven't seen them play it so far in this particular major qualifier. Whereas for Thieves, they've given it a handful of goes, just have not quite been able to finish off a couple of tight maps on it. 3-2 overall on the map mode combo.
Yeah, I think every single map realistically has an opportunity to be the square, but if you are Optic Texas, you need to answer into this series early on, because if you get to that Scar Overload in a position where you're not in the lead, it could potentially end in 6. And then if you get to the Gridlock Search and Destroy in a game 7, that's actually a map that when we first saw LA play it, when it got added into the map pool, they beat the hell out of Optic with ease. So this is where Optic need to stand up. You need to show why, without a doubt. You're one of the top teams in the game, but you need to answer into the series early and avoid the late match, because you need to at least force yourself to get there.
I mean, realistically for LA, I mean, it's not just the Gridlock. It's pretty much every Search and Destroy. They've been beating the hell out of everybody. 3-0 on Gridlock in particular. BZ's been, again, back on to what he usually does. 1.89 KD so far throughout this minor tournament, and he's getting a kill around at least. Also, did I see that right? 100% win rate and opening duel percentage. I mean, what are we talking about? But yeah, your point about Gridlock, if we get all the way there, I mean, 6-2, 6-1, 6-3 are the 3 wins that LA have on it. So they are destroying teams on it. Back into the action, though. Smoke possessing over towards front dojo. Shotzzy looking to get aggressive, and Neum shuts that down. First blood turned aside, and Hook is waiting for a little bit of trigger and eventually connects.
Okay, I was wondering if Hook was just blind for a second, but Hydra, on the other hand, works the deep route, makes it a 2v2. Wow. So now Neum through mid-cut is still going to be in the play, and it's a Nuke left out by himself.
Yeah, and I think for Thieves, they know that Hook had pushed through. Now they know for sure. Hook gets some damage into one. Neum trying to push forward. Goodness, the confidence in Neum. Oh my. First couple of the shots tagging, he is just holding down that left trigger, ready to go.
And if you just saw what LA did on that round, everyone has their own job. Like, if you are Neum, watch the late pitch. If you are Hydra, work over towards rooftops and make sure Shotzzy's not working that angle. And then Scrap and the BZ just drawing the intention over towards B side with that smoke. Shotzzy's thinking on the opposite side, all right, it's going to be an all-out blitz through the dojo side. So let me just try to run right up the middle and get behind enemy lines. But once he gets picked, Hydra is super aggressive on the backside. Even though Thieves do lose 2 players, they were in firm control of that round from the beginning.
2-1 the count. Optic back to the attack. Dashy trying to look for some information through the windows at 10. Don't believe he saw much of anything, though. So Optic will still pose themselves in for a B approach. Shotzzy a little shoulder. Scrap going to show some effort. Hydra damage out. Shotzzy in trouble, but he's got Dashy watching over him, and everyone will stay alive. Watch your flank, though. Neum has got great timing all the way around the back.
Yeah, and all his teammates need to do is just not get picked. Neum is going to be the deciding factor, because not a single player from Optic watching the pitch, and Hydra also finds the first blood. So that's 2, make it 3 fall, 1v4 left off the Mercules, and that's already going to be the round. It seems that Optic right now on the minimap, Al, you don't say this often, but they are playing very nervous.
I think there's also a level of they believe they've got the stuff covered that they think that they do. Like, that's just a route from Neum that you've got a player in Optic watching mid-map. They just don't ever have an opportunity to see the long route past the spawn. I mean, right here, yeah. It's just the timing of it is so unideal for Optic. And yeah, Neum just absolutely destroys the setup completely. And like you call, Jake, absolutely brilliant from Thieves to just keep delaying through dojo until that flank comes through.
It's because like Optic couldn't do anything but trap themselves on the site. Can't plant because this guy mid statue. Can't play it towards Dojo. And even if we watch flank, we're gonna keep ourselves trapped in the spawn. So Optic need to start making those mid-round adjustments. For early into this round, Hydra gets the first. Effective on a trade is Scrap. Numbers in favor of LA.
Tough retake to be sure. Mercules and Hook are going to work it through Dojo.
And Niam's flanking
is already on the routing again. So BZ throwing shoulders. All right, Niam, you can come over. I saw both. And Optic are so worried about tossing nades, they don't even get a chance to see Niam hitting you through a wall from behind. Thieves all over this.
It's like, I don't even know what you're going to try to call if you are Optic. Because every time you make a play call, Thieves are right there waiting on the opposite side. Walking away with a jar of the trades, keeping the numbers on their squad's numbers. And then just the first blood is being dominated right now from LA, 4-1. Optic need to slow down.
I mean, they also, it's like you need to slow down, but they also need to speed up because they're getting caught by these flanks. It's just, oof. 4-1 the tally. Niam on 6, Hellstorm is earned. Bees has gotten first blood with an aid. Just set up for that P2 Couch's position. Oh, man. Niam will be traded out, though, so we'll stay 3v3. Information confirmed, and realistically, it's just down to, do Optic want to use Shotzzy as a flank route towards A, or do you want to just gain the space and plant behind it?
Yeah, Shotzzy's gathering all this information. Dojo's going to be crystal clear, so let's get this bomb that IP. All of LA on the opposite side of the map. Somewhat now getting an indication. All right, there's no action over here, so start to work this rotation.
Bugou o mapa do nada assim por segundo a arma do cara.
Scrap able to find the first on Hercules. Post plant now becoming a bit more feeble for Optic. Still worried about the flank because why wouldn't you be? Dashy just looking for contact from the front side of Dojo. We'll see Scrap. A couple of the bullets are in, still able to stay alive. Shotzzy meanwhile putting pressure over towards the middle of the map. Dashy needs to keep his life right here. Scrap moving forward. Hydra able to find it. Now they turn over the wind. Then Shotzzy has to play this through mid-cut. Hopping on for the defuse will be Scrap. Hydra the one trying to guard. And this smoke is just not going to do it. Shotzzy's got to find the angle. Not going to happen. Hydra takes it away, and it's 5-1 LA.
Just like the way that they're setting this up doesn't get any easier, Al. When it turns into a 3v3, you get the bomb down. If you are Optic, all you want to do is value your life and not get isolated. But once Mercury falls, that puts Shotzzy in a position where he has to try to make a play. So in a 1v2, as we take a look at it again, this is the only play that he had of potentially making it happen for his team. But we just keep on getting caught, and that's due to LA not giving you any information in every single one of these rounds for you to do anything off of. So now at game point is LA. Don't give them another first blood 10 seconds in.
Just such a mountain to climb already, especially considering that, yep, Hellstorm can be used to gain all the space you could possibly want. Hydra will make sure no one's pushing over towards mid-server. Now we'll back up to get the plant over at B. Scrap, what do you decide to do? Wait, Hooks get hit by that. Are you kidding me? He's all the way inside by Dragon. He's got to be losing his mind right now. So 4v3, post-plant established for Thieves. Here we go.
Yeah, this is a lockup. Niam watching the cross through mid hop up. Gives the comp to his teammates. There's at least 2 places on the map, so let me just value my life a little longer.
Well, he's going to be pushed out. Oh my God, no way! Shotzzy had the beat on him. Literally had the jump on him. Mercury's the only one to find a kill, though. And Thieves are running through Optic with no cause for concern.
Said it before the series started, Al. The team with better teamwork from start to finish of this series will win it. But I was not expecting Ella to play at this kind of level. They are making Optic Texas, a team who goes basically 3-0 in every single match until they get to Championship Sunday, looking like some bums, man. This is insane to see. Niam 10-2, 7 in a row, earns himself the Hellstorm, but just like the way that they are working as a squad, Optic can't do anything. Like, they're playmakers, they're SMGs who decide to be the opening guys. The guys who create those lanes for the team are getting picked off 10-15 seconds into the round. 3 first bloods for both Hook and Shotzzy. Yeah, and LA might be thinking about a 4-0 sweep just like the Knicks.
Oh no, what, you just spoke that into existence. Oh my, that's a lot of confidence from my guy Jay. A lot of confidence from my guy Jay. But why not? Right now, it is all Thieves all the time. 2 back-to-back beat-down maps. Has us looking at a Den Overload. Another map that LA
Se Los Angeles ganhar mais mapa, já era.
had a lot of success against this Optic team in the grand finals. Will there be an opportunity for Optic to recover? We'll find out when we come back for the break.
Eu acho que já era. Por que eu digo que já era?
Iniciar
Temos,
janela.
quando temos live.
Pesquisar no Cleaner Browser.
Black Ops 7 returns to the Esports World
TikTok
Cup
Live
this summer. Scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Seja Live, 2 horas e 54 minutos e 40 segundos. Projetor em
Nós estamos
tela
com mais de
cheia.
2 horas ainda, galera.
Janela.
Uma hora e meia no resto de live ainda. 1 hora e meia no
Brought
resto.
to you by America's Navy and the special
Porque
operators who
são
work in the
quase 3 horas
shadows.
de live. É. Então, nessa 1 hora e pouco. Mas que vai dar que falar. Esse torneio vai dar. Aí lembrando, agosto, não sei que sairá nos dias da Gamescom, não, mas já sei que temos Gamescom Latam. Nas próximas horas. Não só Gamescom Latam, não, temos também Activist também. Então temos
Map number 1, I'm leaning towards Toronto. Oh,
muitos.
Joe, I think we have a gift for you. Oh, it's early Christmas.
I missed out on Christmas memo. Do you guys send that one back?
Do you need a receipt?
I have the receipt over here.
Yeah,
if
receipt.
you need it.
What's the return policy on this thing?
I think 24 hours.
Do I have to open this?
Yeah, you have to open it
I
first.
do? Okay. Hello. This is weird. You look great. It's a brand new Maven. Yeah. They really got that on tight, huh?
Welcome back to the CDL. Wow, what is going on? He's the master fight. This guy is just, that's unbelievable. Okay.
Vamos era filho deles antes, ó.
Last series of the day. Just, Riley, I don't even want to talk about it. Just
Vai
throw our
evoluindo.
predictions. You know who we're picking.
You know which way we're going. Go ahead and light it up purple across the board.
Yes, do that.
Yo, is this rigged? They didn't even go through the picks.
They didn't even go. Wait, so nobody's picking Cloud9? That's actually biased as I'm sorry.
This is one of those series you see on the schedule and you're like,
See if they can stand it again.
Get this one done. Go enjoy our day.
yeah, let's get in there. Let's finish it up quick.
They may have booked dinner tonight or something.
Let's go.
The people's team! What the? I'll admit I was wrong. That's impressive. That's
We were
great
all
work.
wrong. Yeah, we were all wrong.
That's great work from C9 right
We
there.
were all wrong. I give it to him.
What an awesome.
No resto 1 hora e 20.
Welcome back to the Minor 2 Grand Final. LA Thieves taking on Optic Texas. Or are they? Because right now, Thieves are just walking the dog. It's been casual. It's been an easy stroll. We're talking near 100-point club and then near flawless search and destroy, Jay. Got to have some sort of a bounce back immediately if you're Optic. And at least they're smiling and vibing. Maybe there's something in that little break.
Yeah, you know, vibes got to be at an all-time high because you just never been whooped like this so far. But thankfully, you got players so far in Overload who have been taking over on the weekend. Shotzi with a 1.44 KD leading the lobby. Dashy right behind him. But, you know, now you're playing against the #1 Overload team in the game, so it might change a little bit.
Yeah, I heard that. And on top of that, keep an eye on Nia, my guy.
He's the
Been in
best.
the situations in like the new CDL era that we've had a rookie potentially not just compete for Rookie of the Year, but maybe also MVP. Because
Well, it would have been Mercury's last season if he didn't walk in the final 2 months.
True. Yeah, that's valid. That's valid. Wow. I mean, I just can't even begin to tell you guys. I mean, you and I watch a lot of challengers. We do the elites, but like challengers was like a lifeblood for me for a long time. I'm talking like when Modern Warfare 2 was around, Neum, that was his first year competing, barely even cracked through the top 16.
Me acabei de montar no time, parece.
Top 32s. Modern Warfare 3 barely cracked through the top 16 really at all. And then all of a sudden, Black Ops 6, a couple of top 8s. And then this year, a couple of top 6s. It's like, it's not your typical rise for a challengers player, but he's just everything right now for LA.
Yeah, and I think just starting off his career, he was an SMG player. So then understanding, all right, these guys barely get picked up in the league. So let me just whip out the AR and start putting up some numbers to get my shot. And he might have found the perfect role change for himself alongside these kind of teammates. To be such an unbelievable player with a great career ahead of him. But into the overload we go. You know, Mercury's talked about it. This is the game mode they needed to work on, and you need it now more than ever.
Yeah, and on the other front, LA has provided some of the fastest break-off scores on this map. A lot of it has gone away over time, but you might not even need that right now. The break-off has been perfect. The only thing that really has gone awry in terms of mistake was that Scrap kind of missed the EMP on his first few grabs. Hydra's able to find one from the grave. Scrap going to slide in, find the opening score, and it's one of those opening run-throughs for LA. Absolutely perfect break-off.
Yeah, we're dropping Semtex if you are Hydra. If he doesn't drop that Semtex, that play is still alive, and that's not an early score for LA, but now LA up 1-0, already in position to stop them. Over at the reset, a team kill isn't gonna help, but if your job is a BZ, all you have to do is stall out time. Now your teammates are here.
Yeah, a couple of stuns come through for Thieves on the regain of the dojo position. Scrap for 2. Hydra getting a lot of damage, gonna get caught though by Shotzzy. Scrap not immediately in a position to trade, but will chase it down, find the easy follow-up. And now keep your eye on the minimap. Who's forward? It's Neum. AR in hand, trying to block off the spawns, try to catch a couple of defenders on rotation here. Timing, how's this going to work out? Able to catch out one with a knife, the second one not quite, and Optic will find at least a couple of eliminations to stop this EMP push.
Yep, and they also take care of Hydra, who's trying to be that a nuisance behind enemy lines, but you see what LA are doing. Retract with the EMP, wait for your teammates to come off spawn. Now we go for our second push right through the front door. Optic are already here, ready and waiting. They find 2 kills in sync, and they should be able to get the stop and turn this into offense.
Oh, Semtex though down for Hydra, stalls out the play. I think he accidentally grabs the EMP right there, but it doesn't make a difference. BZ's right there for the follow-up. Mercury's trying to step up to stop this play before it can start. Helping him is Shotzzy. No trophy system here though, so stuns and nades can both land. Knife out in the corner for Neum. Not gonna have a chance to swipe at Shotzzy, who finds the opening pick and allow his Optic defense to move forward.
Optic keep on moving forward, and Thieves keep on backing up until they get the perfect scenario to continue to be the aggressors, and this is where you find it. Hydra just staying tight in towards the corner, locates 3. Now EMP carry just gonna fly on in and try to clean up that final kill, but he gets shut down, and Optic get the shutdown.
Yeah, nice movement there from Hook. Just scales the wall. Comes back down for 2. Hydra still right back in his next life though. He will find another double. 12 and 6 start for Hydra. Neum on the flank. Scrap trying to hold his life, but may not have the chance to as he's getting pushed out by Mercules. And now Neum kind of on an island. What can he do from this position? Low, finessing, trying to get some sort of a regen, but a stun locks him into place. And it'll be up to the Thieves to try to return over towards the front as the EMP resets.
Yeah, I think Optic only have like 4 seconds of possession time so far in this first half with that EMP in head. So finally with some kills going their way, Shotzzy being the lead blocker already out through that A plat. Just needs someone to retrieve the EMP, but as soon as they do, he falls, and now you got to retreat.
And meanwhile, Hydra will make sure the EMP gets held over towards the mid-cut. Scrap will fall. Optic, all 4 members going to be playing up towards Dojo. They get a second onto Abizi. Now it's just down to Neum, last one left. Help off the reset though, coming back over to play. Shotzzy trying to work on the middle of the map, but he needs to start to get here sooner rather than later, and Abizi will shut that down. Neum behind the play, lots of damage, double for him, and Scrap will once again control the EMP. Minute 20 on the clock in this 1-0 game for Thieves.
It's like Thieves are never nervous. It doesn't matter how close Optic are to potentially getting a score. You get your trophies down. We know the teamwork is going to be on point, and now we're turning defense into immediate offense because you still have the numbers on this side of the map. Hookah's going to be all the way across and might put himself in this to instantly be back into the play. He finds one, and that's all that's going to be needed because your teammates get those close spawns. Optic get the stop.
Well, Hydra can still find the trade and keep a position up top towards P2. And if he can do a little bit more damage here, you've all of a sudden got Scrap playing over towards the mid-cot, but no. He's shut down. Scrap off the regen, still allows the Thieves to stay towards couches, but Optic will get the EMP, and they've got numbers to start running their way up towards Dojo.
Yeah, don't allow this spot to beat you down again. This time it's going to be a BZ instead of Hydra, and his Hoop locates that first kill, and that's going to be 3, making all 4 dead in a row. Optic quickly tie the game, but has to get over towards rooftop side because Thieves are just going to cut their losses and play new.
BZ will fall, though, on the backside of Dragon. Hydra trying to hold the window. Mercury's stuck. That's going to be 3 down. You've got a forward blocker. Shotzzy trying to cut off the EMP carrier around the middle of the map, and Scrap wins a huge pistol fight. Oh, my goodness. Now he just needs to wait for the regen to come through. Nade's starting to come out, but Scrap was able to score right before the half. What a win from Scrap. Looked like Shotzzy had that perfectly read. Not the case, and it's a 2-1 half to Thieves.
Yeah, that's just a gunfight you gotta win if you're Shotzzy. Yeah. It's one player with a pistol. He's also the most important player on the map. And you were able to get the jump on him with the NPC. But Scrap wins that one-on-one, and Thieves go into the half up by 1. But it's just another map, a different mode where Optic are just seeming to be uncomfortable. This is not normal, ladies and gentlemen. Optic, without a doubt, are the #1 team that we've had on the entire season, especially on the top of the point standing. But just like right now, I don't think I've ever seen Optic feel this out of sync.
They just can't get anything going. I mean, and I don't know if that's as much of like a bad omen for Optic as much as it's maybe just LA dominating. I mean, they're setting up each other so well. And here we go
break
again.
Off.
Talk about that Thieves break off. It has been so good on both sides of Den. But good response for Optic. Taking a moment, taking a beat, helping each other out. They're going to have a chance to get the EMP, but Neum continues to just absolutely do whatever he wants. And if he wins that one, oh man. You start to think about the mind games that plays, but it doesn't make a difference. Hydra gets one from the side, Scrap another from the front. And now Hook is all of a sudden a little bit on the play, but he goes unnoticed, finds the first. Scrap turning, pistol out in hand, but that's enough for Hook to still find 3. And now an opportunity for Optic to get this thing to a tie game.
Yeah, Hook needs to get a couple more, though, because he is the lead blocker, just had to reload the gun. So wasn't going to be ready for that first gunfight, but that's just one of those routes there out of the nuke that I would have loved for him to just cut it in half and help your teammates through that mid-map. But you still have the EMP in your possession. You're still pushing Thieves back in an uncomfortable position, but now they have kills in sync, and they're going to hit the forward button.
Uh-oh, Merc's not able to get back to safety. Shotzzy has to stand tall. Good for the first. Grabs the EMP. I'm not sure if that was intentional or not, but regardless, he has it. He's got help too. Hook and Dashy right here with him. But I think that nade just kind of bounces off the wall.
Oh no.
That's enough for BZ to push forward, find a couple. And you got Neum once again moving spawns. I'm telling you, he's always in the right spot, making the right play. Easy counter cap for Thieves. And now we're dealing damage in the Optic spawn. Woo-hoo-hoo, it's all Thieves, baby.
And Hydra's still here. He is gonna get taken down, but who cares? It's all 4 players instantly in a position to stop it at the defensive line.
Oh my God.
He's just winning gunfight after gunfight. Like, these are unreal right now. Oh my goodness.
He's not done yet. Finally, Dashy gets the pick. Hydra trying to stand in front of the way. Dashy didn't have the EMP, so he wasn't able to join Shotzzy on that push up. Now the Thieves are here defensively. Watch this route, though. Optic have a couple of players playing through couches, but Neum gets the read on it, able to get a lot of damage into Mercules. But Optic still are able to posture forward. Dashy pistol out, dancing in the window, trying to find an opportunity to shut down Hydra, but easier said than done. He finds 3 from the cut. Scrap kept his life as the B defender, and Thieves are controlling the EMP again.
And they're rotating it over towards rooftops. All of Optic are not going to be in a position. Only one player can contest them, and it's going to be Shotzzy. He's going to fall. Scrap eventually does get overwhelmed, so Optic get the stop that they desperately needed. But with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left to work with, what decision are you going to make? Are you going to push it the roof, or are you going to wrap back as Hydra's behind you?
Well, he will fall. Optic will have the numbers to regain rooftop control, but nobody is working on the middle of the map. Scrap. SMG out. He's taken a lot of damage from that nade. Still able to put some damage in response, though. So good return here for Thieves. Still putting the pressure on towards couches, but Optic will find the trades they need. Now down the steps. This is a tough position to attack. But Hydra running out of ammunition here. He's got help. That's the problem. And the return for the EMP making their way back over towards mid is just going to be followed up by Thieves chasing down the carrier.
Yeah, and all they're doing is pushing Optic back, forcing them to waste more of the game clock. You had the numbers at A, but you don't execute the push. Now you try to wrap it back over through B, and that's all 4 dead in favor of LA. Studs and Nays need the Ray Supreme over towards the bookshelf because this is looking like score number 4.
Looking like it. Last little bit. Dashy can only find one of the two. aBeZy wins the pistol battle as the carrier. It's 4-1 to Thieves. Minute 18 on the clock. Optic just trying for something desperate. Trying to alleviate what has been a boon in this season of continuing to finish in second. But right now, it looks like they're about to fall 0-3 in map count.
Yeah, only a minute left to go. And every single time you take 2 steps off of your respawn is a player from Thieves contesting you. The time is getting away from you. Gunfights are getting away from you. LA with just so much pressure on the map. I've seen 4 NPCs at certain times. Optic just not keeping up right now.
Nope, not at all. Mercules will drop as the EMP carrier. Hellstorm slows the play down to what now makes this map essentially unwinnable for Optic. It would have to be a score immediately here and then of just straight relays after that. We haven't seen anything quite like it. Not at this level with these types of caliber of teams. And I mean, when we're finding shots like that, it's just not going to happen. Oh my goodness. LA Thieves are going to be up 3-0 with 3 dominant map wins on our most consistent team to this point in the season. Unreal.
Just insane to see out of LA that they find themselves in this form at this point of the season. Because if you were a Nadeshot, the guy who created such a stacked lineup, this is what you were expecting to see to start it all. But these are kind of rosters you build to beat the green wall. And right now you are beating the shit out of them.
Correct. I mean, what do you say, Jay? It's like, we're talking about what was an absolutely epic grand final in Atlanta. So good on so many ways. Yes, LA, their map wins were slightly more convincing than what we would have seen from Optic. But to see both of these two teams coming into this major, very likely in just about everyone's power rankings as number 1 and number 2 in some order, to see this much of a gap exist in what has been, what, 2.5 weeks since Atlanta is very surprising. Very surprising.
Yeah, because like, I don't really know what Thieves needed to work on at the end of that tournament. It looks like every single mode, obviously 50-50 in hardpoint, search to destroy about 80-20 and overload, almost 100%. But the fact that this team is still getting better after winning is very typical, because sometimes complacency can hit you, especially with some young guys. But when you got world champions, players who have been there before, been there, done that, now let's see if we can do it a little bit better next time around. And in this grand finals, Optic have shown us nothing.
Yeah. Well, I mean, legitimately, there have been very slim marginal moments that we've been able to catch from Optic. We're talking about like 1 P2 rotation win on Scar, 1 actual round of search and destroy on Den Surge, and then yes, 1 good look in terms of an offensive look here for Optic. But you called it right. I mean, they barely had the EMP in their control at any point of this map. We're talking about Thieves coming out at the get-go and finding a 35-second score. It's undeniable what we're seeing from Los Angeles at the moment.
Yeah, I'm telling you, and just what we saw from that first score, Semtex being dropped even after you kill the opponent, still finding kills, yet nothing is going right now for the green wall. Down 0-3. Never been in this position before. But you still have opportunity to fight, man. You can't give up. You don't want to end it out like this, because I'm telling you, if these 4 are Optic, they're walking into the next qualifying stage. They don't give a hell who they play. They don't care what maps they play. They're going to be delusional versus anyone.
Yeah, I mean, I think we're kind of at the point where we've already seen LA more than happy to start working on some maps that they may not necessarily have in their bag just as of yet. But Gridlock Hardpoint comes up next, and just kind of talking over the history, Optic have looked very good here. Only dropped 1 map in the 5 times they've played it, and it was a relatively tight one versus FaZe. What was a very good series right before we got to Atlanta. So for LA, this is one of those maps that has not quite clicked as of yet, but is coming along. I mean, their last handful of outings on it have either been wins or losses. I mean, the one to Vegas at the beginning of this qualifier stage was a 43-point loss, so very tight. I don't know, man. Just looking at Scar and how they were able to prioritize rotation win after rotation win after rotation win, you kind of feel like Thieves had this one ready to go.
Yeah, they beaten them in the fundamental aspect. They beaten them in the teamwork aspect. And sometimes when the individuals need to shine, oh yeah, they also got that in their bag. So it's all smiles in the LA camp. Take your sip of water, get yourself a back massage, do whatever the hell you want, because whatever you've been doing at this point is 100% working. And I know if you are Nate Shaws who's watching this grand final, he's saying, finally, this is the team I wanted, and it's shown.
Unreal. Okay. Let's head back to 2019 vibes and jump into a gridlock, but this time on the hard point. Wow. It's just, you see that score and those three maps show up and it just does not feel accurate.
Yeah, you think they play like C9 or something.
Oh, that's a wild stray, but a very accurate one.
Yeah.
Holy cow. All right. I mean, where does it start for you, Jay? First rotation?
Yeah, I just think Optic need to come out the gate swinging, man. ARs need to find their kills, win the first P1 to P2 rotation, and Optic are going to give themselves a good chance.
Okay. See what we get here. It'll be Optic from the right side of the minimap. LA, knowing that they're going to get their second, are largely playing over towards Dojo's side here, just looking for nades to connect. Trying to see if they can get someone on the pitch. Hydra gets the reach.
Hello?
Just gets blindsided by it. I don't know if he was expecting Hydra to keep moving through that stun, but he does, and that is enough to open up the hard point to LA. I mean, we're talking about perfect break-off after perfect break-off, Jay. What are we talking about?
He might have lagged out right there. I don't know how you don't react to Hydra sliding right by you and then coming back to the same spot, because they always come back out. But don't execute that gunfight. Now that leads to a break, but still a good chunk of time at the P1. But at least you have a little things to be hopeful for if you are Optic. You were in control of the spawns for that next HP. Just don't give up a lot of time here.
Man, that's just so good from Hydra. I mean, he's planning to play for that early rotation through Long Street. Sees that he's got a player in front of him and just sits and waits for help. And meanwhile, over the old time, another 1v1 comes through for LA. So now you've got an opportunity to at least fight back over towards Bus Stop. Neem in some trouble here, though, against Hook's NPC. And that will be enough for Optic to, for now, control some good space around P2.
Yeah, you gotta make sure you're reading some of these long routes, because the BZ is looking for the timing to go his way, or at least Scrap to be the guy that draws the attention. Mercury's still gonna be head on the swivel, though. Watch the OE. Last player alive is gonna be Scrap, so Optic shut down that first wave and take the lead.
Yeah, and off spawns here. We'll have Hook playing through mid. Merc trying to reinforce from the front. Hold on a second. Couple of kills come through for Thieves. Merc is the only one to find elimination. He can only do so much from that corner. So there's really nothing to be found here for Optic on the return back to the hard point. Scrap now locking things down on 5 in a row. Car bomb will come through, but Scrap almost able to find Hook. That may have given him the Hellstorm. He was really close if he got an objective kill. Follow up though from Hook is good, and okay, Optic will hold the lead. We'll move over towards P3, and Optic will be there first, and they win the first gunfight on top of it.
Yeah, it's a big win out of Mercules, because Hydro's here with about 15 seconds of old time. Try to be that lead guy for the team early off the rotation, but now Optic trying to grow the lead a little bit more. Both players who were early off the roto, because the other two spawned all the way across the map, just stalled out so much time for the teammates to not get into play, and now Abizi has to slow up even more.
Well, he's in a good position here. He blocks out one of Optic's spawns. Now it's just time to finding the last defender around the hill, and it's Shotzzy. Over the top of the tree, tough gunfight to come through. Dashy assists nicely. Neem off the regen, trying to hold over towards Towels. It's a 3v3 for the hard point at the moment. Hydra gets himself the first two, now the third, looking for essentially all of Optic. But instead, it's Abizi who finds the fourth and final kill, and LA are looking decent for the back 30.
And now with only 20 seconds left, Optic in a tough position. Are we going to contest this and potentially flip on out? If we lose the fight, but no, we start off with the initiative to go our way, make it 3-for-1 in the trade battle, but just no one thinking about the hard point is going to allow Neem to be in a very good spot to at least stall time for his teammates.
Yeah, and you got a BZ. Oh, man.
Look at him.
Able to find a finesse winner on the back. So Neem from back square gets the first. Locks down the spawns. Numbers now for Thieves as they collapse out of the hard point. Shotzzy only able to find one. Trying to go in and out of Grandma's up top. Dashy also playing from the jump up. But these nades are finding so much value. BZ still locking from the front. Trophy to keep him safe. But here comes Shotzzy. 2 in a row for him. Mercury's the third, and Abizi's got no exit. Perfect break for Optic.
Yeah, this is why Optic love themselves some Gridlock HP, because some of these money hills you're thinking that seem to be unbreakable, Optic have figured out how to need to do it. So keeping the lead in their favor, so controlling the spawns as well. Kill feed starting to light up green. Optic looking for momentum. They're finding it.
Well, they do get bounced out of the hard point for a small moment, but Shotzzy on 4 is brooding towards a potential Hellstorm. Give him 5. One more down low. There we go. A little bit of hard point time may get the job done for the Hellstorm as we rotate back over to P1. LA spawning over towards Old. And that's a solid set of reads right now from Optic, but Shotzzy still does not have that Hellstorm yet. I'm sure he was sitting there thinking, I just got to play for a kill. aBeZy trying to hunt him down. First shoulder comes through, and LA will know that Shotzzy's in the back line.
Yeah, and they also know that he's probably playing for a Hellstorm, so let's take our time on this Chow. And it's Hydra able to execute that one-on-one. So now your pinch is covered. Everybody focus on the front, and there's no Hellstorms that are going to break it at this P1 time. This is looking like a flawless hold.
Looking good so far. 30 seconds of the fight. Optic still spawning on the preferred side of the map as we look over towards what comes next for P2. But all of this time for LA isn't even close to being contested. I mean, Hydra hasn't moved since finding that shutdown onto Shotzzy. And eventually we'll find Hook, but gunfight doesn't go his way. aBeZy, lots of damage, but only a single kill. And that's really good space for Optic with only 13 seconds left on P1.
Yeah, it's such a long time to execute that break attempt, but thankfully the Nuke, who is the guy working behind Hydra, wins that one-on-one. So still in control of the spawns, and you only have one player now technically off the rotation towards New. Thieves can bully their way over towards 18.
And the timing here is absolutely perfect for Thieves. Small play for Optic, kind of developing on both sides of the map at the same time. Shotzzy only able to find one. He's stuck backside fire. Stun comes through, locks him into place, makes that gunfight very simple for Neum. Follow-up through overpass. Hydra's going to catch one on rotation, so now the pinch has been made known. aBeZy the one trying to block it over as the rest of Thieves will spawn right on top of 18. And that's all you need. And again, just make yourself the most difficult kill possible. aBeZy finds the info, and now all of a sudden he's helping from the front. You just don't anticipate this many numbers for Thieves, and he almost turns to find a second, but it's Optic for 3, and they're back into the time.
Yeah, I love the play to just discard dashing towards the back lines to keep your numbers. At least your advantage still right in front of you, but you know, when the gunfights, that's where it could come back to haunt you. Optic Soku, this final 10, or at least cut their losses and think about that new time, but every single gunfight from this point on is very important, and it's Neum who finds the first, Neum finds another.
Hydra gonna get the information that there are players already on the time. Shotzzy trying to dance around the tree, not gonna work out. Scrap with the follow-up, doesn't even need to come through as he's able to turn and nearly find Mercules. But now the sides get established. LA trying to spawn from the left, Optic spawning in from the back. But it's the Thieves in the time for now. 4v2 situation though for Optic, trying to make their way into the hard point. But Hydra, Scrap able to find a couple, leaves it to an opportunity to still contest this. Dashing for 2, dashing for 3. One more to find. Neum trying to clean things up, but Thieves are trying to restructure at the same time. Down right now, but we jump to an LA listening to see if they can make the comeback.
Yo, shot time. Watch out right side.
Okay. Nice, guys.
Yo, gonna be your fast, gonna be your fast.
20. Yo, pillar on the pillar, Kyler. He's on the pillar.
Yo, two tiki. I spawned new.
That's not on new guys.
One bullet. Yeah, behind me. They're banging. Small. I'm playing dub. I'm already help the right. I'm all dub. I have time.
I have your small.
Dub. Brandon, watch out, D-dub.
One spawn right. I have the right, Jay.
Yeah, we're not.
I have right.
I spawn back out.
Yo, one front. One already taxi.
Taxi, Kyler. One shot, Kyler.
In mid. Merc, watch out.
I have your left side.
Kyler, one shot. Already in the window. Already top.
I have your top.
You want help? Throw one bullet. I spawned the back. Back alley. I spawned the back.
I have your back alley.
I'll see him back door.
All short time, boys.
Back left door.
I'm trying back alley. Back alley. Watch out.
Let's go ladder, boys. Let's go ladder.
Time.
Go ladder here.
Shot left side time weak.
It's your time.
Watch out. Ah, he comes over.
Top of me there.
Stay alive.
Each out.
Yeah, Merc is
Top ladder.
Top ladder, Chang. Merc top ladder. Merc still top ladder. Still there, Merc.
Nice, guys.
I know.
2-0. We play for the zone. Play for the zone.
Go back door. Top. Last one. Counting on time. On laying down on the stairs. Bottom of the stairs.
Yeah, in you, boys.
We can take routes.
Money. Going home.
I'll see him banging.
I'm pitching left.
Yeah, bang left.
I'm laying the
one spawn deep dub, okay?
I'm gonna go ice cream with you, Paco. Hold on.
I'm playing my life back square.
I'm gonna slide out to the right. He's on the
Yes, left and right. Okay. Both sides.
I'm back bank right now. So try to
I'm
trying to.
Yo, let's go bank together.
Yo, 2018, spawning 18.
Yeah, one's gonna be
On time, Merc has up on time.
One's gonna be Watch out. Merc is just shotgun.
Stone on me. Stone.
One's gonna be ice cream. My man, one's gonna be ice cream.
I spawn shower.
Top broken. Run away. Top broken.
On time hole.
Top broken.
2018.
On time. Last time Merc gonna be low bridge.
I have time.
No, they spawn shower.
No,
Hearts on low bridge.
Yo, two spawn shower. Yeah, no, but the first shower.
I have hole.
Take your time.
Back right.
Yo, right.
Right of me, dead.
In the back.
Yo, two bank. Let's do bank.
Try me close. Weak. Help him, boys. Try me close. Try me close. Right, one more counter close. You got close. Nice.
I have hold. Give me funded.
Right. They're spawning one more. They're gonna be right. They're gonna be right.
Someone pick up hole.
Yeah, I got it. I can.
Brandon on the car.
Yeah, stop.
I'm just making noise.
Stop 18. Stop 18. I don't see other. Yo, one shot.
Back 18.
Take it.
All good.
Stone and low bridge.
Take it, Brandon. One shot.
All good. Stone and low bridge.
Yo, forefront.
Go front. Yeah, I'm down.
Forefront. I'm sending mid. Taxi. Gotta kill this guy. Taxi. Backing up the taxi mid.
He's 2 on time. That kill is +1. He's on the taxi.
Back and forth, but Mercules is starting to turn up, Jay. He's on another 5 spree, 30 and 21. The only thing he's been missing out on is not being able to finish off a Hellstorm, but he has been so instrumental towards Optic keeping this lead.
Oh, here's the reason why they have the lead, man. He was able to make such a great play at the ending of the P4, but just slipping by Niam and Hydra, going on 5 in a row. And then just now off this rotation, locating 3 is the only player watching the front lines. Optic still trying to keep their 20-point lead, and Mercules starting to relocate his Hercules form. He was going off.
There's the CDL, and then there's the CDL driver's license that Merc just showed off by playing around 18. Unbelievable. Hook now on rotation finds the first. Does he get a read that there's a second nearby? Hard to tell if they know that Scrap is here, and yet Shotzzy will get that information. Now, leader's advantage, potentially leading toward potential map win for Optic. Dashy off 3 in a row. LA spawning around the map, not in any sort of concentrated effort, and Optic can close here.
Oh, but Niam is able to read. Mercules so far pushed out, so first kill goes in favor of LA, and they also have a pinch on the opposite side. So in a 3v4, you gotta try to hold on. You are finding the trays. Dashy gonna be the last man standing, but the numbers for Thieves is good enough for the break.
I mean, we're talking about a 2v4 situation if you were to take a freeze frame of the minimap with both players for Thieves on opposite sides way out of the play, and they still find ways to get kills.
Oh my goodness.
Turn it into a clean break. All 4 dead for Optic. 237 is where it stops for Texas. LA, 225 and counting. Trying to get a read. Hydra up front. Scrap able to help out. Gets the warn trade. How about more? Looking for everything. Not quite. And Niam
still lose.
Drop. They will lose here. You've got to find a way to contest it if Easy's on the case.
Just gotta get it for a slither of a second, and Optic are pushing you back for so far so good, but a millisecond contest from Scrap is good enough. Thieves win the rotation anew.
Gotta be perfect though. They need 20 seconds of time without giving away a 1/10 of a second, it feels like. Shotzzy, Mercules, first couple of kills come through. Niam cannot leave the hard point. Shotzzy fresh off the regen. Can't win the first battle.
Oh my!
239, 249. Abizi for 3. Dashy, you cannot drop here. You have to keep your life. Returning back up top. Chasing down 1. Oh, what a read from Abizi. Damage is out. Now it's 248 to 249. Scrap the last one left. You have to stay alive if you're Shotzzy. The contest is through. The spray is down, and Optic get one through the hoop, if only just barely. Holy cow.
That's what it takes for Optic to win maps versus LA. Grueler finishes like that. Everyone whip out an NPC. Someone find a kill. But it's Dashy who starts it off in that final push. Puts himself in the top window. Gets that opening blood. Allows your teammates to just fly on in. I know it was Scrap, potentially a little bit nervous, knowing that he was the last man standing in another 1v2. But you don't allow Thieves to break you down on Gridlock. We gotta take a look at it again, man, because all of these kills off of the rotation were going in favor of LA. Optic needed to have one moment, one possible situation just to go their way, and it took a couple extra NPCs to get it done.
Yeah, and honestly, being able to finish off these 2 kills for Thieves, I was thinking game was over right here, but then another moment from Scrap where he gets a manifest double that you just don't expect to happen. And then Abizi again just coming up clutch. Gets 3 in this moment. The rewrap back over onto Shotzzy. So good to clean up that space because you just don't get that final sliver. Then back like you call though, this is where Optic had been winning the majority of their time was over at P4, and initially you start to think that, okay, 2v2 spawns are going to be in favor of Optic, but then Abizi again comes back and shuts the door and allows Thieves to reinforce.
And Abizi kept on finding kill after kill, but this is the most important one out of Dashy. Played the cutoff, executes that one-on-one versus Abizi, and just starts off the trade fights. Now all of your teammates are coming off the respawn, just flooding that back door, knowing that they have the numbers, knowing that they have the advantage. and finally gain some momentum in the series. The series is far from over, Al, but Optic now feeling a little bit good.
Yeah, you get something. You get something there. And I just have to again say, and I hate to come across like we're just kind of riding the Thieves train right now, but even in moments where you watch like what happens like in a 90-second affair, like the scrap time of one hill into the full time of a next one, like especially going from 2 to 3, it's like, okay, Optic are doing all the right things. Then you look up at the scoreboard, it's only a 10-point game. It's just like LA are so good at either finding contest time or more in particular, getting into a position to keep time relatively neutral. I mean, look at aBeZy, 32 and 27 with a minute 42 and 18 objective kills for the L. It's just every time you think Optic are doing the right things and they're in a 4v2, they're in a good setup, someone sneaks out and still is able to contest time that you just would not expect. So very, very close affair. And now we all of a sudden have maybe a series on our hands here, because for a moment it looked like LA were about to pull off another impossible one, but Optic get one through, and now we look over to another search and destroy that for both these two teams we haven't seen a lot of. It's Hacienda.
Yeah, but they have played it a lot, even though they haven't played it this season a lot, all throughout last year. Like, this is one of their go-tos, especially if you are Optic. We watched them play it one time so far this season, and Shotzzy was just never letting go of his front stick, like just consistently running it down. And Optic, you know, are going to be installed on Hacienda with so much confidence to make all the plays that they want. I know Thieves have yet to try this one, so let's see if they're that good of an S&D team.
How many times do we think of like aBeZy just running down Fountain and finding a first blood?
Or Shotzzy.
I don't know. Or Shotzzy. Could be a little bit of both. Maybe a little bit of both. I'm here for that. Let's try to get this series going. It feels like we're finally arrived in what we would have expected after a 2-point affair, getting Optic their first map win. Till that point, it's been all Thieves. See how things unfold when we come back for map number 5 on the backside of the break.
Champs tickets are on sale now. Come see the best teams lock in for this season's grand finale in fabulous Las Vegas. All 4-day passes come with early venue access. Head to FazeVegas.com or scan the QR code to get your tickets now.
Go pick up the 2026 Call of Duty League Championship Tracer Pack. You can support all 12 Call of Duty League teams.
Scuff, official controller of the CDL.
Ravens are a work-from-home team.
Nero shutting down Hydra from putting together a very congestive spawn trap.
I'm sorry.
That's good. That is good. That right there is good content.
We're using that one.
That is good content.
That is the best way to call it.
That is good content. Help me jack off, Prime. Absolutely. You know ball, buddy. Calling them a work-from-home team is so disrespectful, dude.
But the Miami Heretics are hungry for a win. Can they end this streak?
Then, Toronto squares off against Minnesota. The Rocker will need a masterclass from the rookie Lindsay.
What is Ben doing here?
Welcome back there, friends. What is Ben doing there? What is Ben J up to these days? Still missing 8-foot putts? Probably. Optic, Thieves, 3-1 the count in favor of LA, but a 2-point game with some fire. maybe is enough to awaken the inner demons of Optic Texas, because so far it has been all LA all the time, always. Let's take a look back at how things had unfolded in map number 2, because if you weren't here for it, you probably missed it. It was about a 6-minute game. Unbelievably quick. It was Neum, the takeover guy. 5.0 KD means he went 10-2, tons of damage, won every single opening duel he found himself in, Jay.
Yeah, just the ultimate do-it-all player. Doesn't matter what weapon he has. The guy can be the island guy. He could be your first blood sniper guy. He can also whip out an SMG if you want to just fly on in and play trades. Neum was unreal in that game 2 Search and Destroy. And if you allow that guy to earn a Hellstorm on a different map like Hacienda, then yeah, you're also not going to have a good time. So for playmakers like Shotzzy, who loves to run around and play for those openings, this needs to be your takeover map.
Indeed the case. It'll be Optic on the opening attack. 3-1 split up, looking over towards top window to B. And Thieves are not bothering with it. Just going to try to play a retake. They've gotten the entire A side of the map, and they're going to get a little bit of a feel out from Scrap early. It looks like, yeah, they may know that Shotzzy had already played forward, but he will retreat back to water. And as Hydra drops, it's a 4v3 post plant for Optic.
Yeah, Shotzzy still holding strong in his water position, but just a little bit too low. In the pond is a Beezy. You turn it into an instant 2v2, 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, and Neum's able to find another double hook, the last one standing in a 1v2. First player comes out, second there, and the shots are close, but Neum finds a way to win the battle, and he's starting off 3-0.
Can't let the guy do it, man. You get the bomb planted, you also find the first blood. But if you are Optic, you know we can't give up Ross control because we don't have an angle, just in case they try to sneak that defuse in. No trophy systems force them to be uncomfortable, and that round was already done when Abizi just locates Shotzzy the way that he does. Yeah. Shotzi's expecting that water route, but Abizi, the deep diver, gets the better of him, and Thieves take that opening round.
Unbelievable. Now it's down to an LA Thieves offense. Optic will go to the 3-1 defensive split, hard focused over towards A. It'll be Dashy by himself up top at window, looking for space through open hall. He's taking it. Shotzzy trying to return over to this position to try to see if they can maybe bully out the Thieves, but Neum got the read, and that's all you need. Get out of there. Stay alive. Play your 4v3. You might catch Shotzzy getting a little bit over aggressive, but instead the shots are perfect, and we'll go 3v3.
Yeah, they're not able to trade him, so Shotzzy still a focal point for Thieves on their next move, but Scrap, he's thinking it's all going to be clear on this side of the map. Dashy in a cruddy spot gets the better of him, and now numbers in favor of Optic.
Yeah, and Thieves are a little bit stuck right now. They've let too much of this round go by to where any information they would have had in the first break-off is pretty much invalid now at this point. So Beezy will play on one side, looking for some info. Mercury's playing on close section of the arches, will go unnoticed. And it looks like Thieves are going to try to finish this back at the A site. Unless Abizi says, hey, come my direction, no one's home. Oh, and do they see Dashy in Boathouse? Oh, mercy. At least Dashy is the awareness of it. That's your bomb carrier down. And that makes this 1v2 nearly impossible for Abizi.
Yeah, bomb's going to be down over towards Boathouse. It's going to be a GG on the round, but this is all due to just Shotzzy finding one kill. Because the entire time, Thieves really didn't want to move from that mid-map area, knowing that Shotzzy was still alive. So everything was calculated. Everything took an extra shoulder, but Shotzzy never showed face. So him just playing his life didn't allow Thieves to do anything.
Clean. Very clean. Okay, so we're seeing really both teams defensively, especially without trophy systems, are looking for that opening advantage towards that A archway with nades and utility. But now, Thieves will spread the map a little bit more evenly. Two players making it aggressive through open staircase. That's going to be assisted by Neum up top of the windows. Dashy, aware that this could potentially be in play, but do you know that they're this close? No, you do not. Hydra able to find one. Abizi unfortunately taking down his teammate, but still confirms one of his own, and then comes back to the play with Neum. Hook, the last one standing, and he's a little bit stuck right now up top towards open steps.
Yeah, the good thing is he does have bomb in hand, so he can make the play come to him. That's the perfect decision to make at this point. Bomb's going to get planted at B. Scrapping at BZ. Going to take a little bit of time just working from their spawn.
And Hooks is going to play this one up close and personal. It's a risky position, though. It could hit you from the flank. Open stairs, you wouldn't know it. And interesting, LA is going to look to see if they can catch Hook rewrapping through office. He's not interested in that. So now 22 seconds on the clock. Here comes the play for the defuse on B. Scrap playing bodyguard. Ook now moving to check. Sees Scrap. Prioritizes that as the first, and he catches the second just before the defuse comes through. Very close, but a perfect 1v2 from Ook.
And what these have been doing to Optic in this series so far as Search and Destroy is just not giving them any information to work with. And that's exactly what Ook does there. You waste about 10 seconds, 15 seconds just to play for the re-wrap. But then you are forcing now to commit on the defuse because the nuke has yet to show face. Kyler's able to get the round there for Optic and keep the momentum on their side.
Yeah, it's big. What does Optic want to throw in this next defensive round? Something very similar to what we saw from Thieves. Their SMGs are running rapidly over through open steps. They'll make their way up top. Meanwhile, Thieves are like, cool, sounds great, we'll play today.
Shotzzy still not able to locate anyone. This is what the Thieves have been catching a lot of teams off guard with, but just forcing the mind games, forcing Optic to keep on thinking, but you think a little bit too much, and eventually someone's going to walk in front of you. Ook with the first, Shotzzy with the second.
Yeah, and I really love this from the defensive Optic. You just keep putting pressure on that top staircase position. You know for a fact that Thieves now have to be playing down low, and you pick them apart. I mean, that's the one thing I will say about this map compared to last year with the double wall jump that's potentially there. Getting up the top window from the low ground is obviously way easier than it was last year. And that means that all of a sudden, it's not just controlling that top hallway. You also have to worry about players who can quickly find positions to get back to that spot later in the post plan. And Optic do a really nice job of making sure that that's not the case for LA.
Yeah, they just didn't give him a chance. All right, 10 seconds go down. You have yet to show face. We've already held down our turn position. We have all of them mapped, so you have to be playing through fences or someone working on the late pinch. Eventually, time gets away from you. You try to make that play, but that's exactly what Shotzzy and Ook love to do. It's not 2 rounds in a row now for Optic. Starting to come alive here in the Search and Destroy. First split in the first 10 seconds. They got early numbers.
Yeah, and you got to be careful here for your LA's defense. You don't want to get picked playing over through checkers, but wow, the damage is in, and LA make the read that Optic are not fully here, so they get themselves into a 3v3. Here comes the flank, though, from Shotzzy. Anyone watching for it? They are, but Shotzzy still able to confirm one before dropping. Now it's just down to Optic through Lambo. 2v2 situation. Shots from Scrap and Dash. You go back and forth between Mercules finding the pick. And Abeezy's looking to maybe catch some timing here in the wrap back, but Dashy's read it. And that should be enough information for Optic to just make sure they don't get caught off guard, collect the bomb, and play their 2v1 from here.
Yeah, just run around as an army of 2. It's gonna give yourself the best chance of clutching this one up. Only 30 seconds remaining on the round, and Abeezy found the timing, just can't get out of dodge. That's what happens when you play the hallways and both players that you're trying to contest have M15s. Great plays from Optic. And be prepared for the rock push to walk away with the numbers, and that is now 4 rounds in a row for the green wall.
Yeah, huge. And it's come in a variety of ways. Doing it on both sides of the bomb is one thing, but showing different initial set plays in terms of what they want to do in terms of setup defensively and then executes onto offense also, I think, has LA guessing just a little bit in terms of how do we respond to this? How do we adapt to this? So 4-1 the count. Mercules carrying in 3 streak into round number 6. Similar look for Optic on this particular defense. However, the players up top through windows really not assisting the SMGs on this route. And once more, LA will just take the quick plan.
Yeah, they're trying to isolate onto Abeezy.
Yeah, man.
Doesn't even matter because Mercules on the opposite side gets the first blood. Ook and Shotzzy combined for 2, and that's already 4 up, 4 down. Optic way too efficient right now when they're not showing face to mid or at that or at the B site, to where they're quickly just taking that space away from LA doing anything else. Like, they went back to the same exact strategy that they did on the previous offense, and it's the same exact result, just not the one that you wanted. Optic now at game point.
Yeah, I mean, in layman's terms, this is just Optic saying we do not want LA to have that top hallway. Every single setup for the defense in the last couple of rounds has been SMGs taking away the space through secret steps, the ARs in a position to at least get contact over through Fireplace Hall. And when there is a post plant, LA are trying to scramble to get that position back, not actually hold it for their post plant. So Optic are keeping them on the low ground, which is so crucial. And that's going to have to be something that if we get another offensive round for LA, they're gonna need to figure out. 5-1 the count. Possible first blood battle here. If he's able to beat Shotzzy as they essentially slide into one another, and Mercules has to at least value his life for now. We'll go 3v4 in favor of LA.
Yeah, now if you are LA, no need to ego chow any of these gunfights. Just read where the player's coming in and then use your teamwork to execute in these final couple of waves. A minute left to go. All of Optic tracked over towards the A site. You see Hydra's just waiting for his teammate to give the calm before he goes, but by the time he goes, it's a 1v4. Easy round there for LA.
Yeah, really well done there for LA, just not getting a little too greedy with their numbers, because it definitely felt like Optic were not committed to the plant to see if they could catch LA in the middle of a contest for that top hall, and of course for the bomb site itself. Not the case though. It's perfect in terms of recontesting the site. And now we're going to find out what kind of an answer does LA have for Optic, who have taken away that top hall position so easily on defense.
Yeah, I think you just put it on the screen right there, what your call should be, and that's aggression through the middle of the map. Don't allow Optic to be very comfortable in that position, because they are gathering so much info that they are trapping you in the first 10 seconds over towards fence line. So contesting mid might be the best answer, and aBeZy is going to switch from the M15 to the MPC and go right back over to this B strat and wait for Optic this time around.
Yep. But Optic are essentially saying, until you plant, we've got no interest in contesting, and have said, well, I thought for a moment they were just going to catch aBeZy out on that route up top to patio, but Optic don't even take a shot, and Hydra finds Mercules backside 10. Now he's got info to set up aBeZy for a freebie, and this is a little bit too simple. Dashy does get one in response, and to be fair, LA have not planted yet. So Shotzzy is still in a position to potentially win the round. Oh my goodness, the first one, and there the second not quite centered. And we'll go to the 2v2, 35 on the clock.
And Shotzzy has him trapped. Technically still catch someone off guard, but ready and waiting is going to be Neum. So now Dashy in a 1v2, 25 seconds left. They have no idea where he is.
Yeah, Dashy tries to take away the arches through well. And he's going to see the bomb come out. There's Hydra. There's Neum. Gets the first. Shots to the second. Perfect. And oh, man. Okay. All of a sudden, it feels like we've got ourselves a series. Optic 6-2 the Hacienda. LA not able to put together a response for Optic's defense.
Yeah, just a little bit too late to making those mid-round adjustments to try to counter what Optic are throwing at you. Because this might have been the first map so far throughout this entire series where Optic actually looked comfortable, where the players doing what they usually do best, is Shotzzy making Shotzzy plays. This is just one that, even though they didn't have many reps on it, we knew it was going to treat them well. Had so much success in the last title, and they continue in here in Black Ops 7.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Okay. So 6-2 the count. The scoreboard doesn't really give you that. First bloods are relatively even. Stat line relatively even outside of Mercules, who goes 8-5. But honestly speaking, Jay, I think that's just a game plan design standpoint. You know, the initial round for LA, you get the follow-up offense from Optic, but then they go on that 4-in-a-row spree. And again, just kind of classifying it, it's LA having issues on their attack, controlling the space that was given to them over towards that A site. They get a couple of plants off, but their post plant is just so feeble and so one-dimensional that it just allows Optic to make some easy reads.
Yeah, they just gave up all of mid-map, man. You can dominate fence line. You can have your back's flank being secured, but if you give up mid-map, with all the angles that you can approach over towards that A site, it's just very difficult, especially if you're losing that first gunfight. So fantastic plays there from Optic to show that teamwork is going to make the dream work, even with our backs against the wall, because there was so many positions where aBeZy, who loves to be like the guy to fly on in and get the first blood, he was the item player on 2 of their 4 attacking rounds, and he got isolated in 2 of those 4 attacking rounds by just getting picked up with the M15. The aggression was the answer for Optic, and they stay alive in this series a little bit longer.
Yep, absolutely. Okay, so now it gets to a 3-2 map count, as Optic were able to put together their first convincing moment so far in this series. And kind of, it's one of those things, man. You see a 2-point game come your way through hardpoint, and it just feels like that just ignites the fire inside of Optic. 6-2 the Hacienda. Now to Scar Overload, where Optic have put a ton of reps on this season, but have not found the most amount of convincing success. Whereas on the other front, it's been LA's playground, including a 5-4 win on Optic at Atlanta at the Major 3 Grand Finals.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure what they're like on 6 in a row on this map ever since the meta change. It's because like NPCs is the name of the game for LA. They just continuously are getting behind you. And if you are Optic with the likes of Shotzzy and Hook, you got to be able to stop them or at least tell one of your ARs to match them and whip out that third SMG because it's just way too overwhelming. When you're thinking, all right, I took care of Abizi, I took care of Hydra, our spawn should be clear. No, Neum is going to be there with an NPC. Scrap sometimes finds himself behind enemy lines. It's just like these guys are so hard to keep track of, but at least so far, in the last 2 maps, Optic have dug their feet in the sand, got a grip on this series, and are finally showcasing why they are one of the top dogs.
And I also know, just to kind of give you guys at home something a little bit more intentional to look at, keep your eye on what timings and routes Hook and Shotzzy are going to take. For those of you that are avid fans of the flank and all of our other watch parties, there was an aggressive debate about Shotzzy and Hook and their play styles on this map mode combo when they played at the grand finals. Were they getting too loose? Were they trying to do too much, stepping away too far from their teammates? I think on one side of the argument, it was, you know, at a certain point, you have to trust that your teammates are going to at least trade that in those face-up battles. On the other front, it's a, should you have come back to help us to make sure we win those battles and not lose the map? You pick at home which side you favor. And will any of that actually come together again? Because the other thing about that combo, Jay, is like you take that into retrospect, and if you're looking specifically at those moments as a squad, you know better than most, that could play with your head. If you're a Shotzzy or a Hook and you're thinking that after like a post-game VOD review that, oh, maybe I shouldn't have been hitting those routes, that could mess with you big in terms of if they actually do that at all.
Oh yeah, without a doubt, man, because if you're gonna hit those OE routes, you're putting more pressure on your teammates who are trying to lock down the opposite side of the map, just to stall time for you to make the big time play. So you gotta be calculated. You gotta choose when's the right time to make those plays happen. Because Optic, with their backs against the wall, desperately needed at this point. They're starting off on the good side, so you want to get as many scores as you possibly can, but it's always about the break-off.
Absolutely the case, and like we talked about on the Den, break-off-wise, Thieves have been, I would say, definitively our best team in Overload in the first 45 seconds. Nice response here, though. Optic will at least evenly trade things out. Neum trying to get the last shot into Hook, who's able to counter with a stun. And now Neum's in some trouble, but he's able to find the first, but it's a 3-for-1 exchange. Hydra the last one standing as the EMP is in Optic's hands. Kills come through. Shotzzy trying to get it done with Hercules as their own, and oh, can't quite get through the threshold. The Shotzzy back to 100 HP, little bounce off the wall. Neum trying to push forward, but oh no, it's that land over the top. Unfortunately, have it just down to 1, and it looks like Thieves will be able to set up at least some sort of a defense here, but hold on, not done.
He's still here.
Still fighting, still trying to get this EMP over the threshold, but Abizi, he finds himself one. Dashy stuck on a pistol. You think the moment should be over, and very well it is.
Holy moly, what a bloodbath. All around that tank area just for a capture not to go down. So everyone can take a little bit of a breath. Start to fight for that mid-map control, and it's Shotzzy for now, at least controlling Deli. Hook on the opposite side was trying to create some more space over through play, but both get shut down, and now the ARs for Thieves could just pre-aim forward.
Yeah, there we go. Thieves starting to build some momentum, have the numbers, working on routes, not just through the P3 side of that, but also over towards Motel. Hook will stop one of those two plays. Shotzzy now over the top, getting some pressure from Thieves, pushing to the middle of the map, but Hook and Merc have that covered, and now Shotzzy can start to get a little bit more loose. Hook can do the same thing, trying to get over to the Thieves building, and both SMGs will find their way forward.
And can anyone from Thieves put themselves in position to get one kill to slow down this play? The only one that's going to be in a position to do that is Hydra. But Optic get on the board first. The reset, though, they're not in a position that Scrap finds 3. They're already going to block those spawns. It's all on Mercules to keep this safe.
They've lost Mercules, though, so yes, you get a couple of players score, but no one is going to be able to cleanly take this EMP. Finally, the shutdown has enough time been killed. Who can find one through the mid-cut? Hydra with the pistol response. Just on to what Abizi can do from the front, and the counter cap is immediately there. Ooh, we'll go back and rewatch that one at one moment in time. Optic able to get the first score, but give away so much the map, and Thieves convert on the response.
And look at Scrap, knowing that he is surrounded by all of Optic. Let me just get one kill to slow them down. Teammates are now here to slay out the rest of them. You still haven't located where Shotzzy is, but Shotzzy's more focused on this farm kill, and he's able to find it because now he's going to turn into the lead blocker, but he just runs out to the middle of the map, and now this is going to slow down Optic.
Yeah, Hydra going to be put to bed, so LA will also be pushed back into their spawn. 2 minutes on the clock here in the first half. Optic carrying the EMP up top as they would traditionally do towards field side, but there's not a lot of help here, and Optic are actually spawning over towards backside red steps. So this is kind of one of those desperate moments where you're trying to fight back and win portions of the map to at least get yourself set up, and that will work out. 2 will drop LA in some trouble here as it's just down to Scrap. He finds himself 2. Spawners now going to make their way back over.
Oh my!
From Scrap absolutely pelts Hook, and LA's defense will get into position.
They just keep on stopping them. It doesn't matter how much possession time Optic have. It's still a tie game on the better side. And now with the counter cap opportunity, if you find this kill, and it's Hydra with the highlight reel. Just keep on stalling time because Scrap is going to jump that one in for free. Thieves have the lead.
And now all of a sudden back over towards the middle of the map comes the next EMP with a minute 15 on the clock. Book putting pressure onto the Thieves spawn. Neem stuck with an M15 inside of mid-market. Not the weapon that you want for the job. He gets a ton of damage and now can resort to the pistol.
Streak.
Hydra's up top over towards Green. Streak being called in like you call. That's at least enough to help out to gain that space towards Green. But Shotzzy has eluded it, at least for a small time, and that actually lets Dashy get behind the play here towards A.
Dashy needs to get a lot more than just 1 kill. He's able to find 2. Can't get the 3rd onto Neem though. And even with him finding a double, you don't locate the last 2 players with these, so just camp your corners, guarantee your ones, because time is getting away. Only 40 seconds. Optic desperately at least want to tie this before halftime.
Yeah, but Neem is being so slippery through the middle of the map. As much as the space is nice for Optic, you have to get the EMP to follow up on it, and they're not able to do it. All 4 Optic players will drop. Neem trying to push forward, but gets caught throwing a trophy system. 20 seconds left. It'll be Scrap to carry the EMP. Forward blockers in Hydra and Abeezy working on opposite sides of the map. And finally, Neem off spawn will help Scrap make his way through Motel.
They keep on finding the opening kill. Now in the final 5 seconds, you're going to try to retract it, or at least play a little bit of mind games, because Hydra is lead blocking on both sides. But Thieves now in extra time have the final push in their possession. Abeezy's able to locate 1. Scrap eventually is going to fall. But you are 100% happy if you are LA. On the bad side, you stop them for a minute straight at the goal line. And then you're also going into the better side now, up by 1, and you know your SMGs are foaming out the mouth to get into blue already.
Oh, yeah. Without question. I mean, that is, one of the longest defensive battles we've had over towards the A zone. It just looked like after each and every kill, Optic was going to have a chance. But then in the scoring moment, because of where they're spawning over towards Motel side and middle, everyone has to help get it through the finish line, that there's no one in position to stop the quick capture from the top side of the map. And then this one is just one of those moments where you just get that little bit of extra benefit of being in reach of the knife. So 2-1, swap the sides, second half action. Optic need to win this to send it to 7. LA, leader's advantage from the favored side.
Oh my goodness.
Got a solid break off.
Yeah, and they back down Hook. They know that Shotzzy was over towards the plane side, so if we could quickly trade him out, we can add score number 3. It stalls out so much time, Stun's able to connect, and now it's Hydra roaming in blue with an M15. Yeah, he usually doesn't have this gun, but he's still finding kills.
Oh! He's got the pistol too, and that's another 3rd kill coming from Neem, plus the 4th. EMP going to be grabbed before the reset, but everyone is so far away. May not make a difference, so Hydra on this fence position continues to keep Optic spawning all the way out, and a 3rd score comes through. Pressure now firmly established as Optic are down big, but they do put together a clean break off. 4 dead for LA on this next set.
And this is where you're banking on Shotzzy to find that opening kill, but it's actually going to be Hook with a little bit of assistance. So Optic have the EMP in their possession. They are dominating time of possession, by the way, in this game. Just not dominating in the scoreboard. 3 minutes and 50 seconds left to go, and you find 2 kills over towards Motel. Might be the opportunity you were looking for.
Should be good. Oh! Dashy, nice pistol shots. Trophy system down. Merc with the score. EMP will spawn behind over towards Motel, and Dashy just gets it done with the pistol. Oh my goodness. But now all of a sudden, hold on a second. Optic spawn firmly up towards the P3 side of the map. EMP's down low towards Motel. And yeah, you can put some pressure onto LA's spawns, but you also have to be careful that LA will just push right through this setup.
Yeah, now they can completely disregard Shotzzy or just try to not put as much focus on him. He's still able to make an impactful kill. Just gotta be the lead blocker, sniff out that final player in Hydra. EMP carrier falls. Dashy trying to hold down this top position. Him alongside Hook. That's already 3. They might be able to get score number 3, but Neem shuts it down.
Oh, so much damage from Niam, even onto Hook behind that. Shotzzy trying to find this position back into Optic's favor, but aBeZy's double drops the EMP. So now it's just Shotzzy by himself behind enemy lines. It looks like LA are just going to try to avoid him, just kind of keep their heads on a swivel as they try to move up the map. They find the elimination. Now it's down to the focus from the front. Hydra looking for the pistol win, but did not expect 2 Optic players to be here. aBeZy on 3, still holding the P3 side of the map, but a big win from Hook has Optic resetting. 2:30 on the clock, still a 1-point game for Thieves.
And the reset is about to come in, so if you can win this one-on-one gunfight quickly, grab it, you're gonna stand a chance at a score. But everyone racing over towards the motel side. Hydra gets picked off. Optic in a 3v3 for this map control.
Big win, 3 kills come through. Last one left alive is Scrap, playing over towards mid-market. Trying to cut off the EMP, he shut down. Now it's just Hydra in their way. Oh, but the stuns are landing and no one's able to seize Hydra over towards the backside. He still goes unnoticed. No one even looks his direction. Just kind of out in the middle of no man's land. Hydra gets 3 stops to play, and now LA are back on the offense.
Yeah, Shotzzy's just trying to be annoying. Already in a position, a very powerful position to cause some problems. Yes, top green spawn. He's blocking these close spawns from LA to spawn him over towards motel, and Optic are able to tie the game.
Okay, here we go. 3-3, minute 35 on the clock. EMP back to mid-map. LA have a bunch of individual gunfights in front of them. Optic structuring a bit of construction over towards the backside of market. Setup looking solid. Hook able to find one. aBeZy,
he's out of there.
Have to try to move over, but the problem is you get 1 player in Hydra still to spawn up to defend this A zone. Minute 15 now on the clock.
And now no one want to grabbing this EMP very quickly. Let's get the map control to start it off, and it's Hydra and Scrap already finding 2. You know, at least 1 player from Optic still gonna be around that mid-map area, but that's all 4 dead. Everyone coming off the respawn. Gotta wait for Scrap on this pitch, and this is looking like score 4.
Oh, but Dashy gets 2. Last one left alive is Scrap. Trying to get there, but not gonna happen. Hydra, can you find everything? Oh! 2 come through, 1 more to grab, but Shotzzy saves the day again. Huge stand for Optic. Still tied at 3. Shotzzy making a quick rotation over to play, but he doesn't have a lot of help here. So LA will have a chance to hold numbers and try to control the map.
Yeah, he's just trying to get the EMP out, and look at what Niam is already doing, taking the space on the opposite side. SMG and the AR in the back pocket, but all he wants to do is value his life. He gets picked, and Optic should have the numbers to stop this.
But look at Hydra rewrapping backside fences.
Oh no.
Optic are a bit stuck behind the tank. First kills come through. 1 more to grab. Can you get there to pick up and score in time? Yes, you can. That's 15 seconds on the clock. Optic are reeling. They're finding the kills they need, though. That's all 4 dead. It's going to be an opportunity for someone to grab this and potentially score behind. Niam will drop. Here comes the relay. It's just going to be down to can you find the kills? aBeZy start things off. You can still play for overtime, but the chase is on. They're going to find Mercules. Optic may have been the kings of consistency, but Black Ops 7 is now firmly in the hands of the LA Thieves with 3 tournament wins in a row.
What a performance from our most recent champions. From start to finish of this series, you played some maps that you're not familiar with, some maps that haven't really treated you well on the season, and they were heavily in favor of the green wall, and you beat the hell out of them in the first 3. Even though it does go to the distance to map number 6, Overload was a difference maker at Atlanta, and it's a difference maker here in Minor 2. LA complete the series versus Optic once again, and they are crowned our champions of another minor.
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff, man. And it's become undeniable now. You may have had LA or Optic kind of interchange between the number 1 and number 2 position after the last major, and that would be fine. There are good arguments for both until, I would say, this series right here. A 2-point game on the Hacienda, or the Gridlock hardpoint. Everything else until that point had been all Thieves. Yes, there's a great response on the Hacienda Search and Destroy for Optic, and a near chance to send this thing into a 7th map, or at least an overtime in the Scar Overload, but we don't get all the way there this time around. Huge win for LA. That's Minor 1, Major 3, Minor 2. Black Ops 7 right now is all Thieves all the time. They're running it up, Jay. Final thoughts.
Oh, they are unbelievable, man. Without a doubt, the top team that we have in the game. And if you are Optic, who need to work on their overload, yeah, you desperately need it versus that kind of team, man, because it's going to be tough to beat them.
Insane Grand Finals. That concludes Miner 2. We're back with Quals, but before we do, back to the desk.
The 3-peat for LA Thieves. There we go, triple dipper. Lovely stuff from the Thieves. I mean, gosh, lights out gameplay right from map 1. And it did get a little bit dicey in that overload. I thought for a second we were going to see a final game 7.
I did too.
Wasn't on the cards, obviously, but it was so close. At least it wasn't too fast in that series because it was heading that direction.
Yeah, it was shaping up.
It was. I mean, but really, it's a fitting ending. Like Hydra calls game, huge plays out of him. We saw it off the rip. I mean, first map, the guy just pop taking the respawn. We're just at that part of the season where he starts to pick up his game, and they are just so tough to beat. And for Optic, this has to just feel like a blow straight to the chin, right? Because this is the one where you had all the momentum, you 3-0, 2 top teams back-to-back, the new look Gentlemates, everybody was playing well, Dashy was at the top of this game, you run into the Thieves again, and those first 3 maps were not even close. You could have got 4-0'd if it wasn't for a miracle out of Shotzzy in that final hill.
I think my favorite map has to be obviously this last one, just because of the way that LA Thieves play Overload and the way that they were playing it versus Optic Texas. For me, felt much more like keep away and a lot more focused on just being around the EMP and specifically controlling the map on where that EMP is spawning versus really keeping anybody on the defensive side. I mean, there were so many times on the minimap where there were 2 players of Optic Texas pushed up in LA Thieves base, and they knew of them there, but they were so much more focused on making sure that nobody could pick up this EMP and they could create an opening for themselves. It almost rendered that type of play style Optic Texas loves, throwing somebody behind you, getting on the flank, kind of useless throughout the entirety of this map.
And to that point, like in terms of Overload and what we've seen from Optic, it's been unreal. But in this particular matchup, it's almost like a little desperation when they get close to scoring. They have so many opportunities where they're in their base, they're finding the kills, and they're in the right positions, and then they let somebody pop a huge 2-piece defensively, or the Hydra 3-piece from the corner. Lottie, you almost lost your mind when you got those kills from that corner. And when you watch Optic in every other match and every other series, it just doesn't happen until the grand finals. So you could see why it was a point of emphasis for them, and it still needs a lot of work. But right now, let's sing the praises of the LA Thieves. They are the best team in the game. This 100% cements it, and they'll be the favorite headed into Paris.
It was huge, and you're right, I was losing my mind. I'll tell you why. Because, listen, the skill gap in a couple of the iterations in that series, a couple of the maps, it was definitely there, and Thieves definitely had the take on it. But in that final Overload, there were moments where, honestly, Optic were their own worst enemy. Like, not checking the corners that you just know it is muscle memory. You have to check. I was screaming, 6 is right there. You have your back to 6. I mean, literally, Hydra just knew.
You just wanted the game 7.
I did want a game 7, I will say.
You know who didn't want that, though? I think the guy we're about to interview.
100%. Our Monster winner spotlight, Scrap. Wow. 3-peat, buddy. I mean, that must feel awfully good right now. And of course, you started your winning spree on the last minor, and you are obviously the champions of the next one too. So, has to be the next major for you guys. How are you feeling about what you're building right now in the later part of the season?
Yeah, I'm really excited the way we're playing. Obviously, the beginning of the year did not go as planned. Our teamwork was shit. Everything was just bad in the beginning of the year, and I think the past, month or 2 months, we've really kicked it into another gear. And I think we got a bit lazy on those last 2 maps, but we closed it out, so it was a good feeling.
Scrap, you guys have been unbelievable, man. Congratulations on all the success recently, and for you guys, I hope it continues. But in this particular matchup, you guys are 4-1 against Optic. Nobody has been able to crack the code against them like this. What is it about this matchup where you guys just seemingly thrive?
Yeah, I think when you play Optic, not just us, but any team, they're always going to be considered like the best team in the game, second best team in the game, always, like in this game. So, there's just a different kind of feeling when you're playing against them. The energy's got to be higher, the teamwork's got to be better, and I think we feed into that. So, yeah, I think it's just that.
First of all, congratulations. I mean, you guys are playing unbelievable right now. I think you exceeded expectations on just the way that you did it. I want to go back to a specific map in this series, a little bit funnier. The Hacienda map 6, some of the timings, I think when you guys go back and watch it, you're going to lose your mind that they were getting on you. And I want to know from your perspective, can you feel when that's happening, especially in a series like this? Like, and what do you tell yourself? Like, do you have to chalk it up? Like, all right, dude, like they're just getting the timings. Can you feel it? What is that like in game?
Yeah, so yeah, like you said, Hasi's definitely got a lot of, routes. There's a lot of things that you have to watch. So it's definitely going to get mixy, especially when you're playing Ant and Kyler. Ant's known for that. Ant's known for getting lost, getting mixy. I was definitely raging after the map because I'm getting bloods and my whole team's dying, and I'm like, what just happened?
Where are they going? Yeah.
Exactly. What did happen? So, yeah, no, I think after that map, I definitely was a bit upset just of how we're playing. I thought we got pretty lazy in the last 2 maps. I think going up 3-0 didn't help. But yeah, no, the map was definitely a crazy one.
How'd you log back in? Were you just like, all right?
You had a map to give. It's all right. We made it interesting.
How do I log back in? I mean, it's just a mentality. That's all it is. Like, you go down 2-0, you got to realize we're not playing our best right now. Even though we're up 3-0, we won 3 maps straight. We played really good those 3 maps, but we definitely slacked those last 2. I don't play that shit, so we better be locking in for the last map of the tournament.
That's some champ talk. Scrap, lastly, obviously coming into this minor, there's been some new iterations, rotations in the maps and modes, a couple new things for you guys to be working on here. How are you feeling comfort-wise now? Obviously, managing to get all the way to the end of the minor, taking that chip as well, and then pushing into the next major. Are you comfy now, getting some reps, especially against, the nemesis that was Optic Gaming? How are you feeling about the gameplay overall and your very deep map pool?
Yeah, like you said, I think our biggest thing is the map pool. I think right now, any of the maps we could play, and that's a really good feeling. I do think, like Hasi, that was our first rep right there. Sake S&D's been getting better. I can't remember the new HP, but whatever. Like, we just have a really good map pool, and that's all you really need going into these tournaments. You don't have to play perfect. You just got to play better than everyone else.
That seems to be the recipe, sir. Congratulations once again. Unbelievable, honestly, all of you. So go enjoy the win, celebrate, and then lock back in, of course, for the major coming up next.
Thanks, guys. Have a good one. Give me that shit.
Thank you.
I love it. I love the energy. Honestly, yeah, it's just the absolute personality of a champion. Feeling really good, and they should do. Rightfully so. It was dominant. I will say, based on the way Optic were playing, I was questioning how dominant maybe LA Thieves were going to be. I honestly wasn't expecting them to come out the gates that hot, especially against an Optic that looks incredibly comfortable and calm in every single series. They had so much reason to be confident in this gameplay in this grand finals, and Thieves, they just took the wind out of their sails. It was really impressive to watch, especially that first hard point. My goodness me.
Yeah, they gotta review the Thieves VOD a lot, right? And maybe try to sync up with them for some scrims going forward. Yeah, if you're Optic, I think the biggest takeaway for sure is the overload in the series. Both of those just has to be better. Got to take one of those to extend this series to that Game 7. But yeah, right now, Thieves, certainly the best team in the game.
They certainly are indeed. Well, I'll tell you what, there's an awful lot of players who are the best in the game as well, and they come on different teams, but a lot of them in our grand finals. Here is our team of the minor. We have Neum here. He had the #1 S&D KD across
Rookie of the year, just give it to him.
Unbelievable stuff from him. Dashy, of course, Overload, he was a god. Beezy, just been a god in general. So many clutch moments from him. And Shotzi, of course, going crazy pretty much on every map.
I really show some Neum some love on this graphic for a second, being on the team of the minor, and also just his performance at the major as well, like putting up MVP numbers. And I think in this specific grand final, I got a really good look at to what he adds specifically to this LA Thieves teams. He leads their front line, and what's insane about that is sometimes he's their front line and giving you 2 or even just putting in the damage, and the 3 that follow it up, the second line, is that guy. It's a BZ with a 1.67. It's Hydra, it's Scrap. That is terrifying that the slowest, most objective person on your team is going to be that front line, and you have to worry about those 3 cleaning it up.
Sometimes it just works, and it works for this guy because he was unbelievable in the grand finals. This is the man of the match. Honestly, there were so many points in time where Optic really could have taken control in a lot of different situations in this series. He denied every single one of them. Hydra was a thorn in the side here, Nameless.
He was unbelievable, and out the gates, just straight up ripping, and every time they needed him to make a huge play, he made it. Yeah, Hydra he's trying to rise to the top of that list in terms of best players in the game. He, right now, is playing on another level. This is the Hydra that the LA Thieves fans wanted in the beginning of the season. Well, you got him in the most important part of the year. He's popping off everywhere across the board.
While talking about standings, they're looking to bump themselves up. They're in second right now following that win. And, of course, Optic right at the top here because they are the online warriors. LA Thieves had something to say about that this minor, though. And creeping up on them, they are, Ali.
I mean, just some serious separation happening right now between, like, Optic LA and everybody else. And I think that's slowly been the narrative that's been building up over the weekend because especially after now the series that we've seen from FaZe Vegas, from Paris Gentlemates even. And then even going down the list, Toronto Koi, like, Falcons is maybe the only one that could still be surging upwards as we head into the major, but like everybody else seems to be flatlining quite a bit right now.
They certainly are indeed. Well, we have our next weekend's schedule. We have our week 2 qualifiers here, and it really is make or break for a lot of these teams. And I'll tell you what, Friday we do have a really, really good day here. FaZe versus Gentlemates is going to be happening as well. So excited to see where these teams are kind of going to push forward and rebuild things and remake stuff.
I don't know. There's only like 2 more matches that are really stand out to me.
The Saturday FaZe versus Miami, I think, is also kind of interesting to see if Miami can actually spawn in. But yeah, you know, you look at some of these teams that need a big bounce back. Carolina need a bounce back, and then also Riyadh, which we won't get to see until Sunday, coming off of that 0-3 loss to Optic.
Well, I'm excited for those qualifiers. I'll be watching. And, of course, I've been keeping Chris's seat warm for him. We're sending love to you, buddy. We miss you so
Chris.
much.
LEP did so good, though.
Thank you.
Loved having
it was lovely having everything labeled Puckett. I felt actually really important for a minute of my life, which was awesome. Nameless Ali, thank you so much for just being the absolute best. And it was so good to work with you guys again. And what a weekend as well.
Yeah.
And I love to also see the full circle moment here, Nameless 2. You said it right at the beginning. The LA Thieves, they should be taking over that kind of conversation about being the favorites. They did exactly that. It was picture perfect for you.
100%. They needed to. Although I did pick Optic before the final.
Yeah, you switched it up a little bit.
I switched up. You know, heat of the moment, Dashy was looking good. But, hey, listen, all that matters is Major 4 is going to be lit, and I get to keep my beard.
I love that. Ali, you're looking to see a Gentlemates kind of bounce back, of course, with Paris around the corner?
Of course. I'm not, like, turned off from the Gentlemates right now. I still love to make up this roster. I'm very much on the bias side of being like, they only had a couple of days of scrims, guys. Give them another week.
Whooped.
They did. I'm a realist. I can own up to it. They did, in fact. That was
It was a bit of a slam, for sure.
A lot of teams.
Guys, thank you so much for all weekend. Thank you, folks at home, CDL fans. I love you guys. You are the best. I'll be joining you next week, watching while we have our next qualifiers, of course, with that major around the corner. It's been real. I've loved it. And I'll see you guys on the other side.
And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. On and on and on. And the beat goes on and on and on and on and on. Made for millennium. I am made for millennium.
Eu vou falar já com vocês aqui que eu quero falar sobre o que vai acontecer no próximo jogo, né? E minha aposta, acertei boa parte dela, mas a de hoje eu perdi na última partida. O que acontece?
Time I don't need you. Lifespan forever, ever, ever, ever. Jesus said we never, ever, ever, ever beat us. Death will never, ever, ever, ever see us. Caskets and pieces, black boots and black suits with creases. With no committee, they give us pennies for Jesus. We cause vibrations, give us sedative for
And he gets it. That was
This ain't my kingdom, this my teaser. They say I'm cocky, pointing fingers, cause I say my life is mine to live at my leisure. Everything I dream up is something I achieve, you are underachiever. I'm Kakarot, I surpass you, Vegeta. Standing by God, put it oh my God. Oh
we have all bubblers target. The routes you're taking are insane.
Ok, galera, vamos fazer aqui uma gravação. Já já. Também no meio dessa bagunça aqui.
It's a quick one, boys.
What are they doing?
Can't even thank you. Appreciate you, Anonymous. Check out to Anonymous. There you are, you hero.
Oh my God, man! Why? Why? What is going on? Pain is all I feel right now.
What the
Bro, when FaZe do the hard part and they get the kills and they get control, they need to take a deep breath and chill the bro.
Yeah. O bug na gravação. Dá uma bugada na gravação deles. Olha só. Vamos gravar aqui. Eu quero gravar.
Iniciar
gravar no meu
janela.
grupo.
My tela pasta com WhatsApp documento.
Vamos ver aqui.
WhatsApp.
Ok, vamos gravar aqui.
Conteúdo Marco. Digite uma mensagem para Marquitos Miami edição post. Cancelar
Bom,
botão.
galera, continuando aqui, antes de fechar essa live, eu tenho que comentar o seguinte.
Já projetor em tela
Eu
cheia.
vou fazer aqui minha predição do primeiro dia da Liga da Major League 4, a segunda semana, tá bom? Fazer a predição dos primeiros 3 jogos. Por quê? Porque vai ser chocante. Porque olha só, o primeiro jogo da semana, do primeiro dia, é Minnesota versus Texas. E vou dizer que vai ganhar Texas. Minnesota, vejo complicada a situação para ela, hein? No segundo jogo, Vegas ou Paris Gentlemen. Aqui eu vou apostar no Vegas. Por quê? Gentlemen está frouxo, mas está melhorando aos poucos. Então vou apostar na Vegas no segundo jogo. Posso perder? Posso. Inclusive na live que eu vou fazer essa live, vou mostrar para vocês aqui meu áudio. No começo da live, mostrando meu áudio, mostrando para vocês o que eu falei nessa live aqui. Ok, como eu fiz no começo dessa daqui, com o áudio anterior. No último jogo, Boston Rich, deixa eu ver aqui qual é. Esse é Boston Rich versus Los Angeles. Aqui eu vou de olho fechado, Los Angeles, sem pensar 2 vezes, porque Los Angeles está muito melhor que Boston e outros aqui. Então, esse é meu palpite e teremos. Agora voltamos com você aí no estúdio, Marquitos.
Iniciar janela. Pesquisar configurações para WhatsApp. Mostrar WhatsApp documento. Botão cancelar. Enviar botão. Enviar conteúdo Marco. Digite uma mensagem para OBS WhatsApp. Uma janela. Projetor em
aí
tela
tá,
cheia.
Vocês ouviram aí que eu falei?
Iniciar janela. OBS Studio. OBS
o meu palpite.
Live. 4 horas 22 minutos. Rec Live. 4 horas
Ontem,
22 minutos.
Eu não tenho nessa live de hoje. E que são para a live de amanhã. Então se preparem.
Live, 4 horas 22 minutos e
E vai dar
42 segundos.
muito o que falar na esse áudio amanhã. Muito obrigado por me acompanharem. E nos vemos amanhã aqui no nosso mesmo canal, no mesmo horário. E valeu, falou. E eu fui até o próximo vídeo.
Interromper.